Okay, guys, here we go. Welcome to. I want to keep saying it's Saturday, but it's Friday. Happy Friday, TGIF. Feels like Saturday to me today. Yes, okay, yes, I got those grays gone, by the way, as well. I was like, this morning, I was like, husband, get rid of those grays. I forgot that the tub needs a little bit of Drano in it because it's clogged up and the plunger's not doing it. So my bathtub looked like freaking blood red. I was sitting there like up to my ankles in it. Totally forgot when he was just at the store to grab some. But anyways, you guys, Melissa's with me today. Happy Friday to you guys. Of course, this is about Jack and Lily. And so if you haven't hit that like and share button, please do. Thank you guys so much. Uh, nice to see you guys. So you guys, we're gonna for a lot of this live, we're gonna make it just really about you guys and your say. Just like what you guys feel about this case. Again, the survey there, the poll is, do you think it's going to be solved soon? Or do you think it's heading towards a cold case? What do you think the holdup is? All those things for Jack and Lily. We're coming up to the 7-month mark, of course, on the 2nd. And we're coming up to Christmas time. And it's a hard time, I'm sure as each of these monuments happen, month by month and stuff like that. Still crazy to believe that we're coming up to 7 months, something that you thought would have been, even if there was nefarious involvement, you still thought it would have been solved by now already. So anyway, so it's a lot of it's going to be about you guys today. Okay. We're just going to chill. Melissa's here, but let's just do some. Hi, Melissa.
Hi.
Hi. Okay. So, hi, Shannon. How are you? Nice to see you. I was just thinking about you the other day. It was funny. One of my, I don't want to say a manager, but let's just say a person that does the evals at where I work. She was like, she sent me a message saying, I had a dream about you the other night, like just randomly. And she was, and you won 300,000. And I was like, are you sure it was 300,000 and not like maybe 3K? And then and I'm like, well, tell Santa to bring it before Christmas, eh? But it was just so random looking at that message. But don't, I have really wacky dreams, but usually my dreams will be an amalgamation of the day. And so when I was falling asleep last night, well, let's just call it this morning. Let's call it what it was, 9 a.m. this morning. But I fell asleep in a really deep sleep, and I was listening to, I think, Passionate Perseverance. It's either that or Becca's, one of the two. And all of a sudden, I was having this real deep dream about Jack and Lily, and then I was talking to Daniel and Malaya, and I'm just sitting there going, I'm trying to get Malaya just to like fess up, like, come on, Malaya, you know, you want to get it off your chest. But that's because I was also watching one of those, what is it, EMU or whatever it's called, those investigation ones where they sit them in the room. And I was watching one of those that was kind of all mixing and melding together. So I was just trying to be like that cop that's just like, you just know you want to get it off your chest. I know you want to, just tell us the truth. Anyways, hey, Ben, how are you? Rhonda's in the house. Hey, Rhonda. Rhonda, before this live, was just showing me her pretty Christmas lights that she bought from Amazon. I'm not sure if you guys, I didn't do any Black Friday events or nothing like that, but I know that there's, Black Fridays. A big event. I love it when they do the pre-Black Friday stuff, right? Before it used to be just like one day, and now it's just like, let's just get a month in there of shopping. Let's call it now pre-week, pre Black Friday events. Did you do any shopping on it?
No, I
No.
still think we need to bring back like 1990s Black Friday, where people were like having all out brawls over like Tickle Me Elmo and
No,
shit.
Yeah, they stick on one TV for really cheap, and then people it's kinda like when seaweed word hit, and then people are, like, diving for the toilet paper and the water and different things like that, and the masks and the gloves, and yeah, that's just nasty, that's just ugly, and then they try to reap the benefits and stuff like that, and then sell them, a lot of people just go in there just to buy the stuff and then turn around and sell it. But whatever. I mean, it's not my thing. I'm not into
I
crowd.
wish they'd have like I wish they'd have
Okay.
like Black Friday on groceries. Hey, I would be down for that. I would do some Black Friday shopping then.
I was gonna say that would be nice because groceries are so expensive. Hi, Tina Katrina Collier. How are you? Hi, Brian Sutherland. Hi, Micmac. Nice to see you guys. Happy Friday again. What? I still feel like it's Saturday. Hi, TJZ. Doo, doo, doo. Hi, Tom Lou. Hi, Crystal. How are you guys? Hope you guys. I know in the States, like their Thanksgiving is like any day now or something like that. We, of course, do ours pretty much
Next Thursday, I think.
month before you guys, more than a month. Yeah, yeah. Hi, Neela. Hi, True Crime Junkie. Julia's in the house. Rena. Hi, Ryan. I call this song the Guilty Daniel song. The guilty king. We should have a dance, the guilty Daniel dance. All the way to the prison cell. Well, I mean, obviously, everything obviously is in our opinions or hypothetically and stuff like that when it comes to blame game in a sense. And just because we don't want to out and outright say that person did it unless it's in your opinion and stuff like that. So just always remember that, right? Lindsay, Shannon, because we're all allowed to have our opinions. Hold on. Stop. Halt. Thank you so much. It's Saturday for me. That's right, Shannon. Shannon's an Aussie over there. And hi, Grey Wolf. How are you? Jamie, thank you so much. God, that's commercial. I'm gonna wash those grays right out of my hair. Yeah, well, I did finally. It was getting too gray for my liking. Okay. Thanks, Shannon. Thank you guys. Thank you guys all for being here again. A lot of this is just gonna be talking about, like I said, it with you guys. Hi, Phantom. How are you? Hi, Nurse. How are you? How are you? Hi, Cheryl. Nice to see you guys. Hi, MZ Michelle. You know how you just keep going? Hi, Jackson. Yeah, EWU crew. Yeah, I love watching those. I'm not gonna lie, like the last couple of days, I've been watching cheesy Hallmark movies. Yes, I get it. Besides, I have Ben, my husband, my online husband, who's perfect, and my real husband, who's more than perfect. Sorry, Ben. And I do have my Hallmark man. Still can't. I have the guy and the female have to resonate with me looks wise in order to me to actually watch a movie. I have to picture this love story princess, but the guy definitely has to be what I deem as good looking. If he's just an average Joe, I just can't get into the movie. No offense, but it's just my thing. Okay, it's like reading a Harlequin romance novel. I have to like what I see on the front cover there. But I've been doing that, and I have my computer playing Snow. Like basically it's like screensavers or type in fire, big fireplace on my computer and stuff like that. So I turned it into a fireplace at night, and then yesterday when I was working, I had it all on snow villages and stuff like that. Hi, Golden Star. How are you? Watch, there's going to be some dick in the room that's going to say, uh, go to the like 15-minute mark. That's what somebody actually put the other day. First 17 minutes is blah, blah. Who cares? That was an instant block, to be honest. That was just rude. I wish those prices would come back. Absolutely. Okay, let's see here. Oh my God, you need to make that a thing. Hi, Stacy. How are you? Okay, actually, I'm gonna scroll down. Oh, it's nice color. Thank you. Yeah. This is a typical color that I had it. I was just being lazy. So what happened was, okay, I dyed my hair like a couple months back, and for some reason it didn't stick. Like it didn't stick. In fact, it turned it lighter. And it was like a color like this. And I'm like, I've never had that. Don't ask me what happened. It didn't stick. And so all of a sudden it started giving me as if weeks were going by this freaking three tones of brown and then the gray's coming through. And I was just like, I don't mind this look right now. I have never had a hair curler that never stuck. Have you? Do you ever dye your hair ever? Or no? Do you
Well, I
guys?
used to, but lately I'm
I
just
found you.
like, screw it. If it's just let it go all gray, I'd be happy. I wouldn't care.
Yeah, I care about that. Okay, I'm not ready for that shit. No. I don't know that I'll ever be. Maybe if I'm pinned down in a hospital, maybe then.
I
But,
always laugh at my
you know.
brother's wife because she's like 37 or getting ready to be 37, I think it is. Anyway,
Oh,
she's all gray. And I always laugh
that
at her.
part.
I always tell her, well, at least I look younger than you. And she goes, yeah, and you don't have 7 kids.
Oh, actually, what's funny too is like my husband's. So when I met my husband, I think was I 46, 46, yeah, 46, and he was 25, and he had such a okay. Sometimes we would go somewhere the odd time because when my husband doesn't have a goatee or mustache or beard goatee thing going on, does my husband have a goatee? Yeah. That's right. Had to think about that for a sec. He looked like a baby face, like a butt baby face. But when he had facial hair, then you didn't really notice like the age gap so much. But so many times people would say, and is your son going to be joining us? And I'd be like, well, he might, but maybe my husband, he might, you know. But now, as I see my husband, who is 35, um, he has like all this gray in his goatee coming on there now. He said I caused it. I'm pretty sure it wasn't me. Uh, you have to wait a week to wash it. Hi, Kay. um, no. No, he has to stay looking. No, just kidding. I'm the cougar, he's the cub, okay? Okay. So you guys, thank you guys for joining us again today. Obviously, we're here for Jack and Lily. And I don't know about you guys, but it's my brain's exhausted from this case, to be honest with you. Melissa has spent oodles and oodles of time working on that document and still doing updates and stuff like that to that PDF file. I'll drop the link for that again in a minute. Now, just to ask you, Melissa, did you say that some people had the nerve to bitch about it? Is that what you said?
Yeah, I've
As
had
if they could do
some
better?
some people complain about it. And then like today
Why?
I had some people somebody sent me an email on they had a couple links in there they wanted me to look at, and I looked at one and it literally did not talk about Jack and Lily except for that's Jack and Lily's picture right there and they're missing. And then they went on this long
Hi,
spiel
Christine.
about how kids go missing. And then another thing, I clicked on it, and within the first 10 minutes of the video, I was ready to throw my computer because there was so much misinformation in it. And I'm like,
Yeah.
I just
Oh,
emailed them back. I'm like, I'm sorry, but for these reasons, it will not be included in the document. But yeah, I've actually had some complaints about
suck it. Unless they do the work themselves, go ahead. You know
it.
what?
That's
Thank you.
kind of what I wanted to reply back. Like, if you don't like it, here's all the information in one spot. Go create your own document.
Mhm. Yeah.
Don't be stealing my work, though. Go do it yourself.
Just quickly, you guys just noticed I put the background to Christmas theme here. Hold on, let me just put you in some Christmas vibes right there. I just love Christmas. Got a big wreath up in the living room. Oh, hey, which reminds me, yeah. We'll put that back to Jack and Lily. You guys can kind of see. I've kind of put it right there. That's a sleigh. So when my sister was moving, she's like, "Son, do you want this Christmas stuff?" And I'm like, "Yeah." It was my mother's. My mother had made the sleigh, and then there's behind me is one of those Yule logs, on the little fireplace there, little Yule log there. And then, of course, you guys can see my on the door there. It's kind of like a window thing and stuff like that. So I want to feel Christmassy in my space here. I'm already used to your I don't know how you guys do it all. Have such big hearts for Jack and Lily, and you want to, oh, that's so sweet. Now, those are the type of comments we're talking about, right? When people are doing things out of unselfishness for the right reasons, right? Or why somebody is coming into the true crime space. You know, comments like these, it's like at work, right? 99.9999% of the time we deal with issues all day, and it's very draining. And so whenever I see a comment that somebody sent in that says, like that this person was really wonderful at that location and stuff like that, they just really warm my heart, because it's so easy to put people down, but it takes a lot more work to actually be kind. It's kind of like, I always used to remember, like, it was very rare that a female would give you too many compliments. And when they did, I always appreciated it, because, some people have issues of, they can't have somebody looking better than you and stuff like that. So they don't, blah, blah, blah. But I just think my love cup fills me up by, honestly, just people that are here because their hearts are kind, caring, sincere, honest, and genuine. I'm not into fake bakers and stuff like that, or snakes or trolls and anything like that. So, Tom, Lou, thank you so much. Um, I have my pocket of love pretty much every day by Rhonda. she like Rhonda. I just want to say that she's in chat there underneath. She's underneath the doctor. What's Rhonda? She was underneath Rhonda before. Where is? I have to scroll right back up, don't I? Boom, 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 boom,
It's
boom.
true what people say though. Like, if somebody says something negative, whether it's a Google review or somebody says something negative to you, you can have 100 people tell you that something is good. If
Bad.
2 or 3 people tell you it's bad, like, it's gonna take more people telling you it's good. Like, for every one person telling you it's bad, you've got to have 10 people telling you it's good before
Yeah.
you break even, kind of, in your mind.
Mhm.
And that drives me nuts. It's like, why are we complaining about anything? Like,
Well,
what?
thank you, Rhonda. Well, it's just because, like, you know, and so, a little bit. Um, Watching this case has bugged me a little bit more than I should let it, to be honest with you. Meaning my hanger towards Malay and Daniel, to be honest with you. But, it's like I said, it's one of those things in life, you know, I kill people with kindness in my job for 40 years. It's very rare that somebody truly pisses me off. There are some, but then I wait till I'm off the phone and then be like, fucking bitch, something like that, you know. But I just learned a long time ago that you can impact people in a way, but online it's a little bit different, because the trolls that you see online, or the ignorance that you see online, is just the cowards that hide behind a keyboard. And that's all, like, those people are to me. They're just a bunch of cowards sitting beside a keyboard that would never literally say it to my face, right? Because most people in general, like in the real world, and that most people are kind, right? But get them behind a computer where nobody can see you, and then these people come out of the woodwork that think that they can just be ignorant and just whatever and make nasty. Now you guys know I don't put up with that crap whatsoever. But in my real life, like if I come across maybe a couple, in a long time, most people are nice in the field that I'm in, which is the customer service and hospitality. You know, those same type of hearts exude and stuff like that. So I'm just gonna say again, I appreciate all you people that are here because you truly care about cases, that you care about, say, the channel, that you care about other people. And so, what do you mean? Oh, you want to know what the poll is saying and stuff like that. So, I appreciate that. So, thank you guys very much. And Rhonda, thank you for that super chat of $20. Let's see here. The poll. 36% say not sure if it will be. 27% say solved within a year. 3 to 6 months is 17% at the moment. That's with 103 votes. And 19% say I get the feeling it's going to go cold. And yeah, so okay. So let's see here. We'll get back on to Jack and Lily. I gotta scroll. Oh my goodness. Whew. Okay, all the way down to the bottom. I do think, again, you guys kind of just type things about whatever, and I'm just gonna kind of put them up there and we can talk about them. Like what like your thoughts or something that you don't feel like makes sense. Well, the whole case doesn't, to be honest with you. Well, it makes sense, but it doesn't make sense by the same token. I do think the case will be solved. It's just not in the time frame we want. My hopes and prayers was that answers would have happened way before now. But knowing where we're kind of at now tells me that hopefully with some patience, that answers will come for Jack and Lily. Whenever you start getting this far into a case, coming up to the 7-month mark, Melissa, it starts getting a little bit troublesome, But if we were like past the year mark to 2-year mark, then I would definitely be worried about it. But I kind of so many cases you just think they're going to get solved right away, right? Like, this isn't going to be a hard one. Did you think that too, Melissa? I was just like, yeah, this isn't going to be a hard one. Freaking clear as day right here. First of all, I was like, the kids are going to be found. Okay. And then next thing I know, I was like, okay, they're not found. Okay. Family involvement. Okay. Any day now. Right. Expecting to see charges type of thing is what I expected. That's just not what happened though. Mm-hmm.
Exactly. Like at first I thought, oh, okay, they're going to be found. If not during that search, they're going to be found relatively quickly. And then after a month, I'm like, okay, maybe not. So, I mean, I don't know. I just, I don't doubt that RCMP is working hard on it.
Yeah.
But I definitely thought we would have seen, and maybe it's a difference in the fact, I'm American and this is a Canadian thing. I thought, okay, well, they're going to charge them with neglect. They're going to charge them with, something to try to press them, and then nothing. And it's like, oh, okay.
Yeah. TJZ, Mom, I think about Jack and Lily from the time I wake up until the time I go to bed. I'm so heartbroken and mentally drained. Justice for Jack and Lily. I was going to say, and just be honest, put a 1 if you're that same way, that you think about Jack and Lily from when you wake up to when you go to bed. And 2, if it's kind of like a significant amount of time, but not sleep, eat, and breathe it, basically, of thinking about Jack and Lily. So I'm going to go with 1 myself. Melissa, what state are you at this point? Because you've been doing so much work.
I think take a look at the document, and that tells you what I mean. I sleep, eat, and breathe this. Like, I go to bed and I'm thinking, okay, what did we miss? What was missed? What could be said? What is, why is
That's
this
so sweet.
taking so long? It's a constant, their case is on my mind 24/7.
Oh, absolutely. 24/7. And Ashley, you made me laugh there. Hi, bad LOL. Sunny is not scary unless you are out there hurting children. Then you might want to stay away from Sunny, but she's definitely a big ray of sunshine. So my personality is definitely that I'm always joking around and laughing. At work, everyone knows me for that sunshine and that person that's always, when somebody, sorry, no, and this is no ego, but when somebody comes in the room and then they just make it lighthearted, and it's one of those things. That's me when I go into the office. Doesn't matter. I wake up with a smile on my face pretty much, unless I'm really tired, and I go to sleep with a smile like 90% of 99% of the time, right? But if I see something that's going on that's wrong, and I don't care if it's visually in front of my face in my real life or if I see it online and stuff like that. But yeah, when it comes to people and people trying to hurt other people or anything like that, I will step it right up in their faces. I'm just that person that does that, okay? There's a lot of people that will never ever do that for me because it's not their personality. But I am that person that if I see something going wrong in a shopping center or something like that, and I see something where, where you can see it's like to step in, I will. And when it comes to children, especially children and pets, absolutely. You will piss me off to no end when people hurt children or hurt animals, then elderly, and then the rest of y'all. But no, there's just no right about it, right? Because I look at children as if they're an absolute blessing, that they are our beautiful children that we created and that we are supposed to protect and take care of, right? So, yeah, um, absolutely. I am absolutely a fighter when it comes to speaking my mind, when it comes to truth and transparency and honesty and what's right and wrong. And then when I say what's right and wrong, I would never watch a female get beat in the street and just stand there with my freaking phone recording, right? I would absolutely be doing something or screaming for someone to come help or something, calling 911 instantly, right? I'm not that one to be sitting there going, here, let me just record this for my YouTube channel, stuff like that. That's silly. Belinda's in the house. Hi, Belinda. Thank you so much. Again, can never take away from how much hurt the family members have that are just waiting for answers for Jack and Lily. Give your guys' love to Belinda. It's one thing to be covering the case and it hurts the heart. It's another thing to actually be a family member that's close to the case and have to wake up and deal with not only two children missing, but then deal with the circus of the true crime space. But the circus part, sometimes it's hard to. Sometimes you don't even ask to be put in the middle and you get put in the middle of stuff. And Belinda, to be honest with you, she's faced a lot of different crap throughout this case. And Belinda has a strength that to me is beyond anything I have. I'm not in a situation like this. But to have to deal with this stuff all day, every day, in your heart, wondering about Jack and Lily, then have to deal with the sideshow shit on top of that, for all those family members that truly want answers for Jack and Lily. Again, my biggest hugs and prayers to you, but everyone knows that Belinda is always been, the one that has talked on this channel. My heart always will be with Belinda when it comes to this case and her kindness in, well, talking to me and talking on the channel and stuff like that. The fight for Jack and Lily. Now, if I recall, though, Belinda, I heard a little birdie said that people were going to put things aside for the purpose of the good and come together. Now, I'm not talking about the Martell Kenzie side, okay? I'm just talking about, you know, some of this animosity and stuff that's in the background, because it truly is, right? It's not about ourselves, it's about Jack and Lily. And, right. And sometimes what, the good expression, suck it up, buttercup, because it's for it's for Jack and Lily, right? So it's better to work together, unlike Sebastian Rogers' case. Yeah, thanks to the stepdad. I was in the dollar store today. This white worker tells dark worker about someone stealing. As they're walking towards the door, the white lady says, "I didn't see him do it though." So my big mouth said, "Hi, Ernestine. If you saw nothing, say nothing." Well, I didn't see him do it though. Well, you have to see them. You have to see them do it. Simple as that. Right? Like you can't, if you don't see them do it, you can't really do nothing, to be honest with you, unless you literally see it on camera on there. It's okay, Cheryl. You were doing a good thing. Belinda, prayers and blessings to you. Hi, Belinda, sending you big hugs. Okay. I just, again, you guys, if you guys have any questions or stuff like that, I'm going to pull up a little bit of Hunter True Crime as well, as we go along. I still like the one, because I'm just kind of too lazy. There's so many inconsistencies. It muddles my head too much. Hey, Melissa, there's just too many inconsistencies in this,
So, Sunny,
whole, yeah.
3 Pokemon Princess said at 8:02, she said, "Is it true that Please Bring Me Home probably won't come back and has now said they aren't sending the dogs that they promised?" I just want to address that. I haven't heard them say that. What I did hear them say is that they probably won't be back till this spring. What else are they going to, like, they can't be out there, if there's a bunch of
Thanks,
snow on the
Mary.
ground, right? And look, everything's covered in snow. So it makes sense that they wouldn't be back till spring. He said that they are bringing dogs, they just don't know when. So I haven't heard him say that. Have you heard him say that they're not bringing the dogs? Because I heard him say they're bringing the dogs, they're just not sure when.
Yeah, that's what I heard too. Yeah. I mean, maybe Belinda can clear that up. Took 7 months for charges in the Justin McDonald case, months before his body was found by himself. Absolutely, Rena. And hi, Ernstine. Hugs to you, Belinda Gray. Hi, Mary. Mary, Mary. Do, 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 do. Do, do, do. Yeah, you guys are like ones, 2, 3. No one asked for a 3 in there. Just 1 or 2. Yeah. The Suzanne Morphew case, that one right there, talking about a lot of unbalance. That's why I strive somewhat to try to stay balanced in this case. But I'll say I'm teetering towards the not balance on this one. Hi, Miss Patty. Too, because half the time I'm thinking of Sebastian. Good answer. Good answer. Hi, mad as a catter. I always want to say Madagascar every time I see that name. Hi, just me. How are you? Okay.
Oh, I do too. Every time I see her name, I want to say Madagascar.
I
But they
know.
did, yes, they did say that the dogs are on the back burner. But for me, I interpreted that as they're going to bring them out in the spring when, it's safe and everything for them to do so. I don't know. I may have misheard
Okay.
and misunderstood that, but that's how I took it.
Yeah. hmm Ashley says she loves my personality. She's like in the background behind her computer. She's like, "You go, Sonny. You fucking go, girl." That's what she's saying. Oh, by the way, you guys got your Christmas on yet? Because we're in Canada, right? So we're past the Thanksgiving and stuff like that. We're into the Christmas mojo now. So I got my Frost Timu. I think it was $10, $11 max. Timu. I'd purchased the stuff months ago though. Okay. Just kind of like I said, just kind of going over some of your guys' comments. Is it true that P&H probably? Oh, that's when you were reading. Okay. Nick said they are
And Belinda
here.
did respond,
What'd
Sonny.
she
She
say?
said, "I believe they will bring they will come back in the spring. The dogs are just on the back burner for now, and I agree with her on that.
Okay. Julie, Sunny, why do you think they haven't mentioned they don't think that they're in the woods? I don't understand why the same area is being searched. Can you give me your opinion? Why do you think they haven't mentioned they don't think they're in the woods? Who? When she's Sunny, why do you think they haven't mentioned they don't think they're in the woods?
I think she's talking about Please Bring Me Home, because Please Bring Me Home has not said they don't think they're in the woods yet.
No, I mean, you can tell with Nick that he thinks he really is veering off of the hole that they wandered away for sure. My thing is this is, with Please Bring Me Home, there's what they feel inside that they're not going to say necessarily outwardly, but everyone kind of has their own, I think, feelings about what happened to Jack and Lily, or at least an assumption. And my thing is, if Jack and Lily are in the woods, it's because they're not alive. It's not because they got hidden underneath a tree that caved in. If it was one child, I would definitely be more leery, but because it's two children, the chances of that happening, when you take the surrounding stuff that's been said by Daniel, by Janie, about Lily doesn't like bugs and whatever. Daniel saying that if they're cold, they don't like being cold, they're back in the house type of thing. That they don't venture off into the woods unless they're with, when Daniel's other kids in there and stuff like that. Everything goes against that grain. And I think, geez, it's so hard because I'm at the stage of this case where I just feel like the children are not alive. And that, where are they? What do these driving times mean at night? Are they closer to home? Are they further out? Were they moved? I don't believe that they're alive. I don't believe that they're hidden. It's so far from Occam's razor that when you're following cases and you know what Occam's razor is, which is the simplest line to the truth, and that's because that's how they usually always play out. To have it to go to this type of extreme is pretty much next to zero, to even think it. So besides people wanting to remain hopeful, there's a lot more to suggest that something did happen to the children in a sense than that they're hidden, let's just say. Because again, it's just so far from reality and stories that are out there where this has happened. It's just no, right? Like, it's not to say that 1 in a million needle in a haystack can't happen, but no, I know there's still people out there that believe that, and by all means. They said that the dogs are, back burner. I'm probably behind here. Hi, Nadine.
So, Three Pokemon Princess said, how come...
1 second. I'm still here.
Let me try this again. How come has nobody talked about a blanket that was found? Nick didn't mention it either. You're right. Nick didn't mention it. But what Nick did say was he was only going to talk about the stuff that RCMP decided had no evidentiary value to the case, and that's what he was going to be talking about. So I'll leave that there because that's what he said.
Right. That makes sense. Well, when I was talking with Brad there the other day, he said that the bike was his daughter's and it had washed, I guess, down the river, and that the one shirt that was burnt was from a fire. Like, one of his fire pits type of thing, right? And they showed that stuff. So, like Melissa just said, if it doesn't really is not deemed as evidentiary value to the case, obviously. Well, hold on. He said that Melissa, just to ask you, because I never did catch the full live because I think he kept messing up. Um, the Nick said that they were really interested in that geocaching box or whatever. Um, did he show that?
He did say that they were really interested in it, but he did show it. I think what he means by they were interested in it is because at first, it had Daniel Martell's name on it, but it was from May 3rd of 2014. So I don't think I think they deemed it non-evidentiary value, but I think that he wasn't lying when he said that they had interest in it. Because I would have at first too, considering it had Daniel's name in it. However, he did say that he is still currently going through the box, and I guess there's like a website or something that he can like track where it's been or whatever. So even though the RCMP isn't interested in it as far as evidence, he's still interested in it because it has Daniel's name on it.
Yeah. You know what? I saw this video, but I actually didn't realize that. And Hunter S. True Crime does, like I said, great videos. I've always pushed him since I came across him, like basically during the Jack and Lily Sullivan case when it started, because that's really when he just had a nominal amount of subscribers and was putting out some very, very good little videos and stuff like that. Same with Evil Exists. Evil Exists was always putting out a bunch of little Hunter S. True Crime puts out longer videos, but Evil Exists puts out more like 2 to 3 minute videos. But I didn't realize that this one said Elijah Vu. So I know of this case, Elijah Vu. The evidence of an abduction is Elijah's case similar to Lily and Jack Sullivan's case. Right. And a lot of people kind of keep comparing this case. Like we compare it to Sebastian's a lot, but there are a lot of other similar cases. And this is what I mean, like in Elijah Vu's case too, like many others, is when the parents act like that they don't have any involvement. They don't know what happened, and blah, 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 and eventually the evidence and of course the digital data and stuff like that, and sometimes it just takes a while too as well to find their little bodies. I think you meant to say I have Discord, you mean? Hi Johnny, how are you? Johnny was on here the other day. Thank you, Johnny. He was talking a little bit about the search that day. Yeah, please thumbs up for this video, everyone. It's really important that we keep Jack and Lily's case because so Summer Wells case is a huge case as well. Summer Wells case was instant toxic right away, like instant. I decided that I would not cover the case because it was an absolute circus right from the get-go. And the two parents, what do you even say about them, to be honest with you? What's it, Dawn Wells, and what's her name again? Candace Wells. What a nightmare of a place that those children lived in. But Summer Wells case got ugly. But you guys seen that there's been some updates going on with Summer Wells case. So a lot of people were following that case. And, like any case, it starts dwindling down. And because other cases are coming and stuff like that, right? So a lot of the YouTubers that are covering that case a lot right now with the Summer Wells, and a lot of people compare this case a lot to Summer Wells as well, and I can see the correlation to it as well. It's really on how you look at the case, right? I just am one that firmly believes that when you're not hearing the truth, that's because you have something to hide. Because the truth absolutely would be genuine and come out, genuine from both ends. But here we're seeing a mother that is acting strange beyond repair, and then Daniel Martell, who's over um, overdoing it beyond any level of usually somebody, especially a stepfather, following or trying to contribute to the case. And we see a very narcissistic personality to go, um, yeah, Hunter found Elijah. That's a lot of times, Christina, how it works out is that, if Jack and Lily, let's just say, are out in the woods somewhere, um, lots of times it will be because maybe an animal, you know, dug them up, or a hunter came across it because, as wind goes and leaves and that, and dirt gets kind of pushed around by the high winds and different things like that, or you know, um, a lot of these cases do get solved not by the police, but by someone that comes across them in the woods a lot of the time, you know. Um, I mean, the RCMP aren't miracle workers, um, as much as we think probably that we feel like they should be. I think I'm just upset that cases in general for children, knowing that children need the protection, these Amber Alerts, how they're designed, or the fact that they didn't cordon off the area right away and then downgrade, that doesn't really seem like you have to think about that too hard to know that that makes sense. It's not hard to kick everyone off the land and just put some tape around it, in a sense, until the okay to go back onto the land. I don't think that that's too difficult to do. And I just find it just incomprehensible that that's isn't what is happening, considering most times it's a family or a close friend, um and or a pedophile or somebody that's in the area and stuff like that. But you would just think that that would be done. It's like a no-brainer to me. My curiosities are wondering why so many children thinks uh things, so many children, oh, my cur I don't know, doesn't, you know what, it doesn't really shock me, to be honest with you. Does it shock you at all, Melissa? One sec.
Not really. I mean, if you live in a rural area, like you're not going to dump them in a ditch, right? I hate to put it like that, but you're just not. So, it does not surprise me that people place bodies in woods, because it's, if you look at it, it's generally not traveled very much unless you're a hunter or somebody that just likes to go for nature walks. So you kind of, even if it's out in the open, right? Like the body's going to be undiscovered for a little bit of time. And then you've got, people hoping wildlife comes along and so forth. So it doesn't surprise me that so many bodies end up in woods or are dumped in woods at all.
No, me neither. I mean, honestly, I mean, where this is like, it's like a haven for hiding a body for sure, right? I mean, that's what, like the thing I don't honestly get is why idiots use the landfill so often. It's like there's a 101 book for dummies about that or something, using landfills and stuff like that as if they're not going to be found. That's one of the first places usually that RCMP or the police check out, is the landfills and the garbage day and stuff like that. But
even if you manage to get them to the landfill, like those are combed over and have so many people around and have so many people in heavy equipment moving trash around. Like, if you want to get caught, just put them on your front doorstep. I mean, that's essentially what you're doing if you go to a landfill.
Pretty much. Well, do you remember that lady in the, I think, where was it? Was it UK? The mushroom lady? the one that freaking picked poisonous mushrooms, and she fed him, and but then her ex-husband ended up not coming, but she ended up taking out the lives of most of his family and stuff like that by picking these mushrooms. And guess where? Just miraculously, right? She took her food processor, of course, to the landfill, like any smart killer would do. You know, so where did they find her food processor? At the landfill. And you're just like, really? You'd have a better chance of burying it somewhere in the ground and not
Right.
getting caught. It's just so crazy to
So
me. Mhm.
it
What?
is. It's nuts. For those asking about Streamlabs, if you use punctuation, if you use a period, make sure you are space, because remember, after a period comes two spaces. Otherwise, Streamlabs has an
Is it
absolute
Australian?
conniption and will like time you out because they're
Yeah.
not very smart. They get all
Yeah.
pinky-fied.
And by the way, 1 second. Hi, McMac. $10 Canadian. You're awesome. Thank you. I also believe a hunter will eventually find him. Mm-hmm. Somebody's stupid horns going off. Thanks, McMac. And you guys can see McMac's little icon there, which is part of the Jack and Lily video. McMac sprayed it on this big rock. I can't think of the mountain. Can't think of what that mountain was called that you sprayed it on. But okay, I was torn. I was thinking Australian, but then I thought I had it wrong if I said that. And so yeah, okay, so it was Aussie. Okay. But thank you. Streamlabs is thanking you too. And Ben's thanking you too. Nick said the dogs were at the back burner for now. Yeah. Okay, that person needs to shut off their horn. You know what? Let's just listen to a little bit of this. I haven't listened to it yet, and let's see what he's about the comparisons. And in chat, Kelly's Mountain. Okay, see, I should just say it because I was thinking it again, but I didn't say it because I just you know I don't like feeling stupid when I forget these things. But anyways, in chat, tell me a case that you feel like Jack and Lily's resembles the most to you from any other cases that maybe you followed, right? Just tell me in chat what you guys think is the one that you find the most comparable. And Melissa, so far for you, which would it be? Would it be Sebastian's or would it be another case?
Well, somewhere between Sebastian. I mean, I've not followed Summer Wells. But what I have seen, it's very similar to that one too. But I don't know. That's a hard one.
I know. Well,
I don't know.
Hard too because
It almost reminds me of
yeah.
and this is gonna come out weird considering what I think happened to the kids, but almost like an Elizabeth Smart situation, right? They disappeared from their home.
Yeah.
And like haven't been heard from. So that's kind of how Elizabeth Smart was, but I mean hers was solved and she was alive, and there were tons of tips and sightings and stuff like that. So I'm not saying that, but I'm saying as far as disappearing from the home. But if I had to say a recent case, I'd say Sebastian, because they were home, they were heard, and then they weren't heard from again.
Oh, and just to ask you as well, again, Power had said, my curiosity is wondering why so many children think scattered things around the way. We didn't follow back up on that as I was mentioning it. I kind of knew I trailed off somewhere and I was like, where was I again? But anyways, I honestly don't find it too strange to find a bunch of people's stuff in the woods, to be honest with you. I know it seems odd, but to me, I don't know. I guess because people go out there, like depending on how big their properties are, or other kids come in and, do kid things and something gets left behind, or, socks or just blankets or whatever. It doesn't seem strange to me all that much because usually if you're out there walking in the woods a lot of times, you'll come across things, but I think a lot of it is because of, just I don't know, over time, over the years, kind of like what Brad was saying about the bike, right? It got washed away by, down the water and stuff like that. And another piece was because it was part of a fire. And I don't know. Do you guys find that strange? I don't honestly overly find it too strange because I mean, I was in the woods. I remember back when I was younger and there was bicycles in there that were rusty and old. It's amazing sometimes the, things that you do find, you know. I don't know. Do you find it strange?
I don't find it weird, but then again, I am from the country. So, first of all, I don't find it weird in this case, right? Let's just talk about the bike for a second. So, Brad tells
Mhm.
us that that was his daughter's bike and it got washed
Hold on
away.
one second.
Okay, it's by the water. What does water do with rain? It rises and it falls, right? And if you do that enough, it's going to land in what we would deem a weird place because why is it there? You didn't ride your bike there. No, the water carried it there, right? So, let's talk about clothing and stuff in the woods. What do animals make their homes out of? When they burrow, when they make nests, right? Whatever they can find. So if you have a fox, let's say, or a bear. Let's say bear because we're in Canada. If there's a bear and he's like, "Ooh, I need something to put in this little hole for, whatever." And they come across a shirt that's blown and on the side of the road and they touch it and they're like, "Oh, that's soft," right? Like it doesn't surprise me that an animal would carry away some type of rag or string
See, I
or
wouldn't have thought
anything
of
like
that.
that because that's what they're known for.
Good answer. Good answer. CBC, that one quickly. That was Brad's from from one of his fires. That was from his yard. Um, so
Oh,
hold
let
on.
me answer that real quick. Let me say this. The key word I see there is burnt. If you
Yeah.
are from the country
Yep.
and you put lighter fluid or gasoline or diesel on a fire to get it going because some of the wood's green, and you have your child's t-shirt out back that is too small for them and they can't wear no more, I'm gonna light that t-shirt on fire and throw it where I put gas and diesel or lighter fluid so that I'm not putting my hand there, right? Because it's gonna blow up, right? So that does not surprise me. Maybe that is different than what people are thinking, but for me, that is where my mind goes to when I heard child and burnt in the same
Mhm,
sentence. And you're in a
mhm,
rural area.
mm, 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 mm. Oh, hey, which reminds me. Um, and I was saying this the other day. When the Suzanne Morphew case happened, and Suzanne was a mother that her husband's charged for the second time for hit the murder of Suzanne Morphew. But at Christmas time, they would they had a tree, right? For Suzanne. And it would all have like little messages from the community, like a little ornament, a little picture of Suzanne. And they did this tree that was Suzanne Morphew's Christmas tree. I was wondering over there in Nova Scotia, or you know what, maybe go to the dollar store and buy yourself a small little tree and put some little, Jack and Lily, how you can just print off some pictures or put some little ornaments with a note for Jack and Lily. But um, I was wondering in, you know, um, that the township there, um, if in that section do they have something like that, like a tree that's kind of set up for people, memory trees and stuff like that. I know that I heard that. I'm not sure if it was Truro that has something about angel trees or something like that, but I just thought that whenever every Christmas, Suzanne Morphew's tree gets decorated, and a lot of it is just by the community that bring ornaments or a little animal to put on the tree, type of stuff like that. Anyways, I was just thinking that that was a really sweet. I probably will be making. I don't know. Don't get ahead of yourself, Sonny. But I would like to make Jack and Lily, like little Christmas tribute video as well. Um, it's going to be a hard one, to be honest with you. Um,
Let's
I did
hope that
one.
you don't have to. Let's hope they're found by then.
Well, yeah, but you know, at the end of the day, people, no matter what they feel, hidden, dead, or I shouldn't say that word. I hate saying that word. Not with us, up in heaven or whatever. Um, Everyone just wants answers, right? I mean, the truth is going to come out one way or the other, but people just want answers, and that's what I hope for the family members. And I don't feel like the answers is going to be a good answer, but it will be an answer, right? No one ever wants to feel like they're in this timeless, feeling inside and of not knowing. It's just horrific. Um, okay. So yeah, so thank you for that about the clothing stuff. I wasn't thinking of. Thank you. Yeah, I had to get away with the grays. They were starting to bug me now. Yeah. Um.
Well,
Yeah.
I think it's
I could.
something people don't think about with being in a rural area. If in
Yeah.
some cases, some states, and I don't know about up there, but my state or my county doesn't, but I know a county that does here in Indiana. They charge you. You get so much trash, right? And if you go over that, they charge you per bag. So maybe, people are burning stuff in the country. I know my dad burnt, I've burnt clothes, I've burnt all kinds of stuff just so that the trash that is taken off is the stuff that can't be burnt, like metal.
Right. You know. Um. Let me. Okay. Let's. You guys put your comments to this as well. Deanna Reiner says, Sonny, do you think RCMP is close to making an arrest?
They're closer than most people know, in my opinion.
It's a hard one to answer. It's, I just feel like they lack the evidence. I feel that they just, that, I feel like they know, um, but I feel like they just lack evidence. But, I mean, there's a lot of things going on here, right? Like, we have Daniel and Malaya who passed 4 questions or were truthful to 4 questions. Um, I thought it was kind of strange because Daniel had said that they were bringing in a specialist to do that. Next thing we know, we hear that 2 police officers, so was both of those flown in or were they just police officers from, I just, there's just so many things that are so strange about this case. But I think the most telling thing about this case is that Daniel Martell, um, his inconsistencies and his, like shine through the whole storyline, the whole timeline is just a mess. And it's a mess. People don't act like this when they're innocent. This is not how people act when they're innocent of knowledge. But I think that they lack evidence. So I'm going to say within 6 months. And If it's not within 6 months, then I'm thinking it might be years down the road. It really just I just in my heart of hearts, go ahead, Melissa.
I feel like that the RCMP, and the reason I say that they're closer than we know, I feel like they have information that they're not, have to be very careful here, that they're not releasing to the public.
Mhm.
And I think they're closer than the typical public knows.
Well, yeah, I mean, Daniel was called in for a reason. And Daniel will try to always minimize everything he does. Um, to me, Daniel's ink. I'll say this again. To come across, and no offense, Daniel, but you're one of the biggest idiots on this side of the planet that I have ever seen, for someone that claims that they're innocent and does everything in the actions of someone who seems like they're guilty. Um, I've never met someone this oblivious to their own perception of who they are. And it's like the blind leading the blind when it comes to Daniel. His actions, what he says, is to me a telltale sign of him not only telling on himself, but he's just so obliviously stupid to his own ignorance because he's such a full-blown narcissist. And I don't know what mommy and daddy issues you got going on, but I think that you're definitely fucked up. And definitely need your anger management from fucking your parents. I think that you need a lot of freaking help and issues. I think that you're a very disturbed individual on the inside. And I think that you're a deviant sexual monster. I think Daniel needs a lot of work. But Daniel, as for the case of Jack and Lily, again, he's what you said, he's either the most guilty, innocent, or innocent guilty. It's just with him, he's just so transparent, and he just how do you not see how badly your perception is, and how much you change your stories, and you lie, and you try to manipulate, and you're heroic, and you're all this stuff. But really, in real Daniel, most people would deem you as a big piece of shit that ever walked the earth. Most people with Daniel's personality, right? The only people that usually fixate or like said to someone like that, are the people that try to fix people all the time, because they don't realize what sort of web that he's bringing them into when they get into a relationship with him. And it all stems from his insecurities. And however those grew into nature and nurture and stuff like that. Daniel, to me, is a very disturbed individual. And I think Amalea is also one very fucked up individual herself. And I say that loosely. I just think that between the two of them, they had a very unhealthy relationship. And I think, honestly, if I had to pick, I think that besides Jack and Lily, I think that Daniel is that monster more so. And I think Malaya was just that fool for staying until we got to the point of 2 children missing. The signs were all there. But if there's one thing I know for sure, is that no matter what, we're all responsible for our own choices. So whether these are choices that Malaya regrets and stuff like that, I really feel that she just left. She left to get away from him, right? She got a text message saying she was being cheated on, right? And stuff like that. Whatever the two of them were doing, regardless, was just a very unhealthy relationship, but it was detrimental to the children. And that's what bugs me most, more than it, like their shit. They have to work on their own shit. But as for the children, um, the children, when you see that they're in this place where meth is being done and they're not really truly being cared for, that one that really truly is a good parent, how they would, get their asses out of bed, I don't know, at 9:40 in the morning, and stuff like that. But that's to say that that timeline is actually truthful. But do you know what I mean? Right from the start, I said, I bet you any money that these children missed a lot of school, called it. Daniel even acknowledged it, and then he made excuses even for that. And it's just excuse after excuse after excuse. But for me, like I said, at the core of it all, um, when this case is not genuine, it's it's a bunch of manipulative bullshit, from both Malaya and Daniel. And I think that we keep seeing that progress as time keeps going on. The more that Malaya doesn't show up for things and hides, and Daniel keeps opening up his mouth and, I mean, and keep contradicting himself. The RCMP is not stupid to what Daniel is doing and what he's
So,
saying.
Sonny, to
Yeah.
expand on what you just said with the RCMP not being stupid and
Oh,
going back
yeah.
to
That answer
something
that.
you said, go ahead.
No, okay. So let me just quickly say this. Root strength. The lawyers are going to be meeting up. So, like I said, there might be people gave, like I think Daniel and Malaya, were both telling when these kind of redactions. That's why we haven't seen them yet, because again, it's the newspaper's lawyer that is the one fighting for the unredacts, right? So, it's like they had to be told, Malaya and Daniel, that they were, pressing for some personal information to be opened up. So again, we're not sure when it's going to come out. And if it does, it's probably going to be like, you know, in a couple weeks here. Because the lawyers, have to still meet up. Okay. The lawyer, right? The lawyer and the RCMP in that. So I'm not expecting anything until maybe in about 2 weeks' time, perhaps. Okay, sorry, Melissa, go ahead.
So everybody wants to say, how Daniel and Malaya and Janie and Cindy and all these people, I think I have that wrong. Anyway, I need to go look at that. Anyway, something just caught my eye. So anyway, they want to talk about how they came back truthful on their polygraph. Okay,
Yeah.
they did. But I think a lot of people failed to read the investigator's notes on it, because the investigator's note said, in part, I do not have reasonable grounds to believe a criminal offense has occurred. And that tells me they
Reasonable
think
grounds.
they know what happened, but they don't have the proof of it yet.
Right.
He's not saying they don't have anything. He's just saying we don't have the reasonable grounds to prove they're lying yet because of XYZ. And that goes back to they're not going to tell us everything. That's again why I think they're possibly a little closer than what we think they are. So, but Melissa, they were home and they were heard. Do you believe that?
Yes.
I'm going to refrain from answering that because it's a very long answer.
Yeah, moving on. No, I just kidding.
Sunny is the only one who knows my true feelings and what I think happened.
Yeah. It still boils down to, at the end of the day, the reason why we're here is for answers for Jack and Lily, regardless of who did what, where the children are or aren't, and stuff like that. All we can do is keep being voices, as a community, showing our love and support to the, family members, to Belinda and stuff like that, keeping the awareness out there. I mean, that's really like the most we can do. I just happen to always like trying to understand the truth amongst when you know that there's lies going on. I just right, it's always these little details. But always kind of what happens is that there comes to a point, and I think that at this moment where we're at, kind of we come to a point where I don't really think like there's a lot more timeline wise we're gonna get, because Daniel, you take him with a grain of salt. Like for me, the whole timeline for me is mostly a wash because I don't believe any of them. So I think it's just a made up timeline to cover the events that truly happened that night, and that it will be a matter of just waiting, waiting for RCMP to, you know, either determine where Jack and Lily are and make an arrest to anyone that's involved in the disappearance of Jack and Lily. Um, and for all you people out there that think that they're hidden, well, either way, right? It's just about where else can you take it, really? Right now, we're kind of at like like that checkmate thing a little bit there, where there's not a lot, like there's stuff to talk about, but there's not. By the same token, I'm not into the drama stuff of behind the scenes crap that goes on. That stuff bores the shit out of me. And I just don't like getting into most of that stuff. Just because it's so drama filled, and I don't do lives based on that type of crap. So the search just happened, and obviously, the stuff to talk about there again. We're waiting for some more documents to hopefully get released soon and stuff like that. But it's kind of like we're just at the point where Daniel has said a lot and he's inserted a lot. And he is, I think, is he been quiet for a while? I think, Daniel. I don't know that. I mean, Daniel will
For the
always come
most
out.
part.
Yeah, like, I mean, the thing is that Daniel will always come out, tries to come out ahead of the game, right? Um, Now I do want to talk a little bit about this. Is that, and because I've seen people say this, so I am going to tackle it and a little bit. So obviously we've saw quite a bit lately with Cheryl and Haley being at the vigil, being at the search. We saw Cindy, Hayden, they were at the search as well. Um, Again, it was nice that Cindy came out for the search. But some people keep saying, oh, I don't trust Cheryl or, and Haley and stuff like that. I've spoken to both of these ladies, and from my personal perspective, both Cheryl and Haley are both in it, regardless of what animosity behind the scenes, um, or maybe how things are handled or done and stuff like that. Um, from talking with them both, they are truly wanting answers to me for Jack and Lily. Haley, no, she has no knowledge. To think that these children are hidden at one time, she was didn't really know. But as time went on, right, and the actions of what she's been watching and stuff like that, they're just not matching up and they're not aligning. But to think that Haley or Cheryl have information that these children are hidden or anything like that, to me, that is an absolute flat zero. Cheryl and Haley, they're not going to show up to no vigils because they don't need to. They're not going to show up to a search if they knew the answers to this. Daniel has tried to constantly blame Haley and point fingers his way. And if you guys don't remember the private Facebook group, and I took the screenshots of it as well, where basically Daniel basically told Haley, well, basically, like if you shut up, then I'll shut up type of thing. Like you don't want me talking to, talking about you, do you, Haley? So basically you shut up and then I'll shut up. And then Haley was like, basically kiss my ass, Daniel. All right, type of thing. Like almost like an LOL factor, and stuff like that. But Daniel keeps trying to just push it and push it. But I can just say myself that between the two of them, regardless how anyone feels, to me, there's where you feel that people are truly doing it because they care about children. Haley has a son of her own, and no, he was not at the search. Um, and as a mother, anyone that's a parent or has nieces and nephews, you could never imagine. So I know I do not see that these two are playing games. People are like, oh, like I think Cheryl's sus or Haley's sus and stuff like that. I'm the one that has spent time in talking to both of them, more so Haley, but both of them. And there's nothing in there at all that even remotely tingles some, spidey web going off. What I see is two people like Belinda, like Chelsea, and probably even like Cindy that just want answers for Jack and Lily, and where the truth lies. I think that, like I said, it was nice to see Cindy there, but I just feel like I've seen quite a few comments lately because Haley and Cheryl are kind of in the spotlight there a little bit more so now. And I see Mike Dammons made a nice little thumbnail with her face on it from a couple days ago and stuff like that. Oh, which reminds me. Okay, so anyways, and so I just thought I'd tackle that for a minute just because it's not like most of you guys are the ones sitting there talking. Some of you maybe perhaps, but most of you aren't. So I'm just telling you as someone that likes to keep it real, and I read between the lines, I listen to what somebody has to say. To me, absolutely Cheryl and Haley. No knowledge of where Jack and Lily are besides wanting answers as well. Um let me just ask you while I'm on this path. Mike Dowman had showed a video with Jordan Geddes, and he was recording him obviously, and Jordan wasn't stupid either. But anyways, starts flipping off using every probably F word out there possible, and at Mike Damon. Now I do want to say this. I don't know who stuttered more, Mike Damon or Damon or whatever, or Daniel Martell, because I really felt that Jordan Geddes, or I think he said it's Geddes. I felt like he just kept over talking Mike, absolutely, and kind of like calling him, on his bullshit. I personally felt like Mike was very unprepared for that type of talk because I felt like he was stumbling over his own tongue, and there were so many things he could have said, but I just felt like I really watched that and just walked away from it going, what did he even resolve from that? Because there was so many things he could have asked Jordan, but I just felt like he wasn't prepared because he normally does videos and he talks about everybody and things versus having like a one-on-one like that. And Jordan Geddes was having none of it. They started softening up, at the thing. But I just really felt like Mike was tripping over his own tongue and he didn't know. He just kept repeating himself. What did you think of it when we were watching it somewhat?
I think it was counterproductive. I don't think anything got resolved, and Mike was not prepared for the way that went. He thought that was going to go a whole different way in his head.
Maybe.
Jordan came prepared with every curse word in the book, or at least a good 98% of them. And I think he even at one point made up a few of his own. But yeah, I don't think it went like they thought it was going to.
Around 10 to 12. Yeah, I mean, that's just like, Mike Damon has no problem putting me down and giving Charmaine credit for everything. I could send him something and he'll thank Charmaine for it. Now, no offense to Charmaine, she knows that, but he's like, he's always like when he's taking your information. Now he was like, not very nice, and so I told him so. Because I feel like him. He's very arrogant about his own himself. Anyways, very arrogant, and quite the asshole, to be honest with you. But he does his own thing. It's not my cup of tea anymore. I used to listen to him. Now I just don't. Now he just bores me. But I did watch that. And I actually really felt kind of bad for Jordan. He said he lost his 7 to 8 year relationship, lost his job, but then he kind of double talked himself on that as well, because he said something about stress leave, but also saying lost job. So is he getting paid for stress leave like Daniel was? Blah, blah, blah.
Pull the Janie. I lost everything.
Well, the thing is that Janie is one of the people on the property, where the children went missing. I don't personally believe Jordan Geddes has anything to do with this besides besides Jordan kissing Daniel's ass about how great he is, which is, sorry, dude, you're freaking got blinders on. But I did feel kind of bad because, like Darren put himself in the middle of all this without knowing what he was getting. Now, Jordan didn't have to come out and attack me. Hi, Steffers. This case is a new meaning to no brainer. Yep. Yeah. No, I'm not it's not, I don't mind some of it, but after a while, I just know, the thing is that honestly, for me, for this channel, most of the information always comes from, family members, right? So I don't really need his information. I mean, if like Jordan Geddes, I don't really think that he's involved in it and stuff like that. That was just more of a, venting and cursing out, type of idea. I think it was, he learned a little bit about his personal life, perhaps. And then he kind of said 5 weeks and 2 weeks and stuff like that. He's not my cup of tea. Probably because he's too busy shitting on me half the time, probably. But it's just not my cup of tea personally. And not that I think that he does a bad job on it and stuff like that. It's just that I got ADHD, man. I can't sit there and listen to someone talk for like I can't even watch my own damn lives back, okay? I can usually give 10 or 15 minutes to watching a channel typically. And then I just, usually I'm gone. I'm so glad. Thanks, Shannon. But, I don't want to take away, because if you guys watch him, that's perfectly fair. It doesn't matter who you guys watch. I was just thinking about that one the other day, though.
So, Sunny,
but
Patriot Girl has said it twice now, and she added you the second time. So I think she's trying to get your attention with this comment. I seen it the first time and was going to say something. At Sunny, Jordan blames others, but he has to take accountability for his actions and words. And you're correct, he does. But I think for me, I don't know about you, Sunny, but for me, I don't think Jordan had anything to do with this. However, Jordan is just like his dad. He's placing himself in it. If he would sit back and shut his mouth, people would leave him alone.
What? Yeah, 1 sec.
You're awesome. Thank you. Thank you, Sunny and Melissa, for keeping this case alive. You are amazing people.
Thanks, Cheryl. I feel like there's a lot of Cheryls. I'm sitting there going, oh, which one's this one? Thanks, Cheryl. I don't know why YouTube's doing this with all this funky XUTVG, right, Ben? Um, thank you so much for your kindness there, Cheryl. And it's because of all of us, Again, if it wasn't for you guys that watch and care about cases and stuff like that, that help propel them into the algorithm, um, it's just all of us together trying to make a difference. I have a platform, but anybody could have a platform if they really wanted to, and some people just, it's not their thing, but yet it's my thing in a sense, meaning I have no problem talking about anything or whatever, to be honest with you. But, in this situation, it does take an army to, keep cases going and keep them out there in the forefront. And I think that the news has even done a really good job. And sorry, the person on the screen is Elijah Vu. It's because about 40 minutes ago, I said we were going to watch part of this video, and I still haven't played it yet. And it's by Hunter S. True Crime, and basically the similarities. Because if I'm not mistaken, Elijah Vu, is that the one with the door where they were using the door? Just trying to remember, because it was Elijah Vu's case, right? With the back sliding door as well. Pretty sure pretty sure that one is where the same kind of similarities.
I didn't really follow Elijah's case.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. As soon as the information, as soon as he wasn't getting it, then he went back. But whatever. I mean, I don't dislike Mike, by the way. Again, it's kind of like probably even on here. How many times can you listen to the same stuff, really? I mean, it becomes repetitive, right? Because there's not a lot new going on. We're almost at the 7-month mark. I mean, I just enjoy doing lives when I can, just so I can be around you guys, right? Cover a case, but by the same token, you guys, like I said, it's like, for me, it's a crime and shame family, or people that come in, and it just feels like you guys fill up my, my people love cup that way. So it's kind of like getting the best of both worlds for me, except for I'm kind of into the Christmas stuff and these cheesy Hallmark things. CBC, I will find out about it. Will probably be a nasty man to be abused. Horrific case. Oh, okay. Hi, Carla. Okay. Sunny needs to be hairdresser. No, yeah, right. Oops. Oh, look at you. You look like a man. No, one day I might paint and do true crime, because I do like to paint. And I ought to do a painting for my boss for Christmas, because she has 2 of my paintings that are really 2 of my favorite, top 3 anyway. And so I need to make her a matching one to go on her wall there. Anyways, let's watch a little bit of this, you guys. Okay. And again, just quickly, thank you, Cheryl, again. Stepher's 4 months. Thank you guys all for who's ever still a member here, or if you've ever received a membership. Memberships are always cool. If you ever donate or do donate memberships, I always like to think of it as like paying it forward, because yeah, you're helping the channel, but by the same token, you're giving somebody else a little gift that's not too expensive at all. And so I got a gifted one for Nietzsche's. I got one I saw the other day. Someone, I got one gifted to me from her channel. And then I think she has a members live, so might go check that out later. Okay, let's just watch. Okay, let's watch a little bit of this. I'm gonna put it on.
It was Vang who
Hold on.
reported Elijah missing at about 11 a.m. on February 20th. Vang told investigators he went to take a nap at about 8 o'clock that morning. He said Elijah was in the room when he fell asleep, but had vanished when Vang woke up 3 hours later.
At this point, there's no evidence to suggest that Elijah was abducted, and we have no evidence that he had simply walked off.
New clue in the search for 3-year-old Elijah Vu. Two Rivers police confirmed searchers found a red and white plaid blanket that belonged to Elijah. They found that blanket earlier in the investigation. The news today is that they confirmed the blanket is his. Investigators say they found it on a rural road 3.7 miles from the apartment where Elijah was reported missing.
Today, an Amber Alert went out, burned into Jody's memory. But what really stuck out, how her daughter reacted.
She was calm. I think the investigators that called me that night said she was cold. Whether she was detached or in denial, I don't know. It was the mama bear, the anger, the instinct, the hysteria that was missing that it just hit me wrong.
I looked on Facebook and I saw the picture of the mother, real pretty woman with 2 kids. They looked happy. And I looked at the porch and I'm like, oh my God, that's my sister's.
This area had been searched several times, as had been reported, by law enforcement searches, by private searches, by the landowner, by air, and with various search and rescue teams. Despite all those previous efforts and throughout different conditions and changing seasons, we continued searching and even had continued searches scheduled as early as next week. What started out as a search for a missing boy is now a death investigation.
Yeah, reported missing by his mom's boyfriend Jesse at 11 a.m. Tuesday, February 20th, 2024.
He indicated that the child was in his care,
So cute.
and that on that morning he had gone to bed and brought the child with him into his room, closed the door, and that he woke up again at 11 o'clock in the morning and the child was missing.
Again, this is Hunter S. True Crime. Let's say Elijah's mom, Katrina, had dropped him off at Jesse's apartment 8 days earlier.
The past hour, an Amber Alert for a missing 3-year-old boy.
I want you to take a look at your screen. This is Elijah Vu. The alert from the Wisconsin Department of Justice says Elijah vanished from his home in Two Rivers, just north of Manitowoc. His caregiver told police they last saw him around 8 a.m. Elijah is 3 feet tall and was wearing a gray sweatpants, a long sleeve, dark colored shirt, and red and green dinosaur slip-on shoes.
Tuesday night, 12 News was there when investigators collected a small slip-on shoe with dinosaurs on it outside this Two Rivers apartment building. Investigators also going through the building's dumpster. Online court records showing the man under arrest lives in the building.
Gonna slow it down just a bit in chat, just so we can.
The search for a missing 3-year-old in Two Rivers now moves into its 2nd day.
We don't want to think about the bad stuff that may possibly have happened to him, and we're hopeful.
Words can't explain what we're going through. I know our hearts are very heavy right now at this time. You know, we're all trying to be very hopeful.
Mother of a missing 3-year-old under arrest and in court. 12 News has learned Katrina Bauer and a man, Jesse Vang, are being held on child neglect charges related to the disappearance of Elijah Vu.
On at least 2 occasions during interviews, she has provided false information on her whereabouts during the past week. She intentionally sent that child for disciplinary reasons for more than a week to the residence. She was aware of the tactics used and the lack of care provided.
It's now been 50 hours since authorities issued an Amber Alert for Elijah Vu. News Chopper 12 flew over Calumet County today.
News Chopper 12 capturing exclusive video of FBI agents in hazmat suits searching a landfill in Calumet County. Heavy machinery working near a blue tent. The FBI telling 12 News they're assisting Two Rivers police in their investigation of the missing boy, but would not say what, if anything, they found.
Chief, do you have the suspects right now? And where are the mother and father in all of this?
Sorry, we're not going to take any questions at this time. Thank you.
Heartbroken relatives are desperate to know more about Elijah's disappearance.
Our heart is still so heavy about it, and we really just want him found and safe and back home.
Day 5 in the search for a missing 3-year-old Wisconsin boy. The search effort spanning multiple counties tonight. Dive teams searched waterways in 2 rivers today, while police, FBI agents, and volunteers combed a wooded area near where Elijah was last seen. Elijah's mother, Katrina Bauer, and a man named Jesse Vang are both accused of child neglect. Prosecutors say Bauer would send her son to Vang's home for discipline.
I'm not going to bother to read that.
Family and I are requesting a no cash bail. They are the last 2 to have seen our baby Elijah.
Immediately following the hearings,
so we are searching the shooting park area, upper and lower.
Elijah's relatives continued their search for the boy throughout Manitowoc.
He's just a child, and, he's helpless. He's harmless, and just thinking of, where he could be, what kind of state he is in, just hoping that he's safe.
To those who may have information, your assistance is just not a contribution, but a lifeline of hope.
At this point, there's no evidence to suggest that Elijah was abducted, and we have no evidence that he had simply walked off.
Says at 10 p.m. that day, Elijah was reported missing. Go figure, 10. Different p.m., but did they literally just showed him there?
Two Rivers police say they now have a vehicle of interest in connection to the case. It's this car, a 1997 beige Nissan Altima, with a license plate that starts with an A and ends with a 0. Police have it in their possession tonight, but detectives now need the public's help finding surveillance video of the car from February 19th between 2 and 9 p.m. That's the day before Elijah went missing. The 3-year-old had been staying at the home of his mother's boyfriend, Jesse Vang, at this Two Rivers apartment building.
Yeah, Marie, the remains were
Now,
found.
according to officials, the boy's mother sent him to that home so he could learn to, quote, be a man. Elijah's mother, 31-year-old Katrina Bauer, left her son in the care of a 39-year-old man named Jesse Vang. Vang told authorities that he was trying to correct Elijah's bad behavior, adding that the 3-year-old was afraid of him. Vang said he used timeouts to discipline Elijah, where he was forced to stand for 1 to 3 hours and required to pray. Documents also said Vang forced Elijah to take a cold shower and regularly threatened him with cold water for not complying. The boy's mother told police she left Elijah with Vang on February 12th and intended to pick him up on February 23rd. During that week, authorities say Bauer lied to police about her whereabouts twice. Her cell phone data proves it, they say, and gives investigators a clearer picture of her movement. On Tuesday, February 13th at about 9:30 p.m., Bauer messages Vang about meeting up for sex at his apartment in Two Rivers. Hours later, during the early morning hours of Wednesday, February 14th, Bauer arrives at Vang's apartment at about 2:35 a.m. According to the amended criminal complaint, she leaves her 6-year-old daughter, who has autism, in the car alone for about an hour when temperatures were near freezing. At 3:13 a.m., investigators say Bauer took a photo of Elijah lying on a bed. He had a, quote, blindfold over his eyes, appears to have bruising on his jawline and neck on the left side, as well as bruising on his upper left arm. The photo was deleted at about 4:12 a.m.
Data shows Bauer leaving Two Rivers minutes after that. On Thursday, February 15th, a photo is shared on Facebook Messenger between Bauer and Vang. It shows Elijah wearing what appears to be a full diaper, standing in the corner with his hands in a praying position. On Friday, February 16th, Bauer told authorities she left Wisconsin Dells at about 6 or 7 that evening. Phone data shows she arrived in Manitowoc at about 11 p.m. Minutes later, she called Vang and stopped at Quick Trip. Around midnight, Bauer arrives at Vang's apartment. She told authorities she saw Elijah on the couch, but he was tired. On Saturday, February 17th at about 12:30 a.m., Bauer and Vang go to Manitowoc. Vang goes into Saucy's bar alone, while Bauer goes to Quick Trip. According to surveillance photos, police don't see a child in the vehicle. Police confirmed Bauer's 6-year-old daughter stayed in Wisconsin Dells, but Elijah was supposed to be in their care. At 1:55 a.m., Bauer and Vang go back to his apartment in Two Rivers. At 5 a.m., Bauer leaves Two Rivers and goes back to Wisconsin Dells. About 24 hours later, Sunday, February 18th, Vang messages Bauer at 4:36 a.m., telling her she needs to trust him in his decisions to discipline Elijah, saying, quote, "He did fear me, but he didn't respect me. Now I'm making him respect me." 2 days later, on February 20th, Vang calls 911 to report Elijah missing at about 11 a.m. 3 weeks later, he remains missing.
I have known Katrina Bauer longer than anyone else, as I am her mother. At this time, I am asking the court to deny any bond modification for a multitude of reasons. I understand bond is not meant to be a punishment, but as an assurance to appear. While you have access to some of Katrina's records, there are records in other states, including Nevada and California, you are not seeing. She has contacts in other states that may be willing to assist her depending on the story she is telling. Her story always depends on her audience. At this time, rather than aligning in locating her son, she feels the need to reiterate what a good guy Jesse is and is fully defending him and his actions. By aligning with him, she could potentially have access to his extended family and ability to flee the area. Katrina routinely will blame anyone and everyone for what happens without taking responsibility for her actions. It goes without saying she is incapable of making appropriate judgments in everyday life, which is likely being available for future court dates and questioning. Katrina has no ties to the community. When I asked her why she would go back to Jesse, she stated, "I felt alone." I can assure you she is well aware of resources available, but she chose not to use them. She severed her relationship with me in October of 2022, so there is no family in the area. Katrina has struggled with depression and anxiety for many years, has a history of erratic behavior. I don't feel it's worth the risk to lower her bond, especially as victim has not been found and many questions are unanswered. She does need to be held accountable for what rules out in the future. And I feel releasing her, she would be a flight risk. I have been the victim on her verbal and emotional abuse for a very long time. If the court finds any reason to reduce her bail, I would like to be assured of my peace and safety with a court-ordered no contact and
Stop it there because I'm not going to watch like a whole thing, but okay, it wasn't like Elijah Vu's case I know about, but I don't think that was the one with the sliding glass door, or was it? God, there's a few cases around the same time. Michael Monkey Vaughn. Well, I think it was Michael Monkey Vaughn that it was a sliding glass door and stuff like that as well. But either or, oh my God, you guys, just yes, similarities for sure. There's a lot of similarities to a lot of these cases, and that's why, that's why again, like the hidden theory, although some people still want to believe that. Again, it's really not. It's not a logical line of thinking. That it would escalate as much as it did. Trafficking. Okay. I could handle the line of trafficking more than I could handle the line of hidden, even though I don't believe that that's the case because of Malaya's actions. Trafficking would involve money, that you're doing it for the purpose of gaining, money to get rid of the kids and stuff like that. But that doesn't make sense whatsoever. For the fact that it doesn't, probably nothing to show that line, but Malaya leaving and then taking down all Daniel's pictures, that doesn't show with a line of somebody trafficking, that she's out there selling off the kids and stuff like that. So most cases are like this, and it's so hard. What a gorgeous little boy. And just to think what he went through in that home just is absolutely just appalling. Imagine Jack and Lily. Like I said, for all we've heard, Daniel Malaya should be doing just a walk of shame, regardless, about trying to convince us in Malaya's video that they were always being basically monitored, that they were, underneath their supervision. But yet, by the same token, she makes statements that whenever the kids did get out in the morning, that Janie would give her a call. So there you go, right then and there. Why? Because their asses couldn't get out of bed. Like, seriously, Daniel's working 1 day a week. I can understand that usually it's the mother that takes on the role of the child and stuff like that. But most people say that, like, Daniel was, whenever they went around, that he was never home. And a lot of people don't have nothing good to say about Daniel. About Daniel and the type of person he is. Probably his best supporter, and I think you guys can gather that from Jordan Geddes, was how much basically everyone basically is, doesn't really talk to him, and that, there's probably a reason for that as well, right? If people know Daniel a lot more intimately than what we know of Daniel, besides his presence on the on social media and stuff like that, those people will know Daniel's true colors, and who Daniel is, the drugs that he's done, the stuff that he's done. And he might be, I'm sure he has some good traits somewhere in there, about him. But most people, scared of Daniel, don't really have a lot of good things to say about him. And Daniel's trying to portray, that he's just doing everything he can to search from. Was Monkey the front door? Okay. So who was the sliding glass door? I don't know why it's eluding me. Was it No. Was it Elijah Vu? Yeah. Was it Elijah Vu? There's another case that's coming to my head with a similar. He looks similar to Elijah Vu. Such a gorgeous little boy living in a house of horrors. Can you believe? That's what I don't understand. I just couldn't even fathom that your punishment is sticking your child in a cold shower. Reminds me of that story last year. I can't think of the case, but where the mother would put the son in an ice bath and make him stay there. Just crazy what people do.
Shonda Vander Ark.
Yeah, that was the one I was talking about. Yeah, crazy, right? When you see a little face like Elijah Vu's on the screen, or you see Jack and Lily's face or any child's face, to sit there and even put your mind in that space of picturing what the babies live like, or they had to go through, and yet this picture of this, Elijah Vu with that beautiful smile on his face, and yet he was an abused child, I think of the passenger, eight passengers. There's just so many cases, but the bottom line is that they're trying to be deceptive. They're trying to lie. They're trying to say all this stuff, right? With Elijah Vu and to me, Jack and Lily's case is the same. Is that when you have deception in front of you and you have the awkwardness or the weirdness of what the mother's doing, this isn't a natural progression of how people that truly want answers would act or react like. And to me, that's just like so bright-eyed and staring at me right in the face, that it's just hard not to look past that, because it's just not normal. I don't like, how would anyone deem Malaya's actions or Daniel's actions as considered normal or sincere or genuine? I don't understand that, because the RCMP are not their friends. They're there to solve a case. And when they see antics like this going on, obviously it's going to be sus to them as well. Well, I think that between all of them is that whenever there's drugs or illegal activities and different things going on, you're not going to find too many honest people, to be honest, out there. So it's going to be hard to trust, right? But in this particular case, the people that I especially don't trust is Daniel and Malaya. Janie, she was on the property, but she wasn't responsible for Jack and Lily. But I believe she has knowledge. Absolutely. Stop giving out baby bonuses. Odd how they were sleeping, but Daniel has been in the chats as early as 7 a.m. Has been in the yeah. Well, whatever is he gonna do? Honestly. Well, now he's, I guess, working full time, so I don't know how much he sees Meadow and that anymore, because of him going, I guess, back to work full time. Well, money doesn't grow on trees. You still do have to have a living, but it's been over half a year. It's not hard to drop a child off at a door. I know, right? But the one I want to go back over again is, whoops, where did I take us? Where did we go? High Countryside Wildflowers. Thank you for being here. If you could, just hit the like, and thank you so much. Let's see. And this one has in a recent interview. Why is
Thursday didn't have enough details, and we think you did something to the kids Thursday night. And I asked them, like, what are you talking about? Like, I just ran through whole Thursday and Wednesday with you. Like, we just spent the last 20 minutes talking. And there's not enough detail because I thought it was an ordinary day.
So it says Malaya, spelt name wrong, said Daniel stayed up, that he was going to clean the house for her, but it wasn't clean when she got up. So she doesn't know what he did. Normally, he did little projects around the house at night and fix things. So, Melissa, I'll let you talk about this one again a little bit just to catch people, because Malaya had already talked about cleaning up the house that day, and that she was overstimulated on her phone and whatever, or she was playing on her phone because she was overstimulated or something. But anyway, from what? Doing a dish? Go ahead, Melissa.
So he's right. Hunter, have you been looking at the document? So something I highlighted to go back to, I guess, kind of in the court documents on page 9 of the one at 38 pages, section 19C4, Malaya said in the evening she was going to do more cleaning, but that she was tired and that the kids were watching TV. She put Jack and Lily to bed first and then herself. So she was going to do more cleaning because before that on Thursday, she cleaned the house, according to her. And at one point, she scrolled on her phone because she was overstimulated. So then she said in a little bit further down, pretty much the next sentence, because it was section 19C5, she said that Daniel was going to stay up and clean the house for her, but it wasn't clean when she got up. Well, first of all, how dirty is your house that it has to be cleaned throughout the entire day?
It's only a freaking trailer, man. Right? It's not like it's a 5-bedroom freaking luxury home. It's a dilapidated trailer. So how much cleaning?
Exactly. And that's why I highlighted it. Because it's like you don't have this big mansion, right, where it would take you days on end to clean it. You have a small trailer. And we already know that in all of that cleaning, she didn't put away any clothes. So what was she cleaning? I don't understand. So it struck me as odd that, 3 different times, literally in sentence 2, she said she cleaned the house, but was overstimulated. So she had to just stop and scroll on her phone. And then that evening she did more cleaning. So in sentence 2 of the section, she had to clean the house, but was cleaning the house, but stopped on Thursday, right? And scrolled on her phone because she was overstimulated. In answer 4, so sentence 4, she was doing more cleaning while the kids were watching TV. But by sentence 5, the house wasn't clean and Daniel needed to clean it while he was but normally he would just be up fixing things.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, it stuck out to me too. So Hunter, were you looking at the document and seeing I had that highlighted?
He already had done this one weeks ago. His video, this was done a month ago on there.
I know I was just giving him a hard time. But for it to stick out to more than one person, I give credit. Most people didn't read the documents, right? They did not read the court documents. Well, the good thing about my document is I literally went through the court documents and told you what was said, and it makes it a lot easier to follow because it's divided by section. But how many times do you have to clean your dilapidated trailer? Everything was perfectly in place. Remember, Daniel said everything was perfectly in place on Friday morning. There were no chairs pulled out. There was no food on the counter. There were no dishes. Right? Everything was perfectly in place. Well, if everything was perfectly in place, then why did you have to clean the house all day long? And then still have stuff for Daniel to do, but you didn't bother putting away the clothes because that was obviously too much.
Because the clothes were done on Wednesday, right? The clothes were done on Wednesday at Patty's house, and she didn't put them away then, and she didn't put them away, I believe, on Thursday either.
Yes, because Thursday is when she did all this cleaning,
right?
Supposedly.
And then you listen to Wade, who basically says like the dishes on, even Belinda has said too, so meaning, Belinda, are you still in chat or not? She might be gone now, but Belinda even said when she went in there, right? She was like, I said, did the outside or the inside look just as bad as the outside? And she said yes. So Belinda was there on the 3rd, right? And so, I mean, if Malaya was doing all this cleaning, is cleaning considered just shoving shit underneath the bed and kicking it and throwing it into the oven, and stuff like that, like surface cleaning, or what?
Well, how I shared with you my theory on what happened. Now take into account this. We were cleaning all day and put that in there. all night.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, gotcha. You know, trust. I've seen a
Just
life of
saying.
drug use. It's drugs first, nothing second, right? Yeah, I'm sure that's like all his little tinkering, And yeah, I mean, don't forget, I mean, drugs they were in the bathroom as well. I know that we not necessarily saw a picture of it, because that key fob, which he lied about the key fob as well. But that was just what that little device was, and I guess, yeah, okay, plasma light or what for your meth, you know. Shit. I remember when Daniel was saying that he didn't do drugs. Darren had said all he knew was that he might, tweak a little pot, but as for the heavy stuff or something like that, and Daniel kept like denying about even doing drugs, basically, eh? And then next thing you know, in the article we're reading that he admits to, this and that and this and all that stuff. And I think I even seen a post where he's like, I didn't have to take anger management or something like that. And I'm just like, you sure, bud? You think that the Globe and Mail just pulled that one out of their ass and stuff like that? But to me, like I said, this whole between Daniel and Malaya, I don't know. There's just the two of them. It's thank you, Conscious. Yeah, how to get rid of those grays, eh? I will play. I'm still thinking it's a rack and not math. But this is because this is what I've seen. The sleeping, taking shit apart. I see. Crack. Okay. Well, I mean, Malaya's the one that said it was meth, right? Who knows? Was it just meth? Was it more? Who knows? Yeah, I had to look at that again and go, it's not rack. What's rack? Seeing that the C was left off there. Okay. Let's see. Malaya said that come on. This is like
I went to bed actually a lot later than Malaya did, I think.
Okay, hold on. Let's just go back to that for a second. Okay. Malaya said she was not woken up throughout the night and does not know when Daniel came to bed. Okay. Wow. That would be a lie, wouldn't it, Malaya? That would be a lie. Right, Malaya? So you know that. And this is where those little pieces crumble. And that they just, right? Because again, these people are not smart. It's not like they, to me, had all this time to, sit there and have it down like an exact script. But it was almost like when you have the gist of the story, but then it's the fine details that break down, throughout it. So again, Malaya said that she was not woken. So when you told people, Malaya, that you woke up and Daniel was doing meth in the bathroom, when you told people that, is that now inaccurate, or are you just omitting, the truth here? And I think that we would, I'm wondering about that though, because in part of the unredacted, Malaya says this, right? So at what point in, say, the statement, if maybe it's not even in there, does Malaya talk about Daniel and waking up? But so, yeah, so she's saying that she did not wake out throughout the night and doesn't know when Daniel came to bed. Well, again, that would be different from the other words that she would have been saying as well. So that would, to me, is just another contradictory thing of trying to cover up, trying to hide the truth regardless about the drugs. Okay, Daniel said he thought he went to
I went
bed.
to bed actually.
Oh yeah. Okay. Right. Okay. Could be the meth or the crack, whatever you want to say. Daniel said he thought he went to bed fairly early that night and didn't wake up until it was light the next morning. Yeah, Daniel doesn't remember anything because it was just a normal Thursday. Yet he couldn't even get Thursday and Wednesday, in those documents correct because right, he had them messed up, but Daniel couldn't remember if the children were awake or not. But then Daniel said that he thought that he went to bed early, but then he claims, and again, it's just the inconsistencies because they forget shit about their lives. When you have to lie, obviously then the truth starts weeding its way out there. And that's again what happened here, because obviously Daniel has clearly told us that he went to bed late and he turned on the light for Jack and Lily at just after 12 o'clock. Still thinks that that's the first he does for some reason. But anyways, on the second, and says that Jack and Lily were under the covers, that he didn't see what they were wearing. That's a very curious thing that Daniel does make that claim, that they were under the covers. So their room was divided according to them, right? Because I think it was what was it? Because the children just wouldn't go to sleep properly, basically, and keep talking and playing and stuff like that. So anyway, they put a divider in that room for Jack and Lily. But when Daniel talks, it's like, again, he puts on the switch, he says, and he says that the children were under the covers. So from head to toe, the children were underneath the covers, like including their head, like they both fell asleep like that. I call bullshit. But I think that Daniel's inserting that there for a reason. There's always a reason when Daniel's inserting something. But again, Daniel said he thought he went to bed early, right? But he's saying he thought, because Daniel, it's just an ordinary day for Daniel.
A lot later than Malaya did, I think. Like Malaya was already asleep when I came into bed. I remember flicking on the light for the kids at 12 at night, or a little bit after 12, so a little bit after midnight, and both of the kids were fast asleep under the covers.
Let's listen to that again.
I did, I think. Like Malaya was already asleep.
Hold on. 1 second.
I went to bed actually a lot later than Malaya did, I think. Like Malaya was.
So went a lot later to bed than Malaya did. According to Malaya, because that was about 9 o'clock, and then there's 10 o'clock there about putting the kids down. That's from Thursday night, right? Yeah. That was from Thursday. It kind of goes into 9, then to 10. Okay.
I was already asleep when I came into bed. I remember flicking on the light for the kids at 12 at night, or a little bit after 12, so a little bit after midnight. And
okay, so then what does he deem as early? 2 a.m.? What does he deem it as early? Because he thought he went to bed early that night, but I remember flicking on the lights at 12 o'clock. So what does he deem early as? That he normally goes to sleep at 5 a.m.? Freaking doing his drugs or stuff like that? I don't know. Under the covers, fast asleep. Everyone's sleeping. Everyone. Janie, Malaya, Daniel, the children. Everybody has a sleep story going on here. On there, let's see here.
And both of the kids were fast asleep under the covers.
Fast asleep under the covers. All right. Probably should. Hold on. What did that say? 2 of Martell's neighbors reported hearing a vehicle. So that's Brad and Justin from the property Thursday between 12 to 5 a.m. Justin's was at 1:30, and Brad's the one that said sometime after 12 and to 5 a.m. Haven't been able to confirm these reports, which we know.
He said your Thursday and all the way leading into Friday morning, there's not enough detail. And I said to him that Thursday was just an ordinary day until I woke up on Friday morning. And that's when like life changed. There was nothing like life changing on Thursday.
There was nothing life changing about Thursday. What about the argument? Did you forget about the argument? You forgot about the drugs there, Daniel? But because nothing was life changing, nothing was really different. Because, you know, every day I pretty much did my math. You know, Malaya, she's such a useless person that I was doing everything, you know. But what the heck, Daniel? Why didn't you clean up that night? Considering Malaya already said that she did. And let me just ask you this, Melissa. That stupid wrench story about the door and the bear. So you're telling me that you're going to put a wrench on top of the door, and typically this wrench, when you open the door, would probably fall out because the whole point, like, so we don't lock the back door for the kids, but we stick a wrench in the front door. So that's how I knew that the kids, but so they don't do anything to stop the kids from going out the backside.
Right. That, I mean, not only did they not stop the kids from going out the back, and me personally, I would have had a board or something there. I mean, at least it's
Well, that's
something.
what I always had.
But
a board.
He couldn't even get the front door straight, right? Like
Well,
one
go ahead,
moment.
say that. So go ahead and tell that about the front door. Okay, go ahead.
So in the court documents at one point, he says that he was looking for the kids and he opened the front door, and that on Thursday he put a wrench on top, keyword there is top, of the door. And it did not fall down when he opened the door on Friday, but I thought he couldn't open the door at one point, right? Because he says he couldn't open the door. So
yeah.
Then he knows that they didn't go out through the front door because it was there. When he went to go get his keys to get in the Pathfinder to go look for the kids, he couldn't get into the front door, so he had to go around back, but he went out the front door. But I thought the front door couldn't open. Hold on a minute. I thought you had a wrench or a bolt shoved in there. You're not keeping your story straight here, Daniel. And then at another time, he said he tried to go through the front door, but it was locked. Well, if it was locked and it had the ability to lock and stay shut, then why did you need a wrench or a bolt to go in said front door to keep it from opening? Keep your story straight here, Daniel. But he couldn't go out the front door. Then again, in the court documents, he says the last three were on the Drunk Turkey show. But in the court documents, again, he said that he couldn't go out the front door because he had jammed a wrench or a bolt. Well, those are two totally different things. A wrench is used on a bolt, okay? They are two totally different things. In there to make sure that the door didn't open. But I thought he said multiple times he went out the back or he went out the front door. Keep your story straight, Daniel. And then again, the very same section that he's talking about how he couldn't go out the door because the wrench was shoved in it. He's like, well, I had to rip it open. And the metal piece fell to the floor. Well, now, according to Malaya, in her court documents, she said that when he opened the front door, that piece did not fall. So they can't keep their story straight on the front door at all by any means. It just isn't possible.
Yep. Well, and if you guys, like I said, because again, it is hard to always listen to because it's back and forth to what Daniel said this time or that time. But right, it didn't make sense at all. 1 second, sorry. How he's talking about going in the front door, but it was locked. But yet it's got a wrench on it. So how is it? But you said it's locked, right? And it's just like what, 4 different ways of saying it, kind of like Malay and the cell phone thing. It's just, it's hard to keep up with, right? But it's all those little things that matter
It is hard to keep up with study, but we could even narrow this down to just 2 statements from Daniel, right? Both in court documents. Let's take the DT show and that horrid interview that he did, right? Let's take that out of it and just read the court document. On page 13 of 38 in section 20.
Oh, Daniel.
The wrench was on top of the door. But in section 22, he had the wrench jammed in the front door. So which is it? Is it on top of it or is it jammed in it? Let's break that down because there's no way that both, I guess you could have one on top and one in the door. Okay. So it's not that there's no way it's not possible.
But he didn't
But
say
to
anything
have
about
that
two, right?
same wrench on top, exactly. To have the same wrench on top and jammed in, it doesn't make any sense. They can't keep their story straight.
Well, that's just it. They can't keep it straight in a lot of ways. I mean, Malaya, even in the documents, basically saying that, yeah, Daniel he never hurt me or anything like that, and lots of times women lie, especially to protect their man, because they don't want to deem them as something but they already know that they are, in a sense. And most times, a lot of times women will lie, because, well, I mean, I did the same thing, right, with my abusive ex there with the Dion, but it's kind of like I can see Malaya in the documents, but yet her wording to me was that he typically picked on Jack and sometimes Lily. And we all know that that's toned down, right? The picked on thing. And that, about holding her to try to grab the phone whenever she said she was going to leave him, and that he pushed her up against a wall, but then he apologized, right? He pushed me up against the wall, but then he apologized. Of course he's sorry after that. So they all freaking say, freaking abusers. Like I said, just Malaya, Daniel.
It was a normal day. So therefore, there was nothing detailed that needed to be remembered that day until Friday morning.
Okay, and that's when it's talking about the neighbor hearing the vehicle, which is Justin, around 1:30, 1 a.m. to 1:30. And he was at the KOA here, Justin.
And then that's when I asked him, do you know anything on the case? And he said, not really. I've seen you on the news once. And that kind of alarmed me, or, shocking, because you're having somebody that's trying to get you to admit to something and they don't know any details. So therefore, my Thursday didn't have any details. Your knowledge of the case didn't have any details.
Your knowledge of the case didn't have any details. He's such an arrogant mofo. And that's the when they're talking about Brad on there. What is it? Are you talking about where Root Strength says American Justice? I would like to hear your opinion.
Yeah, because I said I have an idea of how this case has went, and she said she'd love to hear it. And I said, it's your show. It's up to you, because it's very long and intensive.
Well,
and I tried to get Sonny to poke holes in it.
Just read what you wrote to me in Messenger.
Okay. So I even sent Sonny pictures to back up what I'm saying, but I'm happy to answer questions for those who are most likely going to have them. In my opinion, between the hours of 7:17 p.m. on May 1st and 9:40 a.m. on May 2nd, Lily and Jack were either injured and or had their lives taken. I think that someone around midnight, Daniel Martell, on 5/1, there was an argument that happened between Daniel and Malaya Brooks Murray. Due to prior abuse claims, I think that Daniel beat and or cut Jack, causing him to bleed. Jack was taken to the bathroom and laid on a rug in front of the bathtub. I think that Lily was attempting to help Jack and was also harmed in this process. At this point, I think that Malaya Brooks Murray came in and tried to either clean up the kids and noticed that they were gravely injured. Daniel Martell went out to get Janie Martell to help. The kids were taken away and hidden in a shallow grave. This accounts for the neighbors hearing the car leave several times. I think that it was around midnight to Daniel Martell saying that he flipped on the light to check on the kids, but did not see them. It also accounts for not getting up to check on sick children in the morning. How did they get rid of the blood and it not be in the trash? They have a wood stove. Thus, anything they used to clean up any blood was burned in that wood stove. That is why you see smoke coming from the top of the pipe on the roof on the morning of May 2nd. This is actually why all 3 people on the property cannot get their story straight, and there is such a gap in their timelines. Not making sense of Malaya Brooks Murray's reported her kids absent, but did not check on them, although they were supposedly sick and did not get up to make them breakfast. This tells me that this must have taken place before Malaya reported them missing from school at 6:17 a.m. For me, looking at the blanket, it seems planted, as it is not on the bus camera. As far as the boot print on the pipeline, Lily's, not Jack's, but the other kids were on the search. So I feel that at this point, that boot print is worthless. And the one in the driveway is also irrelevant because there was only 1 and not 2. My theories in this case and why I discount them is I do not think the children walked into the woods for the following reasons: the terrain, no evidence, no diaper, no clothes, no scent of the kids. Not a single thing points in that direction. I do not think that the children are hidden on the reserve, and if I have to explain that any further, it says a lot more about you than it does me. I do not think that the kids were taken by car because, again, there is no scent that shows the kids walked away to a vehicle. The only way that this is possible is if they came into the driveway, but remember, Janie Martell hears everything, and they've said multiple times that no one came to the house. The only thing that fits all of the this is the only thing that I feel fits all of the facts that I know about this case and points to the fact that the kids are no longer alive. I understand that cadaver dogs did not hit on a scent, but the RCMP themselves stated in an interview with CTV News on October 8th, I think it was 10/8, that just because they didn't hit on anything doesn't mean there isn't anything there. So as Sunny, I had sent this to her and she said, well, why 7/17? So I looked up, I Googled, in Lansdowne, Nova Scotia on May 1st, 2025, the sun set at 6:52 local time, and it was fully dark by the end of civil twilight at approximately 7:17. So remember, Daniel says he was outside until after dark on the 1st, and he came in. So that is where the 7:17 came in. I will not elaborate as to why I think it's the bathroom at this point. But it is due to something that I seen from family. And there's actually pictures of smoke coming out of the trailer that morning, or I believe to be the morning of the 2nd.
Okay. And why did you believe it was why did you okay, because you guys, do you guys know of any pictures that are from the 2nd, really? And it could be the bit of stuff coming out of the chimney there. And don't forget, remember, like we're talking about those cadaver dogs are meant to pick up like human remains scent of deceased, like
they are,
you know, not a shirt was necessarily blood or something on it that they're trying to burn.
That's not actually true.
What?
Cadaver dogs are cadaver dogs,
yes.
Let me rephrase that, are trained to pick up on blood. But we don't know if the cadaver dogs that were used were. And if it's normal to have blood in a home because somebody cut their foot or somebody cut their finger, maybe they didn't ignore, So
like if there's deceased, because they already spoke about this, about the dogs. when they had that meeting, right? And so if there's human remains of some sort in fires, right, they can pick up that. But it's not, cadaver dogs aren't really there to pick up, like, say, blood on a shirt per se, especially, like, meaning certain cadaver dog, like certain trained dogs, but the cadaver dogs are there for the specific reason of that they're trained for decomposition. Right. So possibly if a shirt had been on a child for a long period of time, it might pick up that scent, even in a burned fire on maybe that said item per se. But your thing is that perhaps something was put in the fire to kind of get rid of some evidence.
So
is that kind of your thing about the?
Yeah, I mean, like, okay, let's say you're using a towel, or better yet, a paper towel or something, right?
Hi, Julie.
And you're cleaning up blood and you're mopping it up, right? You can clean the house. And remember, this is where I went back to all that cleaning. You can't see me, but I'm using air quotes here. That happened that night, right? Why mention it if it wasn't actually clean? What were you covering up? And I'm not saying there was a lot, right? Don't get me wrong.
Like,
I am
was
not
that their
saying
way
that
to
there
say
was a
that?
lot of blood by any means.
Right. That part right there is going to be truly the hardest part until we actually hear the answers. Should that day come that there was family involvement, because all you're trying to do is like, okay, so Malaya said that she woke up and Daniel was doing meth, and also that there was a small argument. She didn't say that, by the way, but that there was this argument. Well, they might deem it as small, but it's Daniel comes online to defend himself, and Janie spoke about herself a lot, and about what they're going through. Daniel is always, his whole thing, it's not about to keep Jack and Lily and bring awareness to Jack and Lily. There's a difference. Daniel comes online to constantly change the story, in a sense, because the truth is always near the beginning, of course, than it is to when you can add things along the way. Malaya, of course, has used the reasoning, whatever it is. Well, I don't even know what her reasoning is, to be honest with you, but she has shown the actions of somebody that left that property. She didn't return back to help out in the search. She stayed hidden. She hasn't been a voice for Jack and Lily. She doesn't go on searches really, and she's hung up very few posters and stuff like that. In fact, Malaya's presence by family and people around her and stuff like that is that Malaya's living the life, in a sense, as acting like she doesn't have these two children that have disappeared. And over again, when she was talking to me in Messenger, it's like when almost Daniel's overdoing it, it's almost like she was overdoing it. I just want my babies brought home. Well, I really truly believe that Malaya, she left that property because she knows that, and again, it's in my opinion, but has the knowledge that Daniel and her both did something. But I think Daniel being the more culpable person of to do with the children, because I think about what Belinda said about Malaya and how she would never yell at the kids and do whatever. I think that Daniel is the one that, if you look at the precursor to that night, is that Malaya was trying to leave Daniel a couple weeks before. Right. Obviously, she was saying that he was doing drugs, right? About just before Meadow was induced is when she found out. Daniel, again, he's not a good person. He's not a good person. And Malaya, again, whatever reasons Malaya kept staying in that very toxic relationship, well, I mean, hindsight's 2020. I think that Daniel, with his other two children, had just moved to Halifax, and here you have what Daniel deems as that he's the one that does everything for Jack and Lily, and it's almost like basically that jealous, angry person that's just probably doing meth, pissed off. They probably had an argument. Daniel's trying to portray that Malaya left her laundry at Patty's, and that this is all like, if you guys haven't again noticed that Daniel in the course of the last 2 months especially has really been inserting things, but the things that he's inserting all really have to do with, oh my God, I didn't see that cue. Now I see it. Malaya left her clothes at Patty's house. No, he already has 2 times where he said that he had Malaya's clothes, that he had all of the clothes and stuff like that. I'm sure Malaya had some of her clothes, but one of the bags that she got back was a big bag of her clothing, and then the other bags were of the kids' toys and different things that they had. But Daniel, if you really look at what Daniel's been saying, everything is to do with, oh, you're right, drunk turkey. You're right. I mean, she got up really, it's like within 5 seconds, she says, I don't hear the kids. Oh, you're right. Cheryl and Haley are the ones that blanket obviously was on the railing perhaps. And then guess what? It was Cheryl and Haley that's the ones I'm trying to blame for putting it in the tree. And he keeps, like, the chairs, they weren't moved. No yogurt cups, no nothing, right? Nothing was moved. Right? Oh, Jack's spring jacket. Well, somebody had to come in the trailer and get Jack's jacket down. Everything he's doing is just trying to keep inserting why these children are hidden and why you should believe it. And he's trying to consistently introduce, like, he's clear as freaking mud to me, this man, and that's the game that he's been playing over the course of the last few months was, constantly just, let's divert back over to Malaya, right? Back to Malaya. This, oh yeah, right. Just everything about Malaya, her family, to have these children hidden, to divert from the truth. Malaya left his ass that night. Again, took all his pictures down, right? She gets a text saying that he's cheating on her. Go figure. I mean, freaking narcissist, right? Daniel, when somebody is, okay, I'll give Daniel at best a 5, for looks wise, right? But Daniel has that mask that, right? He's just like a slutty womanizer because he needs his narcissistic fix, right? And anyone that gives Daniel the time of day, right, again, he turns it, then tries to end up controlling them, control about who they can see or be with. I think he tried the same thing with Taylor, as a matter of fact. Same idea, right? He has to be in that control because he's such a weak, insecure, nobody, in a sense, or how he deems himself. Not that others do, but that's how he deems himself. That he has to, like I said, it's just like put on this mask. But to me, like I said, Malaya's actions and then lack thereof always made me wonder, okay, was she working with the RCMP? Is she helping them? Is she giving them? But then to me, it just came to fruition. First of all, I asked, and I was told I do not believe so. And secondly, it was like, well, if Malaya had some of these answers, for sure there would have been some probably, arrests by now, because she would be able to, basically expose the whole thing. So I believe that, like I said, I believe that Daniel is the most culpable person in all of this for doing so. Going back to your point of what could have happened that night, right? Could have been many things. And it, like, when it comes to it, like, meaning it's either the kids got into drugs or that the children were harmed. They were either suffocated, they were either, one of them was hurt, maybe both were hurt, again, during this argument. But to me, it's about the stuff that was happened before, in a sense, that led to why Daniel might have snapped that night and was basically like, fuck you, I do everything for you, and the kids, basically, you unappreciative bitch, I'm gonna, and there was this argument. And like I said, so that's only maybe ever when the case is solved will we maybe know, kind of that part of it.
For me, the reason the kids were hurt were more of a, I take care of these kids, you don't want these kids, I'll solve the problem. Like, if you're, and I agree with people that I believe the argument was most likely over her leaving. And that's kind of what started that, in my opinion. But again, these are only my opinions and what I'm reading into the case after having looked at it so much. That's how I feel.
What about the doll that was only brought up? Well, the thing about the doll, Marie, just so you know, is that they don't know if the doll is at the trailer still, but it wasn't in the bags of toys. A parent kind of knows what kind of toys, and if something's missing, it comes into the mind and stuff like that. So the doll, it's not that Lily had that doll. They just can't find this particular doll. But it might very well be at the trailer. Thanks, Laura Bell. Laura Bell says I'm smart. Thank you. Usually when I'm on a panel, everyone says everybody else is smart. And I just sit there going, am I stupid or something? Well, maybe to some, but I'm not. Well, now when it comes to people, I think it's just pretty clear as day about this whole situation. Anyways, did you want to say anything more before I hit play again?
No, go ahead and hit play. I have something I need to check out.
Okay. So this is about Brad Wong here, about the early hours.
After it was dark, I came back inside. What I remember, the kids were sleeping. But when you're looking back in time, Daniel, it's hard to, kind of remember everything. And
yeah, bullshit. Because you said, freaking liar, that as time has gone by, things have been getting clearer. Go on with your bad self, Shannon. Thank you so much. No, like I said, I just like the level-headed thinking, right? Is that we take the information, and I think we can pretty much draw a lot of clear pictures. But the one thing that stands out in all of this is the actions of these parents. And these are not normal actions by any means. And there's a difference between making up an excuse for one parent in a sense, but this is both of them. Both of their actions are strange, but they're matching something that isn't normal, that when you're trying to cover things up and you're trying not to talk about them. But he claims he never saw Jack though. Right. Well, on Saturday, on the May 2nd, based on information available, no indications luminol was used. Yeah, it doesn't sound like luminol was used. I don't think either. But anyway, what did he say? I was going to go back to what he said there. Hold on. What did Motor Mouse say?
the kids were sleeping.
No, hold on. Okay, here we go.
After it was dark, I came back inside.
After it was dark, I came back inside, and sunset was 7:17, right?
7:17.
Right. So after it was dark, 8, 9, Daniel, 10. Well, you said that now Malaya was sleeping. So obviously that's clearly would have to definitely be after 9 then. So you were out, I guess, till after. See, but Daniel doesn't know how to tell a flowing story. So we'll just figure it out for ourselves, I suppose, Daniel. Okay.
What I remember, the kids were sleeping. But when you're looking back in time, Daniel, it's hard to, kind of remember everything and get a feeling of
bullshit to this. Bullshit. When this all happened, when you look back in time, again, he's already said that, you know what, as time has gone on, my memory's becoming clearer. Then he's like, contradicts himself and says, well, as time has gone on, memory fades. Bullshit. When you have a significant instance, well, let me ask you, Melissa. Are you still there?
Yeah.
Let me ask you. You had your significant event with your son. Could you remember the day before your life turned all to shit once you realized?
So I'm going to tell a personal story if that's okay.
Okay. Well, yeah.
To answer that. So I was up at my brother's and I was doing normal stuff for him, and I was standing by the tool bench, and one of his food trailers were in there that we were redoing, and he was showing me some of the stuff, and we were talking about it, and I got a phone call, and I missed it because I had really bad service, so it rang, but it instantly went to voicemail after that and said you had a missed call. And a couple seconds later, I got, is this Nick's mom? And my heart sank, just instantly, because as a parent, when you're told that, it's probably not good news. And so I went out the back door. It was approximately, give or take, a couple minutes, 11 o'clock at night. And I went out the back door and I called the person. And the person told me that my son had been injured and was in the hospital and wasn't doing well. And I went back inside, back through the front door. Or, well, I call it a front door. It's technically the back door. And told everybody, hey, I gotta go. Something's wrong with Nick. I remember that day. I remember what exit I took. I remember what I was thinking. I remember what I did. So to hear Daniel and Malaya the way they speak.
And I'm sorry, Melissa, too.
Is
Melissa,
not true.
Yeah. Well, exactly. So Melissa's son, for anyone that doesn't know, her son ended up being murdered. And so she would she has kind of firsthand knowledge that he was missing for like a week. And then, he was found murdered. And so that's why it's like when you have a significant event, when he says it was just a normal day and that memory's fading it out, bullshit. When you have a significant event, you actually, it's like a fucking movie playing in your head.
Seared.
Eh?
It is seared. It's seared in your memory.
When you're lying, all of a sudden it becomes all jumbled. Can't seem to remember. Amnesia goes on. All these, I'm not sure if the kids were sleeping. Can't remember what time I came in. Don't remember. I think Malaya was sleeping. It was just a normal day. But yet, when there's such a significant event that happens to you, like you said, seared absolutely in your head. You're not going to forget. So Daniel's memory, what? His memory starts at what, 9:40? Is that because you were too busy sleeping all the way through, Daniel? So your memory only started at 9:40. Well, no, Obviously, you turned on the lights. You remembered this, and so, right? And then don't you guys love how the next day Daniel says at 9:09 he fell asleep after he gave Malaya a hug and all that? 9:09. So don't use that bullshit about this memory lapse, because you're right, Melissa? It's freaking embedded in your head because it's such a significant event, and you think that all of a sudden you just I'm not trying to take away from trauma that people have, but just like I remember in 2012, December 7th, when my dog got hit by a vehicle right in front of me, I can play that day and that movie over in my head, right? Going on, because it's like a movie. So that's a dog. And don't get me wrong, but these are children. And so you're telling me that all of you guys, between Janie, Danielle, and Malaya, you guys all have this lack of memory cells, brain cells. Malaya did all this shit on Wednesday. But that's what I'm saying. When people are lying, their memories become very foggy. Daniel can't remember fucking Wednesday from Thursday when he's talking in those documents. Freaking Patty, right? She can't remember hide nor hair about when she's seen, Jack and or Daniel and Malaya and when they were around and stuff like that. And then you have Malaya, who can't seem to remember Wednesday, and all of them are claiming sleep apnea or whatever. There's shit going on, their little sleep issues of, oh, I was asleep here, and oh, well, I went back in, fell asleep on my Facebook, oh yeah, Daniel was sleeping the entire time, and yet Malaya, all these inconsistencies. And that's what I'm saying. Like, that stuff is sticking out like a sore fuck, like, little Jack Horner sat in a corner, right, type of thing, put his fucking thumb in a plum type of thing, pie or something like that. But anyways, and it's just like, when you look at the scope, in a sense, the pie, and then you ask yourself, okay, what was going on before May 2nd? What was going on before that day? Well, again, right? Malaya made this comment too. Where did she make that comment? Was it in the documents when she said,
For which one?
The comment where she said that Daniel was acting very irritated or angry towards the RCMP, something like that.
He was erratic. Hold on, and I'll give you the exact section.
Thank you.
But for those,
Tinker.
It was page 13, page 13 of 38, section 20 AV, so A5. Keep in mind, I remember all this and I'm this emotional, and my son will have been gone 4 years on the 23rd. So for them to say they don't remember anything 3-4 months later, I call bullshit and I say you're all fucking liars. Sorry for the language. In my opinion, I'm not going to let my trauma leak into this. Anyway, page 13 of 38 in the court document, section 20A5. During the day, Daniel Martell had erratic behavior towards the police officers. She thought he was very standoffish, and that Daniel Martell thought that they were not doing enough.
So it's things like that throw me off a bit. Because why would she say that? Like, if you're in cahoots together, right? Why would you make that type of statement? That's where my brain always would get twisted with Malaya. Because why would she say certain things like that? Like, why would she point out that Daniel was acting erratic? And, with the RCMP or however he said it there. Like, do you know what I mean? So, like,
yeah,
that's stuff that I try to make sense of, because when you're trying to look at two people in cahoots, that's like pretty much kind of outing somebody in a sense. Like, not outing as in what happened to Jack and Lily, but outing like he was acting erratic. Well, if she knows the answer to why he would be that, why would she say that? Right? So those are the little things that bug me about this case. Is just comments like that. Does that make sense what I'm saying there? Because it's not something that you would want to willingly say to the RCMP or put out there, which is in the documents. If you're in cahoots,
Yeah, so like to role play this, if you were the RCMP and I were Malaya, she is basically saying this. He is acting erratic and really standoffish. He doesn't think you guys are doing enough. Like that is what it comes off as, right? And like you said, why would you do that? So if you're the RCMP, you're the law enforcement, and I'll be Malaya, she's essentially looking at you and saying, he's acting really erratic and really standoffish. It's just not like him. He just doesn't think you guys are doing enough. But for me to say that, right? Like, you know what erratic is. You know what standoffish is. You've been with the man for 3 years. So that tells me he is way past his normal erratic behavior for her to say it to an RCMP officer.
He was probably on his drugs, by the way, and that's why he was acting erratic. Because, Daniel, I mean, he's a one-man army himself. State your last point again.
So,
the last sentence here.
She knows, right, how his normal rug behavior is, how he's normally erratic or whatever, right? So for her to feel that it's erratic compared to his normal rugged out behavior, it must have been pretty bad for her to feel it enough to say it to the RCMP.
And maybe that's just it, right? But those things honestly stand out. Tinker says, Sunny, I have a serious question. Why won't MBMA talk for herself? I think she's going to say, even if it's just to you in private, why does she have to have her minions do it? And I'm not using that word as an insult. No, absolutely. Malaya, it's like Daniel, when he was, using Darren to be a puppet and Janie using kind of like Darren to be the sounding board. Again, to me, Malaya is just a manipulative, a person, and there's probably people that are just willing to be the sounding board. But yeah, to me, absolutely, like, to me, Malaya is a coward, and to me is a despicable mother. From everything I have witnessed personally, in my own opinion, I think that she is so far from any mother I would ever want. And I think that Malaya thinks that she's a better mother, but I think Malaya also knows that she put herself in this whole fucking situation on there. But yeah, she always has it's like to get to her, right? You got to, I guess, speak, to either Cheryl or Angeline or whoever, right? Now, I'm amazed that Malaya did speak to me that day. But then, of course, it pissed me off when she's like, this is about Jack and Lily. And, basically almost like, well, what are these questions? I think you have enough questions or whatever answers for now type of thing. No, don't at all. But I just think, again, I think all of Malaya's actions are just, it's right there. It's just right there. The knowledge to me of both of them, having knowledge to Jack and Lily, I'll be a monkey's uncle if it turns out anything different. I'll swear to God to that. I don't really see it, but it's still possible that, by some remote chance that, yeah, I can't even bring myself to say it, but let's just put it this way. I mean, I think that the writing is on the wall with this case, and anyone that sits there and tries to manipulate or deviate, or try to insert or try to promote it's absolute because there's involvement in this. You're not even going to attempt to do all these things if you didn't have any involvement. Daniel is trying to be the leader of the pack. And my thing is this, is that I get it at some point when people were originally following Daniel. But at this point, I mean, like, do you need a lightning bolt to strike you in the freaking ass 1,000 times, before people clue in that this man that's talking is a freaking liar and he's always manipulating? And his smirks. I've never seen someone smirk so much of their own, just, yeah, pass out
He's
polygraph.
enjoying that he's gotten away with it.
Daniel just
Any
thinks
body
he's so
language
smart.
expert will tell you that.
I know it's crazy what it reminds me, this gives me Chris Watts vibes for Daniel. When you see that little smirk come up on the side of the face. And Daniel, it's just like, the more he thinks, I don't understand this perception of that if he wins the public over, does he feel like a Karen Reed case is going to happen? Free Karen Reed, free Karen Reed, free Daniel, free Daniel. Like, is that what he's pushing for, to try to get people on his side so that if he ever is arrested, Daniel's innocent, Richard Allen's innocent, Karen Reed's innocent, Chris Watts is innocent, that type of thing. But that smirk is always there throughout most of the stuff he's talking about. But in this video that we were just watching, when he's just like, and I asked him if he, like whatever knew about the case and whatever, and I'm saying to him, well, like you're saying this to me, and I'm saying to you, like what right do you have to say anything or about this case if you know nothing about it? And it's always that smug arrogance behind what he's saying all the time. And it's so off-putting. And that's, like I said, like watching Chris Watts as he's sitting there, yeah, I guess, I guess I should say, if there's anybody that has any information, out there that, please, call the local RCMP, right when he's talking. It's like you have to be reminded. And now he's getting on his little kick more so. When you watch Daniel at the start, now he's just like, oh my God, I got 50 interviews underneath my belt. I'm just like pro at this shit now, type of thing, But anyway, anyone see Durwood's
And
statement?
let's not forget, somebody who's a pathological liar can pass a polygraph. So just because they were found truthful doesn't mean shit. Because in my opinion, and I really shouldn't have to say in my opinion, because like I asked you the other night, how many times does somebody have to lie to you before they are a pathological liar? So how many times do people have to lie, right? I can point out, I'd have to go back to the page, how many times he's lied or contradicted himself, right? So I
want to know
these people who want to say, oh, Daniel's being honest. No, he's not. How many times you want me to point it out to you?
I know, like that's what gets me, right? Is that I don't take those polygraphs too seriously. Get back to me when you've truly interrogated the man with some proper questions than just like freaking 4 or 5 on there, right? There's so many,
right?
Like there's, like Daniel's absolutely. Now Malaya, I guess it really depends on the questions that were asked. But I remember, like I said, bringing you guys Gemini. And Gemini said someone could still have involvement. And it used its own scenario. And I was like, sweet. I mean, it actually was using the scenario that I was, really talking about passing a polygraph. Can you be deemed as truthful, but still have something to do with the murder or the killings or whatever of children? And it said yes, because again, how the wording is phrased or how, you're answering that particular question. So you might still know the truth, right? and still be culpable, but yet to those questions that were answered could still pass, right? So I don't like, I mean, there's lots of things going on here, unfortunately, with this case. We have, right, we got nothing about the vehicles that are on camera besides two witnesses talking about them. Now, I hate it when people try to take away from the wording of what they said. At this point, there's no, criminality basically to the case. That doesn't mean there isn't. It just means at that point, right? And again, you think, honestly, they got it deemed as a missing persons case. And we've already talked about that and why it would be as missing persons. But it's not that they don't think that there's criminality to the case, but obviously to the public, right? At this point. So it doesn't mean that they don't have stuff to go on, but at this point, they're telling you that there's no criminality. Now, I think that the time that it's taken so far, which is 7 months, is clearly showing us, to me, that the lack of evidence and the lack of evidence is there with this case. I strongly feel
But
like
lack
that
of evidence is evidence.
Right. The lack of evidence is evidence. And well, I will say that, especially with, well, that's just it. Right. Again, going back to Elijah Vu there. Same thing. There's nothing to show this. There's nothing to show that. And the thing is that doesn't make that actually true. Because like I said, I don't think that the RCMP are just sitting on the pot, having fucking donuts and don't have a ton of information. Anyone, any police officer, unless they were born underneath a rock, any police officer that even has the honor, Daniel, of watching Daniel and his personality, they got his number tagged and bagged when it comes to this, because he's been out there so much, inconsistent, full of shit. No, how many times has Daniel said, I shouldn't be saying this, but, always saying, like that RCMP, like they're going to be mad at me for saying this, but I'm going to tell you guys, because guess what, guys? I am that person, and no matter what they say to me, but I can't quite give you all the information. But piss off if they brought those dogs in without telling me first, and I should just let all the information go. And I'm the one that told them about Dollarama, and I'm the one that pointed out like 2 + 2 about the blanket in the tree and the blanket in the garbage bag. I was just so smart, and I was just so smart that I gave the RCMP a heads up about those 2 shirts that were missing. Wait, now what? Millie took them for sniffing and to plant against you at first, and then it was no, because she missed you and she just wanted to sniff them. And then it's like, oh wait, found the shirts. Found those shirts, the 2 shirts that I said if you found them with the children, which would make it sound like they're bodies. If those 2 shirts happen to be found, right? Just know that I let the RCMP know ahead of time that this is her family trying to plant shit against them. And then Darren's coming off and saying, and Daniel, he was smart. I know it made him look like an idiot, but he was smart. And he told the blah, blah. No, all of that stuff there cries, screams, I'm fucking lying. And I have some involvement in what happened to Jack and Lily. Because it's like everything from the blanket that he has said, from the garbage bag, from the that someone went into the trailer and took 5 items, right? The missing water bottle and all that stuff. All these things, all these inconsistencies, all these things. Hello, knock, 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 knock. It's clear as mud. It's clear as shit. I mean, honestly, Daniel's muddied the waters himself because he can't shut up. It's actually thanks to Daniel we know a lot more about this case because he won't shut up. And he's too busy trying to gear us to clear himself in the public of opinion as he claims he's looking for Jack and Lily, that he's sinking his own fucking battleship there, you know? And that's what it's so hard to believe when you're looking at the scope of it all these things that he's been doing and saying, and the misleading and the inconsistencies, and adding information about Malay and Haley and the hole in the freaking thing. And people are like, oh my God, I'm pretty sure a bear just scared those kitties off right down the road, and they were running like Forrest fucking Gump to get their chocolate. Right? They just kept running and running and running, but yet nobody's seen them. Because obviously, I think Jack was fucking hopping over the candlestick, plus over the freaking logs in the forest, just to get away from Daniel. Not happening, you know? Or that a blanket goes up in a tree and just flies out there and just, let me just drive by. No. They called Daniel in for a reason. Right? They already talked about the blanket and stuff like that. Right? Daniel, can you just clear up the point of when you put the blanket there? Could you just clear up exactly what time frame that was that you did that, Daniel? Because Daniel, of course, said, oh, well, they told me that the blanket was planted. And then they're like, no, we didn't say that. Daniel, we all know you put the blanket there, dude. Well, at least the majority of us understand that. But when you look at a case from the start to the finish, or not finished, but obviously I'm not there yet, but for all these months, right, Melissa? I mean, how many dots, you can fucking make a whole freaking Milky Way out of all the freaking stars that you could sit there and connect the dots to Daniel. Daniel blames Haley. Daniel blames a hole in the thing. Daniel, all the stuff about Malaya, all the inconsistencies, about the laundry, about, like I said, the blanket, about the kids, everything's just perfect. Nothing was out of place, and Janie's just going there. That's my boy. That's my boy, Daniel, right there, Mr. Abusive. I mean, not everyone's perfect, but you know what? Damn it all. If someone's going to talk shit about my perfect son over here, okay. Yeah, Janie, freaking Hagatha. Daniel's got his personality because of your fucked up lifestyle, right? And your guys' fucking anger and all that shit. And then Janie's, but okay, I'm just on my spiel right now. So go ahead.
So I found something when I was looking at this, and somebody has got to make sense of this for me. Okay, so Daniel said that he himself put the blanket and the piece of blanket in the trash bag, and somebody must have ripped a hole in said trash bag and took the piece of blanket out that he put in there, that Janie saw him put in there. Right? Everybody following me so far?
Yeah.
Now, okay. Then tell me why that on page 15 of 47 in the court document, section 20D2, Malaya Brooks Murray took the blanket from the door because the weather was getting nicer, and she threw it in the garbage. So who threw it in the damn garbage bag?
Well, apparently both of them.
You can't even get that straight.
No, but the way that they straighten it out is by saying that both of them did it. Well, you know what? Malaya put it in the garbage inside the house, and then Daniel obviously took that garbage bag out or whatever and put it. No. Okay. I saw Daniel put that blanket in the garbage.
No,
and I was
because Daniel put the blanket in the garbage while the bag was already in the can, or in that little box thing at the end of the driveway. Remember, because it was 60 pounds, and it was heavy. And Janie even told him, "You're making it awful heavy."
Yeah, don't put a blanket in there and overstuff it there, Daniel. Oh, Daniel, wait a second. Sorry, I didn't mean to be in your life because I usually don't know what's going on with you, Daniel. Okay. That right there is like the biggest lie ever, that Janie doesn't pay attention to what goes on in that fucking household. Are you kidding? She's always talking about, oh, I can hear that, and I can hear the kids, and I can hear everything that goes on, is exactly what she said, So that's why it's like, oh, Daniel, do I hear you outside, Daniel? Oh, you're putting a blanket in the garbage, Daniel? Because I seen Daniel, and this is where Janie's stupid. Yeah, I saw Daniel put that blanket in the garbage and blah, 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 blah. Wait, Malaya, swear to God, I thought you did it. Anyway, bottom line is, to me, Daniel planted that blanket. Case closed. But, you know, poor Janie's going to have a complex. I think she already does, actually, just because of the way she speaks already. She's an angry bird. You know what? If somebody needs a big effing dildo, Janie, remember when you said you didn't have sex toys in your cupboard? I think you were wrong. I think you were lying to us.
Damn you.
What? What?
I was trying to swallow food when you said that, and I just got choked.
Well, Janie's the one that kind of said, she goes, it's not like I had sex. Yes, you did, Janie. Just admit to us at least that part of the truth. Okay. Ain't no man going to want to do. Well, no, maybe Derwood would. Two angry birds. Can you imagine that type of sex? No. The blanket was in the trash and part of it on the railing. Yeah, I believe that the other part was on the railing. I think that Cheryl, to me, got that information probably from Malaya, to be honest with you. Like, meaning it, like, I always feel bad for that interview she did on Hidden in the Fog, because Susan she was just like, you know, it's not the way you would interview somebody, really. You want them to talk, and then, because when Logan come up, anyways, I always feel bad about that, because all I'm thinking is, why is she even sitting up there still, to be honest with you? I would have hopped off if somebody kept basically couldn't even let you speak, and then Logan comes in with like the freaking, you know, pit bull going, no, you know, anyways. I believe that the blanket other piece was on the railing. That sounds reasonable, right? You put the blanket on the door. She said Daniel ripped a piece off. That piece just ended up, you know, I mean, you guys know that their place is immaculate. You know, I bet none of you could understand why a rag would be thrown over top of their railing out back or on a railing, right? Because their place is so pristine. But no, I believe it was there for that reason. It got ripped off, threw it over the rail type of idea. And then this magical piece just, you know, Daniel, you know, ooh, you know, Haley must have just, you know, she probably just sucker punched that garbage bag, don't you think? She's probably like, oh, wait, RCMP, don't look. Turn around. Let me just get in there. Let me just go to the bottom of that freaking bat. Because he said it was at the bottom, that blanket. He said it was at the bottom. But why would it be at the bottom? Doesn't that not make sense? Janie's like, because I saw him put it into the garbage bag and I told him not to overstuff it. Well, that would imply that it's on top. But Daniel said that the blanket was at the bottom, you know, because the person would have to like reach down and grab it, but it was in clear, right? That doesn't make sense because the way Jenny describes her actions, you see what I'm saying? Just another lie. Just another bold-faced lie. Hey, you listen to me or are you eating?
I'm listening, but I'm recovering from choking.
Oh.
Why you gotta say that right when I'm going to swallow something? She needs a dildo. What the?
Oh, yeah. I didn't say
Sonny,
that.
you're
I was
killing
only
me tonight.
thinking what Ben was thinking. I feel like that. Wolfie, somebody got a question? Why always said Sonny, yep. I don't want to picture that. My God. Oh, yeah. I'm down to the part now where people are talking about what I said. Obviously, I'm far behind. I didn't need that picture in my head. No,
I'm with Caper by.
Some things
I'm
are
with
just
Bill.
worth it. Some things are just, yeah. Don't go Caper now. Come on now. If you're telling me tomorrow or something like that you're having nightmares about Janie, or I'll take the blame for it. Has somebody had one too many? Well, I would have to be drinking. Orange juice doesn't cut it. Is this orange juice? Oh, it's orange peach. Apple, orange, peach. There. Yeah. No, if I was drinking, I'd freaking probably be cracking jokes pretty much the entire live if that was the case.
I need a drink after that mental image.
I know. Actually, you know what? I lied. I had a rum and eggnog last week. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. Eggnog, a little bit of Captain Morgan to go with it. Okay, hold on. All right.
For how the night.
Oh, wait, but am I not right though about the blanket? Because Janie says I saw him putting the blanket into the garbage and basically said not to stuff it. Well, if it's at the freaking bottom of the bag, how are you going to stuff it? Because there's the other shit on top. All right, Janie. So I believe Janie when she says that, like that she saw Daniel stuff in the blanket. But once, okay, just tell me I'm right. All right, good, thanks. Let's carry on.
It really was, because it just seemed like a normal night, right? When I came inside,
Right.
I thought the kids were sleeping, and I could have swore they were sleeping. But it says in the documents that she had them up till 9 or 10 at night. I don't remember them being up that late, so I'll tell you that.
I don't remember them being up that late, but I remember turning their light on and waking them up. Oh wait, no, I didn't. That's just a stupid thing to do, eh?
What happened was we woke up, I heard them playing in the next room beside us.
I just want to talk about this picture. Most times in the interview, you don't see this, but in the actual interview, it's like Malay is sitting here on the porch, and it kind of like pans at her for a minute, and then it pans into her interview. But most interviews, you never see that little section there. It's out there, but you very rarely see this part of it. But that's where that picture comes from.
And I was drifting in and out of sleep.
Drifting in and out.
And then about 20 minutes passed, and then when I woke up, Malaya was right beside me. She was still asleep, and I said,
Oh, wait a second. You know what? That's a Wolfie. You're right. Janie doesn't need any sex toys. Not when she has Daniel that can offer her a screwdriver from his tools as he was looking to them. Right? Screwdriver. Huh. Yeah. You don't need to go spend anything, Janie. You got some freaking free house tools right there.
I don't hear Lily and Jack.
And the next thing we knew, it was quiet, and we get up and I tell him, my partner, Daniel, I tell him, do you hear the kids? And he says, no. And we get up instantly. We're looking outside. We're looking everywhere, yelling for them. And I instantly just call 911.
I woke up when Malaya woke me up. I'm pretty sure it was her who woke me up, because we both kind of like woke up at the same time. Mm-hmm. And I remember her saying, as it says in the documents, she said, I don't hear them. I think she woke me up, right? We kind of.
Okay. So I want you to know that ever since these documents were released, Daniel's memory now refers to the documents a lot of times. So now that he has these unredacted things to go by to remember exactly what he said, because he's such a liar, and he can't remember all the things that he tells. But if you guys don't notice as well, ever since the documents came out, well, just look at the documents. Just look at the documents. Talk about the polygraph test. Just look at the documents about Malaya. Malaya said I didn't harm a single hair on her head. And then out there he's putting out Malaya was the abusive one. Malaya is the one that abused me. But he references the documents a lot once those things came out. So that's just him just spieling off document shit.
He does, but Sonny, he couldn't keep his lies straight in this one. They woke up at the same time.
Yeah.
She woke him up.
Yeah.
I think she woke me up.
Yeah. Wait, it was Lily that woke me up.
Right?
Yeah. Well, that's just the thing. Again, this is the part that drives me crazy here. Because how do you manage to get people to even believe in any of this at this point? Is that Malaya has him out like a light till 9:40. Daniel claims it was 9:36. Bullshit. Okay, so how do you even create this timeline that as time has gone on, Lily was the one that came in, right? And he hushed her because, baby Meadow and whatever. Said he said something. Next time it was he didn't say something. Next time it was that he did say something to her. Next thing you know, we hear about a lock on the door and that Lily woke him up by the rattling of the lock, and all this stuff, right? So again, all this stuff that they said happened between 8 and 8:30, that Malaya says 8:20 is when Lily came in, that she's seen her one time. Well, guess what? Malaya didn't say anything about that to me, to anyone else. All she ever said, including to Belinda, was that she heard the kids in the room. So she's saying that she heard the kids in the room. Now, Daniel, he's giving a different version. Daniel's saying he's not even saying about hearing the kids in the room. He's talking about Lily popping her head in and out 3 times, multiple times. Then he lowers it to 2 times. Malaya's only claiming once, but never to like anyone in social media or in her interview and stuff like that. Even to me, when she was talking to me Messenger, never once did she say, I saw Lily. And this is where, again, their stories just all keep collapsing on them. Now, Malaya is talking about that she heard the kids between 8 and 8:30. Daniel, he's always talking about Lily popping her head in and out multiple times and that he could hear Jack in the kitchen. Well, which one was it? Because you're sleeping, Daniel. So how the fuck would you know what happened to Jack and Lily at all? Because Malaya, you have to remember Malaya's story, Daniel. Right? You guys are so idiotic that you guys can't even remember your own bullshit. Right?
He heard them in the kitchen, but everything was perfectly in place.
But everything was perfectly in place. And that when Jack's in the kitchen, he's noisy as shit, right? But no chairs were out of place. No freaking yogurt cups were out of place. No this, And Malaya, well, I told Malaya, I told Daniel that I don't hear the kids. And here, I think this is when Daniel's like, well, you know what? She woke up rather fast. She basically, within 5 seconds, is like, I don't hear the kids. Do you? And play the Jaws music there. Because that's what he's doing. Now that you got me thinking about it, well, Daniel, Meadow was in Malaya's arms. I didn't know her ass got out of bed and made a phone call to her mother at 8:28. Oh, you mean during the same time that Lily was popping her head in the bedroom 3 times, multiple times, Daniel? You didn't feel Malaya get up off her ass and go to the window to call her mother, or when Malaya got up to bring Meadow and bring her into bed and stuff like that? Remember, you're asleep. So you wouldn't know any of this stuff at all because you were just sleeping. But so obviously he woke up during these points, right? So their story fails right then and there. Again, then Daniel claims a few minutes went by after hearing Lily and Jack in the kitchen. We don't hear anything. And then Daniel will claim, of course, that he's the one that said it to Malaya. And then after Daniel had time to think, he changes it back to, you know what, now that I think about it, because, as time goes on, my memory gets better, that you're right. It was Malaya that said, right? Why? To insert the fact that, you know what, within 5 seconds, Malaya was telling me that she couldn't hear the kids. Right. So you're right. It was her. It was her that actually, kind of basically woke up and said that suspicious drunk turkey show, and shit like that. And then their whole timeline just blows apart. And then, like I said, so 8:28, Malaya tries calling her mother. So you're telling me that you did not, right, at this point at all, that you're claiming you saw Lily once and claiming, even though you always said heard, and Jack. So when you were on the phone calling your mother at 8:28, you didn't even bother to go check on your sick child, because 1 minute it's Jack and Lily are sick. No, it's just Lily, blah, blah, blah. And don't forget about the black eye, right? And stuff like that. But anyways, but their timeline just crumbles all around this point because they don't remember the fine details. They might remember the bigger script, but they're not remembering the fine details of it all. And so this is where times are, getting mixed up and meshed. And then again, so Janie's on her phone talking to her brother. I mean, Janie's outside at frickin' 6 o'clock there, smoking, drinking some tea there. Frickin' goes back on Facebook to her brother, 6:24, comes back out, feeds the fucking hens and stuff like that. Good KFC, those little chickens are, by the way. They look like they would be a good bucket for sure, Janie. Just saying. And then Janie, again, right? So we take this time that Daniel and Malaya have talked about from 8 to 8:30. They ignore it now. And then it's the timing becomes 9:40. A whole.
But on that note there, Sonny, 1 minute Janie says she heard Daniel Martell yelling. Another time it was he was yelling from the back door.
Yeah.
He was yelling at the kids to come inside. He was
Yeah.
yelling at Jack because he was messing with the chickens. He was yelling at Jack because he was busy looking for bugs and like none of.
Well,
like you said, they remember the main bullet point, right? They remember section 1, but they don't remember section 1A, B, and C.
Right.
They just remember the main piece.
Right. Absolutely. The main part. And this is why their story just blows holes. And Janie can thank herself for that one, to be honest with you. I mean, I saw Daniel avoid this question about 8 to 8:30 like all the time. Just never would even talk about it. Then the documents, of course, they left it unredacted in one of the multiple pages of documents there. And so it was like, because it just bugged me so badly that Daniel would forever and a day just avoid this whole timeline. It's like, because how do you fill in that big gap all of a sudden, right? How do you say 8 to 8:30, right? And then the scanner uses 8 o'clock because they're going to use the earliest time. And then how do you jump ahead to 9:36, right? I mean, to me, DT gave him all the excuses underneath the sun to why Janie has amnesia, Daniel has amnesia. They're all in this traumatic bullshit stress and all that crap. Fuck off, with that whole shit to me. Bullshit. No. And then 8:48, Janie's calling again or talking to her brother, right? Outside. So at what point did though Malaya go check on her children at all, right? I don't believe Malaya for 1 second when she says she saw Lily that morning pop her head in, because Daniel said multiple times, right? Malaya's claiming that she was sleeping through. She woke up 6:17, 6:18. And again, to me, that's just the call into school is, of course, to call them in. They're not going to be here today. Just sick. Oh, I mean, dad. Oh, I mean, sick. Oh, sorry about that. Just a message us back, type of thing. Well, it's on one of those app things that they send to school and stuff like that. And then it just becomes about creating the whole alibi in a sense that they thought. And then Janie, comes in with staying inside of her freaking cabin there, her trailer, for another 10 minutes and all these different things, and twisting up that timeline, trying to make a magical car, come out of Malaya's ass in the driveway and stuff like that. And that somehow, Haley, I think Haley got up at what, 6 o'clock in the morning? Haley was probably going, good time to go plant that blanket. Just be, get everything ready here and stuff like that. But anyways, their whole timeline just crumbles. It just crumbles. Their timeline is not consistent at all. I mean, their own, I always keep saying this, but their own words are what's doing them in. And, like I said, RCMP aren't stupid to that. Yeah. Oh, what's Charmaine showing me? That's currently missing. Is that the same one that was on the table, Charmaine? Charmaine, she's trying to boss me around from the chat. So I'll just pull this up for a sec. Image file. Ho, ho, ho. Okay. I'll make this bigger. And 1 second. Thanks, Charmaine. Here, I'll take off. No. Media. I'll just take off the banner for a sec so you guys can get a. There we go. Okay. So this doll in the photo is the same type of doll that Lily has, which is currently missing. And it's possible that she may have taken this doll with her when she and Jack went missing on May 2nd, 2025. Anyone with information. Okay. So that's basically the doll. But again, in talking to, behind the scenes from family side, whatever, we'll just say this again. They don't know if this doll is in the trailer or if it's possible that Lily had it with her or not when they went. Well, God, I don't want to keep saying that they're missing because I don't believe that they just fucking disappeared themselves. But anyways, so it could be in the trailer still, or it might not be. But either way, this doll, is one that Lily is known to have had. And this is, I guess, what it would look like. So that way we at least have a picture. So if anyone finds it in the woods somewhere, tag it and bag it. Well, I'll call the RCMP. But anyway, so thank you, Charmaine. I remember.
But let's not forget, Daniel has a daughter, right? So when Daniel's packing up what is the kids' is, what's Lily and Jack's, he may not know that, well, this doll is so-and-so's and this one is so-and-so, It very well could be mixed in with his kids' toys.
Maybe. It's obviously though like that it's, like it's at the moment the whereabouts of this doll are not known. Let's just say. So if we'll put out a bolo, be on the lookout for this LOL doll. Is that an LOL doll? Monster something fight? No. What does that say? Monster
High.
Oh, is that what it says? Hey, take over for me. I gotta go to the bathroom really bad. Please.
Okay.
Just talk.
Let me go back up here and post because I forgot to be reading. I know I told you guys I read chat, but I got something a while ago I had to dig into. Anyway, wouldn't Daniel know if it's in the trailer? Maybe. Maybe. Now that he knows they're looking for it, maybe if he goes in and does it. Marie Antoinette says, read the post about the blue book bag. Marie, can you send it to me? I'm trying to look for it, but I'm also doing 5 other things. I don't know how much I believe it, but I'll look into it. The doll would fit in the book bag. It might, yeah. I mean, Daniel said that's the book bag that she took on trips. So yeah, I mean, it very well could be something that she took with her, and it very well could be mixed in with his kids' toys, or maybe his daughter took it to the mom's house. I mean, is that it's possible, right? We don't know. They're just saying that this is the one this type of doll is what's missing. They're not saying that so and so has it. We just don't know where. They don't know where it's at. Yeah, I agree. I think the police would have mentioned it if it had been mentioned. And if it was mentioned after like that first 2 weeks, the police might not be mentioning it because they haven't really done a big update, on what's been said. But again, it took you almost 7 months to realize it. The pic of Jack and Lily, I'd say the book bag on Jack is the blue one, and they are talking of in the background here. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I have a hard time with any of it. And I'm not seeing anything here about a blue book bag. So where did you see this whole book bag thing? The blue one, the I'm going on a trip or whatever from Harvey McKenzie. RCMP should bring Daniel back in for his statement. And because, I fully believe that Daniel and Malaya and Janie all should be sitting in an interrogation room and given actual questions and, I don't know, interrogated. But I'm not a cop, and I'm not on this case, so. Bradley Turner's last. Who the heck is Bradley Turner? Which Facebook group was it on? Was it on? There's like 10 million up. Wait a minute. Bradley Turner. Let me see if I can. See
We don't
options.
talk about that loser. Honestly.
I don't see what you're talking about because that last post has nothing to do with that. I'll keep looking into it, Marie, but I don't see what. But if I find it, I'll look at it.
You know what? Bradley Turner is a nothing to me at all. That's just a bunch of bullshit Facebook posts of, drama shit and stuff like that. No offense to you, of course, Marie. I'm just talking about in general. I don't pay attention to anything from that Bradley Turner, people hiding behind some fake name and stuff like that and whatever. And yeah, I don't even have the energy or time or waste of airspace to give those people the fucking time of day, to be honest with you. I'll stick with reality and on there. But yeah, I'm not going to. But there was, in saying that, Marie, I just happened to be on my Facebook. And you know what? Then talking about the inconsistencies anyway. Daniel Martell is, like I said, clear as day to me, just a narcissist and full of shit. But there was.
So, Sunny, the reason she brought this up, and I found what she's talking about. It says Harvey McKenzie allegedly told Justin Smith he saw Jack packing a blue backpack prior to missing and told him that he was going on a trip. This was allegedly reported to the police on May 2nd. Bullshit. And let me explain why I call bullshit. I have read through those documents I don't know how many times, and I have transcribed them to this document that I made I don't know how many times, and not one time in there. First of all, Justin Smith was talked to not on the first, or sorry, not on the second.
He was talked to on the 17th.
Yeah.
He called in on the 2nd, but he was talked to on the 17th.
Exactly. So I call bullshit. I think they need to get their facts straight. I think this is just a BS thing, in my opinion.
I think that honestly that he would have said it to me during our conversation. Yeah. I'm not, no. So it's stuff like that. Harvey is one of Janie's, of course, brothers and stuff like that. But yeah, I'm not. Anything that comes out of a Brad Turner post and stuff like that, you know what? Suck it. Seriously, suck the big one. I just not into that bullshit and this creating false narratives and bullshit that people will sit there and think that it's true and stuff like that. I can absolutely. Okay, so the question that she wants me to ask Marie is if that Harvey said to him that Jack was backpacking his blue backpack. Say it again to me.
Well, if I can find my mic button. So allegedly, Harvey McKenzie allegedly told Justin Smith
Yeah.
he saw Jack packing a blue backpack prior to missing and told him that he was going on a trip. This was allegedly reported to the
Oh,
police
fuck
on May
me.
2nd.
Fuck, I'm almost embarrassed though to ask that question, Marie. It's so ridiculous. I mean, it's just another attempt to freaking sit there and try to make it seem like these children disappeared into La La Land on there. I'll ask, see what he says. But it's I'm almost embarrassed to even type that, to be honest with you, because I know it's bullshit. But and that's why I don't pay attention to these people that sit there like these people just create up this bunch of bullshit all the time, thinking that they have all this personal knowledge and stuff like that. I mean, I'll come fucking slap my own face if he answers and says that that's true. I can't. Nothing against you, Marie. Don't get me wrong. It's these losers like a Bradley Turner, that sit there and hide behind these names because they're a fucking cowardless pussy and they don't know how to say things besides trying to throw shit out there beside an incognito name, right? And it's just so like, get a fucking life, Bradley Turner, and all you other fucking useless tits out there that keep wanting to freaking make up shit and add bullshit to the story. So going back to that, so like I said, I will go ask him and he can tell me off. Well, if he's speaking to you, I mean, I can ask.
I mean, it's worth
Marie.
asking.
It's not against you. It's not against you. But I will ask. Okay, Marie? I will ask, and let's see if
I think it's worth asking just to put the
right.
accusation
I know,
to
but
bed.
Right. He's definitely not this drama queen type of person, right? At all. He's just more of a kind of like stay in the background type of person. And you know what I mean? He says he doesn't do social media and stuff like that, but I'll pose it out there. But it just seems, for me, it just seems like such an idiotic bullshit story. It has no bearing, no facts at all, no basis behind it. We would have heard about it, right? And so why is it coming out like 7 months later, pretty much, that we're hearing about it? But anyways, there was a post that, and thanks Charmaine for sending that, that I wanted to see here. Was this the first one? Oh, okay. This person says, and this is for all you people that believe that the children, I think, are alive. The case of, here, let me make it bigger. I'll just do it like that. The case of Lily and Jack Sullivan, Malaya Brooks Murray, the mother of both children, is a Mi'kmaq woman with many relatives living on the largest Mi'kmaq reserve in Nova Scotia. That word that I don't know how to say, First Nation. Anybody familiar with reservations know that nobody can fart, that the whole community knows about it. They have trust issues with RCMP and government like CPS for good reason. Lily and Jack are Malaya Brooks Murray's First Nations children. Are they considered First Nation children? I mean, they didn't got status.
I don't know how reservations there do it. My mother can legally live on a reservation. I cannot. And the reason my mother can is because she has enough Native American in her to do so. Whereas because my father was not Native American, I do not. But my mother actually can. So I don't know if her kids would be considered able to live on the reservation. They each have their own laws and bylaws.
Yeah, I still don't understand it all. Well, we'll just say Oh, any other day, this would bring hundreds of Mi'kmaq people out to search, make food, have elders performing blessing ceremonies, etc. They could have covered an area 3 times the size that was searched in the first 48 hours, but nobody showed up but Malaya Brooks Murray and a few family members. A heated discussion broke out, and she has been swept into the protection of her reserve, who has hired a lawyer for her. The chief of the blah, blah, blah First Nation, one of Nova Scotia's largest Mi'kmaq. One second. Got to bring up the other one. Second. I think there's a part of it cut off when they posted it. Image file. This one I think is next. Something about in the first 48 hours. Okay. But nobody showed up but Malaya Brooks Murray and a few family members. Heated discussion, blah, blah. Okay. The chief of this, blah, 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 one of Nova Scotia's largest Mi'kmaq communities, issued a statement saying the children are part of their community. The children's maternal grandfather is a member of the blah, blah, blah First Nation. This is not a typical response I would expect from a First Nations community. They have closed ranks around Malaya Brooks Murray and are keeping her hidden from sight. No attempt to help the kids at all. Why? I just want to see them found. Any searching would have to be some exceptional circumstances in the investigation at this point. Basically, don't post any. And basically, it was almost like at the end of it, kind of saying like, not, she didn't say prove me wrong, but it was like something similar to that. Hi, Badettes. How are you?
But I do not see the reservation hiding these children, knowing that there is such an investigation going on, knowing that people are out looking for these kids. I do not feel that First Nations would hide these children. Now, I think if First Nations had these children, First Nations would contact RCMP and say, the kids are fine. You can stop wasting resources and wasting money. They're fine. We have them. You want proof of life and proof they're all right. We'll provide them for that, but that's it. They're not, in my opinion, going to hide the children for this long and let this investigation continue like this, in my opinion.
Right. Malaya originally went to a different reservation to get help. Like when I say help, I'm talking about, for money and stuff like that. And she ended up going to the one that she's on now. What's it called again? Shubenacadie or whatever it is. Because they gave her things, material things to help her out, but she wasn't going to get as much at the other reservation anyways. So I think that kind of not only tells me that Malaya actually ventured off to a different reservation, but they weren't going to help her out as much. So then she went to the Shubenacadie one, which helped her out a lot. And where she has her home and stuff like that. There's people out on that reservation that speak to others behind the scenes. And if those children were on that reservation somewhere, they would have definitely been outed by now. Now, the question that's being posed here, though, is why was this big search not being done by the community? In this, we know this chief came out, can't remember the name anymore, said some sort of prayer thing or whatever it was, talked to Malaya, because I don't know the answer to that at all. I don't know the answer to that. I just don't know the answer myself. I don't know how.
I think the answer is right in front of you.
Well, I mean,
they had a heated discussion.
Yeah.
I mean, I know personally that the indigenous people and the reserves in America do not want law enforcement in their business. They don't trust the white man.
Yeah, I know.
So they're not going to hide children, right? Because that's going to bring more heat on them, right? And they already have issues with them. They're not going to do it. So I would assume that it's the same in Canada. And I can only assume that a heated discussion broke out means they want to go search, and she's saying, no, I don't want you to. Well, we want to. Well, I don't want you to, in my opinion.
No, I don't think that Michelle is her cousin. No. Don't think Michelle is her cousin. I think Wade said something about her, if I'm not mistaken, in his own thing. Michelle's not her cousin, though. No. She knew that their proper ceremony's done for the dead. Well, I mean, I wish I could speak more on this topic that I have nothing to know about. But common sense says, would these children, if Malaya had hid them on a reservation, why would she go to another reservation to try to get help first, right? And this is where that whole thing became where Meadow got taken away, because she wasn't supposed to leave her mom was, Malaya had to stay with, Meadow had to stay with Cindy, right? And she went with Wade in the vehicle to whatever the reservation. I don't know what happened there, if there was arguing going on, or Malaya wanted out, or didn't want to live there anymore, and blah blah blah. So why would she go to one reservation and then they didn't offer to help as much, so she went to the other one, the Shubenacadie one, where they helped her out a lot and stuff like that, gave her a home, gave her a bunch of stuff for helping with finances and stuff like that, gas and stuff like that, right? So it doesn't make sense at all.
But the fact that we even have to discuss this, and
I
I'm just going to
know.
say it, and I'm speaking for myself here. I'm not speaking for Sunny. I'm not speaking for anybody in chat. I'm speaking me personally. And this is no disrespect to anybody else. That the fact that we have to discuss whether or not a reservation has children, like I said earlier, says a lot more about the people who believe it than I ever want to think. Because if you know an indigenous person, or a chief, or a shaman, or somebody who's on a reserve, this is absolutely ludicrous. 1,000%. And for anybody who believes, and I don't know Canada and I don't know First Nations, but I know reserves here in America because I've been on them. I may not be able to live on them, but my mama can. There is no way that a reservation would hide 2 small children and not tell the white man that those children are alive, because they don't want the repercussions of that. And the fact that people believe that these indigenous people, I'm going to call them indigenous because I don't know what you guys call them besides that.
Indigenous.
There is no way that these people are as bad as people are trying to make them out to be. And I will stand up for any First Nations person quicker than I will a white man. Just saying it. That is my opinion. Like I said, if you think they're being hidden by First Nations, that says a lot more about you than it does about them or me.
Right. I mean, and this is the whole basis of this from the start of this, is like, Daniel, Durwood, are we're trying to, well, Durwood's information came from Daniel, and then, of course, Daniel's going to be all for fucking, everything that will take away the target from him and Malaya, right? So this is where Daniel, to me, is like just absolutely ridiculous. How many times have you guys heard Daniel say, Malaya's family, Malaya this, Malaya that? And then how many times have you heard him contradict himself and say that he's not blaming Malaya, that it's Cindy that had mind control over her, or that he knows that Malaya, because in his weird, twisted fucking head, he still has a big boner for fucking Malaya, and he's delusional, okay? He doesn't know which end of the stick, because he's back and forth. So the whole thing tried to derive between this very small time frame of a window that Janie, who has a dog and obviously fucking has earplugs in, said that a new car, she might not have heard it if it came up the driveway, right? So Daniel, during this time, Daniel's claiming that he ran up to the little fort in the woods there, and then he came back down, and it only took 30 seconds. And Janie's saying that she stayed in the trailer as Daniel was yelling for the kids, right? Because that's her fucking excuse, is that she stayed in the trailer while Daniel was, I don't know, jacking chickens, the whole Malaya. When he was on the phone, he had Malaya outside before himself. When Durwood was originally telling this story, he had said that Malaya was at the end of the driveway. I think it was around 6 a.m. when she was calling the kids into school. Then he placed her there at about 8 o'clock. Then he placed her there again, right? Again, whatever manipulative story that Daniel, and then hence Durwood, comes into the picture to basically add a narrative more so, like, meaning Durwood's trying to figure out what happened to Jack and Lily, and he's trying to use the clues from the Brooks Murray side, in a sense, and from what Daniel's telling to him. So then they kind of derive this story of that. Daniel says at first, of course, that it was Cindy Murray, but hey, Daniel, she passed the test too. Does hers not count, but yours counts? Have a cup of, go fuck yourself on that one. But anyway, so then he changes it to Haley. But hold on, no. Durwood says that he knows who was driving the truck, and he just needs to talk to Malaya, right? But that fell through. So then he thought, you know what? Oh my God, I'm just never going to find out the answers. Oh wait, I have an idea. Let me go to Cindy, and type of thing, because he's trying to get to Malaya, because he knows with 100% certainty or 99% certainty or whatever who was driving the truck, and it was Malaya's friends, right? They've twisted the story so much from who was originally called out for hiding these kids, which was Cindy, right, by Daniel and Charmaine, the conversation, right? Then that really didn't work. So then it became, oh, you know what? Let's say that Haley and Hayden miraculously planted this blanket, right? Again, another distraction from Daniel. There's no time frame that anyone can come up with where not only did a vehicle pull up from Daniel, but in one of his multiple stories, that someone, he even said this to me too, that someone would have had to have come in the home and taken the children in order to get Jack's jacket from the one that was missing that he claimed, right? So this story has changed routes many times, but it's all to do with Malaya's family, but never including Malaya, remember, because she's, she knows, because Daniel has messages where he says, we all know who planted the blanket. We all know about Malaya and blah, blah, blah. Oh, wait, no, she didn't have any part of it. But anyways, so the multiple changes in the story, because whenever information comes down and it's not fitting the narrative, Daniel is there to fit the narrative in there. And hence why Daniel has, for the last 2 months, even more so, inserted reasons, planting seeds to you guys about that Malaya and the laundry at Patty's, that Malaya, that, you know what, she didn't even get up. Like when they got up to look for the kids, she, not he, but she didn't check to see if the kids were in the bedroom. Oh my God, just another pause thinker about Malaya. Obviously, she didn't check because she already knew that the children weren't there and stuff like that. Okay, just again. So this story then formed into the reserve. And at first it was at Haley's home, right? Out in Haley's home and stuff like that, that Haley had the children. People are driving by her home, right? Trying to find out if these kids are over there. Because again, was the theory. But now these kids, according to Darren's twist and whatever, has ended up on the reserve. Now, it doesn't mean that Daniel is thinking that they're on the reserve as much as Darren thinks that he's got this whole thing figured out, blah, 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 blah. You know, whereas Janie's like, well, I don't know if they're on the reserve. I mean, you know, type of thing, but that the children still were taken. But then it become about, well, the reason why these children were hidden is because of
And Sonny,
who's going to, yeah.
I hate
What?
to interrupt you here. I've got something
What?
to say, and I got to say it now because I keep seeing it. Sarah,
Go ahead.
319. If I've offended you, and I don't know if that's what we're getting at, or if the fact that I've called them Indigenous, if I've called them First Nations, whatever. I would call mine the Sioux. However, I don't know what yours are called. So if calling them Indigenous is somehow disrespectful, then I am so sorry. But I have no other way from America to know which ones are what. I am trying to be as respectful as possible.
Fucking political shit like that. I'm so sorry I'm not a First Nation. I'm so sorry that I'm not sitting here looking up, oh, do I have to use this word, that word, or that word? And if you get offended by stupid shit, like, is life so fucking boring that people get upset over the stupid shit that doesn't matter? Okay, it might matter to you, but just because it matters to you doesn't mean it matters to us, Sarah. Okay, like, seriously, I'm not about titles and all that stuff. I'm about people. Okay, about who you are as a people, no matter what your fucking skin color, where you're from, what your fucking title is, and all that shit. I'm not there to be a politically correct person because I don't give a shit about that stuff. I care about what matters most, and it's a person and a person's heart. But when people get upset over fucking third world problems such as that, you know, and you want to take offense to it, that's a you problem. Because I'm offended that you actually said that. How about them apples? How about them apples? It's a two-way street. I'm offended that you made that comment. So that's all I have to say about that crap, okay? Because honestly, if people want to get us upset, is this about Jack and Lily? Or because somebody might not have said something properly? Right? And so what? Should she apologize for being from America? I live in Canada. And besides the knowledge from people that tell me, again, half of it goes in this year and out the next year. Why? Because I'm too old to freaking have a memory stick in my fucking brain cell anymore that doesn't remember. But it's just when people get upset over stupid shit that doesn't matter. You know what? Take it outside with the air, okay? Because nobody gives a shit about it in here, right? We're not here to offend anyone. And if someone gets offended, that's a you problem, not a us problem. I'm talking about Jack and Lily. I'm sorry that I don't know freaking even how to say Sipnik or whatever the frick it is. But anyways, that's all I'm going to say about that. So Sarah, if you're all perturbed and pissed off, then have a good fucking night. Don't let the door hit you on the way out. Go ahead. Okay. Now what was I talking about? Oh yeah, right.
Sorry, I just had to address that because it seemed like there was quite a bit of arguing going on about whether or not they're called First Nations or Moot or
you know what,
something else. I don't know, but I was trying to be respectful.
You know what?
By calling them First Nations.
You know what? I can't keep up with my freaking niece's LGBTQ plus TQRS shit. All right? Like, I can't keep up with any of that shit, and I'm not going to try because I personally, like, I mean, I just have to try to remember to say the word indigenous, right? In a sense, because or freaking, because I think that's properly correct term. I don't even fucking know. I mean, I don't care if somebody calls me, hey, white gal. Am I going to take offense to that? No. No, don't go. Hey, Canadian. Nope. But I'm just saying people get upset over the, if it matters to them, great. Let it matter to you. But it just because it matters to you doesn't mean it matters to us the same way. All right? All right. All right. All right. Again, I'm all about people. I don't care about anything else besides people. But we're talking about Jack and Lily, and you're going to make a big thing out of that. So anyways, I'm just going to say, hey, Sarah, go fucking have a chill pill. Okay. So going back to my last thoughts on that part. So then it became about, so once we passed Cindy and, and Haley and stuff like that, then it went on to the reason was because that the case of Meadow is being decided about who has the rights over Meadow. Is it going to be the CPS in the reservation there, or is it going to be the white folk Canadians, right? CPS. And so then all of a sudden it's like, okay, that's why they're hidden, because while this case is working itself out, we're just that community is going to frick there and of course hide Jack and Lily for what could be years, just like Darren said, 25, freaking 30 years old, they'll come back out of fucking hiding and they'll be like, oh yeah, case concluded. We decided that the First Nations or whichever have rights over Jack and Lily and blah, blah, blah. Fuck that. Okay. Fuck that. Fuck that. Fuck that. It's ridiculous to think that the reservation would hide these two children while everyone's spending resources looking like fucking idiots while they're hiding these children on their reserve as they wait for freaking who's going to have it. Hey, Brad, how are you on there? It's just ridiculous. But anyways, I don't really entertain this side of it anymore, but I know that there are some people that do. And if you're in that part of the space of Jack and Lily's case, that you still do. Now, if you're doing it just for hope, you know what? Big hugs to you. If you're doing it because you truly think that they're hidden, I would just say, it's so easy to say why this wouldn't happen versus Occam's razor, which is the normal thing that happens to kids, which is parental or friend involvement and stuff like that, So this side of it bores me, to be honest with you, because if I don't feel like there's any genuineness to it and I've already looked at it, then for me, it just becomes gone. Push it to the side. It's irrelevant to me because I've already looked at it. Does it make sense? Does it not make sense? It just doesn't make sense. Let's see here. So you guys, boss man's in the house. Hey, Brad, what's up? What's up? Let's see here. Hi, boss man. Can we please ask why were there two oil drums showing heat? Everyone, were they from Brad's land or something? The oil drums? By the way, Tint, if you ever want to do an overview video again, just saying. Not in a million years would have read. No, it's not practical. It's impractical. It doesn't make sense. But again, there's this narrative, and I'm here myself. I like to stay in the land of reality. And could it have made sense at some point? Malaya hiding the kids or at least getting them off their property. That could have made sense. Absolutely. But 7 months in, you think her reservation is sitting there hiding these kids, knowing full well that everyone's searching for Jack and Lil, and they're just sitting there snickering, going, just lay low till a couple years when this is all resolved. It's just, You guys, it's just not normal. It's not the way cases go, you know? So, again, maybe it's because it's your first time in the true crime, but you know that find me another case out there with this scenario. Find me another case out there, right? You might, maybe if you dug in the depth of freaking Google Bible and stuff, you might be able to find half of a case that's similar. Other than that, no. Occam's razor. Oh, Brad. Brad comes in here and it's like, who's Sonny? Boss man, that Friday morning when you heard the car pass by so many times, did you see a lot of lights on at DM's house during that time as well? Well, I'll just let Brad
Hey,
answer what he
Sonny,
wants
can you
to.
answer me in back chat real quick?
Oh, sure.
Sorry, guys. I'm trying to deal with 10 things at once, and this is something I need to ask
What
her about.
on this one right here? It says, are you rejecting things in comments? No, I haven't even looked at it. I don't even know what comments are on there.
Then we've got an issue.
What, is someone fucking with it?
Yeah.
Okay,
I'll be back in a few minutes.
Okay, not really sure what's going on there, but it's definitely not me. But you don't want anyone to get into that. Okay, let's see here. Sonny, you talking to me? Repeat that. Nope, wasn't talking to you at all. Did you say something? Not unless you made a comment. I was only ever generally talking. But, I mean, if you want me to say I was talking to you, okay. No more lights than usual. Brad, tell Justin to message me. Maria. I want to ask him about the Harvey telling him Jack was going on a trip. I'm sure Brad's probably not going to do that. Hey, Wolfie, see, I am not MIA. Shubanaki Rez wouldn't, though. Yeah. I'm praying hard that happens to Daddy Dodie. Let's see here. Keeper Sailor Moon. Yep, I was a young man. A young man then. She is cool as hell. Must be talking about me in that one, by the way. She keeps telling me she's going to try and steal my wife. Boss man, thank you for answering. Just wondering if there seemed to be more activity that night. Now, boss man did say in one of the lives recently, he did say that hold on. Okay, the last trip he said was where the blanket was. Shit. First one, shit. What did he say? First one, layered. I think the first one was layered. Right? Am I wrong? Right? Layered. Then low cloud. Shit, what's the third one? Third McLeod.
Can someone go to the document real quick and tell me if you can edit anything?
Yeah. Let's see here.
Sonny, you can because you're on it as an editor, but I need somebody else too. I can remove you though if you want me to.
Yeah. What was the fourth one though, Brad? No, fourth one. No, we know the fourth one. First, layered. McLeod. Well, what's the one I'm missing? What's the one I'm missing all of a sudden? Brain's kind of going on me here. Matheson. Thank you. And then over there. Now, I mean, bottom line is it really like this is the point where we're at though. What happened to Jack and Lily? Right? What happened to Jack and Lily? It's just a waiting game, to be honest with you. That's all it is. Yeah, thank you. Hey. Boom, boom, boom. Thank you so much. Are you having a fire right now, Brad? Make me jealous. Mine's just on the computer. I've been saying this whole time. I searched it online. Whole damn road. I found things I reported. I've been saying this whole time. I searched it online. What you talking about, Marie? Need to be searched. Please go to search. Needs to be searched. Which one? Which one, Marie? Is it fair to say that not all Natives, First Nations live on reserves? That would be fair to say. A lot of them don't. Hell, I know a lot of them that don't live on the reserve. My freaking first ex was Native, or part Native, part white. Someone was trying to delete links. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure on that. But you know, like, this is the point that I'm at, and this is what it makes it kind of hard, because it's like, are we going to solve this? No. I mean, maybe someone with information that takes it to the RCMP, or comes across something that's sus, or comes across Jack and Lily. But other than that, we're just really at a point where
I think unless somebody talks, we're at a standstill.
we're all kind of like at a chess, like playing a chess game here, and you kind of get to that point where you're like, okay, checkmate, and you're just, but I think the writing's on the wall here, in so many ways, at least by the actions. But like Brad said that that the vehicle never left earshot, right? So it's what I don't understand, though, is why did Brad hear multiple trips, but only Justin heard one trip? That one I don't understand. You had any idea about that one, Brad? You got any thoughts on that one?
Well, yeah. When did they start counting? If I go outside right now and I shoot off my pistol and I do 3 shots in the air, they're going to ask my neighbor down the road, well, how many did you hear? Well, I heard 2, maybe 1 or 2. They're going to ask me else, I don't know, maybe 4. When did you realize, oh, that's weird? And then you have to go back and try to remember exactly how many you heard before you realized it was weird. So for me, it's perception. When did they realize it was something they needed to pay attention to? Going back and trying to figure it out.
Well, I love popcorn twists, by the way. They're amazing. I love my popcorn twists. Because, and Brad, correct me if I'm wrong here. You were working on a vehicle, correct? And obviously sound travels, and it was one of those things that, like, Brad's a night owl, by the way, right? For reasons, of course, but he's a night owl. So obviously, if you live in that type of community where there's only a few homes and you hear a vehicle, you're kind of going to be wondering, like, what the fuck is up? What's up over there at the Martell property going on there, right? And big hug, Shannon. So if I'm not mistaken, Brad was working on a vehicle, and it was just strange. Like this activity that was kind of going on, right? Trip in, trip out, 4 trips and stuff like that. And you're right. Maybe he did fall asleep. Good thought, Brad, because that didn't cross my mind on that one. But it was 1:30 in the morning, wasn't it? When he's 1 to 1:30 for him, But so, yeah, Brad. So, again, why is it with this case that it feels like the perfect storm at the moment, that everything that should have been caught on camera or this or that, wasn't, and I mean, it would have been peach to have Daniel Martell's vehicle on a camera or whatever freaking vehicle, because Brad did say that he didn't hear ATV. So people that keep trying to introduce an ATV, you know, Brad said he didn't hear one. Oh,
I fully believe those children are within 4 miles of that house.
I think that there's somewhere close by still. I still think that there's somewhere close by. Like, not that they went missing in the woods, but that they're buried in the woods, That's
And
my
I think the
personal
dogs were getting a little too close to them, and that's why, oh, there's a boot print on the pipeline. Oh, there's a blanket. Bring the dogs over here and away from there.
Where did I'm trying to think about the dog thing for a second. Yeah, you know what? Left my brain. It was like there, then gone. Sucks to be my brain. I used to be so good. But I'm not going to lie. I went to bed at 9 a.m. I beat you bad. I probably went to bed later than you this morning. I stayed up till 9 a.m. Sucks to be me. That's why the brain cells are only half functioning at this moment. If that was true about the car leaving back and forth, then those kids would be within the perimeter of where. Well, see, I had asked Brad the other day. I was like, do you think that those because he could hear it in earshot. I'm thinking to myself, well, maybe that was just Daniel planting shit, right? Like, and maybe some of it was found and maybe some of it wasn't. Like, we don't know.
Maybe that's why Daniel Martell said he's surprised not more was found.
Right. I'm surprised not more was found. Yeah, you're right about that, right? Yeah. So did you fix your issue? Do you need a tissue for your issue?
Yeah. Ben said he has to request access to edit it, but somebody went in there, and we'll talk about that later. We'll talk about that off the live.
Maybe I don't want to talk to you.
Well, then don't.
I won't. I'm an adult. I can do what I like. Talk to you after this, okay, though? Okay. I'm so far behind in chat, even though I'm here. How does that happen? I don't know.
So what is this about oil drums? Like, I know oil retains heat,
thank you.
right?
I was going to ask about that. Was there?
So what is this?
Yeah. Well, because the drone caught two things, but they were oil drums. Were they, Brad? Were those on your property, or those oil drums, or where were they? Those oil drums? Do you know? Oh my God, these are like putting butter in your mouth. I'm so having nachos tonight. Nacho cheese.
So Tinkerbell said Melissa, but human remains detecting dogs were there later. They would have found something, right? If they were in the right spot. You realize how big a 5-mile radius is, right? They didn't do a 5-mile radius.
Well, they didn't.
They searched certain areas. They searched specific areas.
Yeah.
So they could still be out there. Even the RCMP themselves said.
One sec.
In October, I had to go through the months, yes. But RCMP themselves, let me go over here so I can give you on October 8th on CTV News, Chris Lewis said about the human remains detection dogs, just because they didn't indicate something on this search does not mean there aren't remains there. That's all I needed to hear, because I already knew that, but at least I got it backed up from the RCMP saying it. The human remains detection dogs were only in a few specific. Exactly, they were only in a few locations. They weren't. They didn't do the whole area. And there's, certain places. I don't know which way the maps are faced, or I'd give you actual directions, but there are areas that weren't searched by human remains detection dogs, by RCMP, all within a 5-mile radius of the home. I mean, there's a lot of area that they were not able to search. You're muted, Sonny. You're just over there talking to yourself.
Oh shit. You know what the problem was? Because I went to go do something and I hit my mic. And my mic is one of those ones that you like, well, whatever. And so I accidentally hit it when I went to go do something. So yeah, I was just mouthing a bunch of naughty words. Don't worry about it. Nothing important. Nothing to see here. Nothing to hear here. Apparently. But what was I? Oh yeah. For the drums or whatever. So from an aerial standpoint, Brad, just by the drone footage, any particular location, were those on your property? And you were like, were they like on your property, those drums? And they were like, because usually people use drums for like fires and shit like that, right? Stuff like that. Shannon, that always comes up when Sunny is saying something important. Must not be too many ads then. Oil drums pretty common. Definitely oil drums are really common, especially on farmlands, for sure. They're what you would deem as more acreage stuff. I remember, I just got to say this, okay, because I'm having a memory now about oil drums. Whenever I think about these oil drums, I always remember when I was with my ex-husband, and his grandpa had this acreage in Maple Ridge, and I lifted up this oil drum, and fucking a million mosquitoes were like right there in the water because it was like stagnant water. And all I can ever picture whenever I think of oil drums is instantly my brain goes right back to lifting up that lid and all the mosquitoes. It was like, I don't know why, but it was just really disgusting seeing that many infestations of mosquitoes in there. Ugh. I hate mosquitoes.
So
those are, I'll kill them.
J9 Max said Chris Lewis is an RCMP. He's a retired cop who is a CTV expert. Okay. Fair point.
Oh, yeah, Chris Lewis?
I stand
Yeah,
corrected. However, Baldwin, who I believe is a RCMP officer, or at least the one that was speaking for them, said that tree cover will hinder a search through the fleur.
Yeah.
And also other places. How many descriptions do I need to give to make you understand that they still could be out there? I'm not saying this is exactly where they're at. I'm just saying that it's been confirmed multiple times through multiple sources.
Mm-hmm.
They could still be out in the woods. Just saying.
Mm-hmm. Oh, absolutely. I mean, honestly, there's a vast fucking forest out there, man. Right?
Right.
I mean, like, freaking, you just gotta freaking see some drone coverage, right, Brad? And you'll see all those freaking trees. Like, I mean, there's a massive amount of freaking places to put children out there. Freaking, that's like finding a needle in a haystack. Unless someone pinpoints the location, it's gonna be a matter if they are out there. Then, and let's just say they are in ground and not in the water and stuff like that, or they're not hidden or not trafficked or this or that. Like, unless someone's going to give you the exact freaking coordinates pretty much of where Jack and Lily are, usually it's going to become like a hunter comes across them at some point, could be years down the road. If they're out in the woods somewhere. I mean, there's just such a vast amount of places that Jack and Lily could be. So my question to you guys is, for this part of the case, because honestly, talking about Daniel's inconsistencies bores the fuck out of me now, to be honest with you. I don't even know why I was even entertaining that shit anymore, to be honest. Because it's just, if people haven't seen that by now, then there's just no help for you. Okay. There's just no help. Well, maybe there's help, with therapy, but that part of what Malay is doing and Daniel, like their actions about 2 missing children, it's just clear as day. Like there's not even like a side rail here. There's no freaking random freaking neighbor and shout that sit there and went, look at that blue backpack on, Harvey. This is, to me, is just 2 people are lying. Their actions are both strange.
Incorrect.
What?
3 people. 3 people, not 2.
Okay.
3 people are lying.
I mean, are we going to include Janie, angry old freaking turd bird, on this one?
She was on that fucking property.
Or she was probably sitting there freaking going, let me just pull out my sex dildo there and let me just jizz off so I can think about my lies. So I just need to calm myself down. She probably should have done that prior to taking a lie detector test. Seriously. She probably should have given herself a big O and then went and took that lie detector test. I bet you any money she probably would have came out with some answers, but nope. She was, all anxiety ridden and shit like that. I guess that's what happened when you're trapped inside of a freaking 5x10 trailer type of thing, 15-foot trailer. And, you sit there and you give up your home so that your kid and Malaya can move in there. And then you go live in this love shack of a freaking trailer. That must suck. I mean, honestly, like, you know what I mean? Like, that would be so claustrophobic to me to have to like actually live in there full time always. But I guess you got the land, right? Open up the door, have a smoke, right, Janie? Have some freaking Lipton tea there going on or whatever it is. And, sit outside. And I'm sure Janie probably puts earplugs in because she claims she doesn't know what Daniel and Malay are doing. But, what were we talking about? I almost fucking forget. I went off on the side rail there.
She needs earplugs because she can't stand Lily's scream. Could you stand Lily's scream?
Isn't that rhetorical? Like, isn't that ironic, though? Well, we can't stand your voice, Janie, pretty much. But, are you really going to compare Lily's scream to your voice? I'd probably rather listen. If I had to listen to that voice all day long, someone talking like that, with such anger. Well, maybe behind this all, maybe behind the whole case is a sweet old lady, that's probably sits there and crochets while she's ordering her Temu. I don't know. We could be wrong about her. She could be a very sweet person.
Hey, now I crochet. I'm not old yet.
Exactly, Drippy. Yes, Janie has. Well, you know what? The 2 people that I care about most is Daniel and Malaya. Because Jeannie just becomes like a, hypothetically, allegedly, an accessory to the fact, right? If she has involvement and stuff like that. It's Daniel and Malaya that are not only telling us that they weren't paying attention to Jack and Lily, using their bullshit timeline to me, but it's their actions that have said everything. And again, you guys, I mean, I spend my nights, man, watching these cases all day long, let alone been in true crime for freaking over almost 6 years, I guess now, 5 years, 6 years, 5 years, whatever it is. And again, these are typical things, is that lie, and deny. Lie and deny, fake it till you make it. And I really think that Daniel thinks that he's convinced himself that he's a really good liar. I really believe that Daniel actually believes that we believe his bullshit. Because that's how delusional
Daniel,
he is.
I hate to bust his bubble, but his facial expressions and his body language give him away.
His smirks. It's all those damn smirks that piss you off. All that damn smirk.
Right.
Yeah.
Like, you're trying to convince me that it's normal, right?
Yeah. Yeah. But okay, my question I want just to pose to you guys, and I probably should go make. Oh my God, it's been 4 hours and 40 minutes, and it's 9:11 right now. By the way, I literally looked at the clock and it says 9:11. Okay, last time I looked at the clock, it was just over 2 hours. What the fuck? And it's probably like Sunny doing all the talking.
Time flies.
But anyways, yeah.
So Drippy said, he said, even if not relevant, the searchers found stuff that had not been found before. So to me, that opens the possibility that there is more to be found, including human remains.
I'm still there.
Exactly, 1000%. That's what I've been trying to get people to understand, but nobody wants to listen to me.
Who said that? Drippy?
Yeah.
No one wants to listen to her? Drippy, I'm not
No,
listening to-
no.
Oh.
Drippy said that even human remains could be found out there. I said, well, that's what I've been trying to get people to understand, but nobody wants to listen to little old me. I said nobody wants to listen to me.
I'm sorry, I wasn't listening to you.
Exactly. See, point proven.
Daniel, right? Daniel's
Actions
a
speak louder
psychologist.
than words.
Yeah, you can have your time zone over there. I'm good with that. And then you got Shannon, that's like a freaking pretty much a day over there, a half a day, whatever, ahead of us over in Australia over there. That
Wait,
Australia one
Shannon,
always gets.
since she's ahead of us, can she like tell us what's gonna happen today? Like, can she like give
Yeah.
us winning lottery numbers or something?
That's what I always would say. Like if they're a day ahead, I'm going, can they tell us lottery numbers? Oh, so your clock is different. What's up? All right. So mine says 13 as well. So I think that this was a bit of an exaggeration by Marianne here. 12:14.
She's just got her set fast, so she's never late.
Now, you see, if Daniel gave a timeline like that, I would have forgiveness. If he said, you know what, it wasn't 9:09 that I went to sleep on the May 3rd. You know, if he would have said 9:08, I would have been like, you know what, what's a minute? You know, off by a minute. But Daniel can't clearly remember if, like, Malaya can't even remember if the kids were outside playing on Thursday. You know, the day that they went to the doctor, they went to Starbucks, they went to Acropole, they went to freaking Lawton's, they went to Timmy's, you know, blah, 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 gas station, blah, 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 blah. And she can't remember if her own kids were outside playing. Well, let me think about that. Did I feed them dinner? Did I not? Wait a second. Or did Daniel just get him and Malaya, or just Daniel a poutine? I thought he said he went there for pizza, but then he said poutine at some point. But anyway, actually, don't even say that, because poutine to me is, yeah, go on.
Lindsay Shannon, she said, does anybody know if Janie showers and uses the bathroom in the trailer? I don't think her trailer has water hooked up. From what I could tell, I didn't, in any of the pictures, I did not see any water hookup. That doesn't mean that there isn't, because it's still very possible. Most RVs, though, have a compost toilet and a bathroom, but I do know for a fact that she goes in that trailer whenever she damn well pleases.
You ever look at some of those pictures and look at all the peeled up tile on the floor, you know, and just, you know, oh my God, honestly, I don't, if I would have walked into that place, if I was freaking Malaya, I would have turned around and walked right back out of that freaking dive hole, to be honest with you. It just, like, there's no upkeep. Then they tried to make it upkeep, you know, after the fact, but not even then, I'm sure. I wonder how Daniel's making out being, you know, doing all that cleaning by himself. You think Daniel's keeping the trailer nice and, you know, immaculate and clean and tidy? You know, I mean, did he fix the door so that the bear doesn't come in? These are questions that I don't need the answer to be honest with you. Look at you guys. She showers outside in the rain. You know, I'm so
She
sorry,
just takes
Jenny,
her
that was
soap out
funny.
there and like la 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 la, singing in the rain.
Yeah, she probably pulls out her pants, throws out her fucking carpet, and twist ties it back up. You guys, stop it. Grow up, Sonny. It would just be solid evidence she does know what goes on inside. Of course she does. Of course she does. She probably know when Daniel frickin' farts and breathes, to be honest with you. Poor Janie. I think she's used to me harassing her about that stuff now. You know, it's clean and tidy except for the white powder. Yeah, I'm technically. Oh, wait. So my question was, when it came to Jack and Lily, okay, I'm getting to the 5-hour point now where it's like, yeah, whatever. My question to you guys was location, area. Where do you guys all think? And even if you think that they're hidden, you can say reservation or reserve or whatever. Where do you guys think that Jack and Lily are? Now, be more precise than just woods, right? You know, you can say this town or that town or 5-mile radius in water.
3.5 miles northeast.
I'm not listening to you, I said. Stop.
Fine.
So what? Wait, 3.455 nautical degrees to the left and what, northeast?
Yep. I think they're, well, I'll just say 3 to 4 miles northeast of the home.
She's going to bath in the pool. Pool. Remember,
She's just going to soak in it. She's just going to buy shock. Just avoid buying soap at all. Just put some pool shock in there and some chlorine. She's just gonna sit in it.
Pool shock. No. Okay. Jenny's RV was gutted and remodeled. And yes, those RVs have nice sized bathrooms in them. Don't even get me. Mind you, I've seen pictures on that the day of, or pictures like leading right up into the inside of her trailer there. Wasn't looking so pretty. But as long as Doggy loves it, that's what matters most. He's running faster than a helicopter. That mobile must be super clean. That always gets me whenever he says that. He's made a couple comments, but the one is that, and they were just watching me while they were just watching me while I was running around, like, basically, right? As if the helicopters are like, you know what? Let's see if we can outwit, outlast, outsmart Daniel. We're just going to hover above him, see what he does so that we can do the exact same shit that he's doing. Like, and then
they were just following him like a lost puppy dog.
I know, right? Laird Road. Yeah, Laird Road. But then also the one where he was, well, there's a couple there that actually was the one where, of course, that he was running faster than helicopters and drones and and then the other one was the one that probably makes me, I shouldn't say laugh, but yeah, I remember Jack and Lily's case is separate than the comical bullshit of Daniel Martell. Is when he said that he was running, through the woods into the water, like waist deep, and that he was almost impaled by a stick, and he almost died. Well, he said more, but almost died 2 times. And then there was another one where he said, and that would have been his 3rd death had it happened. But he said that the world will never know about that. But he let the world mostly know about that, to be honest with you, in one of his interviews, and that he was like yelling so hard till his throat hurt, I don't know. Let's see there, Daniel. Well, I mean, you kind of weren't watching the children, if that's your story and you're sticking to it, so, I mean, when children are missing, what would you do? Just stand there and go, say nothing? Because according to Daniel, like, pretty much that's what Malaya did the whole entire time. It's so weird watching a case where 2 people are, to me, just utter bullshit. And yet there's like these constant digs at each other, in a sense, it just like, if you picture this scenario of 2 people that know the answer to Jack and Lily, and yet by the same token, Malaya wanted the fuck out of there from his ass, right? And too bad it was too late. Malaya should have done this before Jack and Lily went missing. But anyways, And then like all these little slight digs. Well, Daniel more, but it's just it's twisted like Daniel. Right? I don't care about Malaya no more. Fuck her. Or yeah, were you saying that when you were fucking Taylor and whoever else you were fucking? Passing on your bullshit and your diseases and freaking creep. But so Daniel's trying to exclude Malaya from having any knowledge about the children hidden, but yet he always says like she's a useless basically mom and I did everything. I taught, Jack and Lily how to shit or shit in the toilet basically and all this stuff, and Malaya just sat there on her ass. And like I said, that's that whole push pull of a narcissist. You fucking don't do anything, I do everything for you, blah 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 blah. And then Malaya's probably crying. She's probably like, "You're a fucking asshole, fuck off." And then of course he's there to go, it's okay. No. I mean, I didn't mean to say all that. No, you're a great mom. And then and then another day it will be like, I fucking do everything. I'm the hero here. You just sit there. No. It's okay, Malaya. I didn't mean to say that stuff either. I'm sorry. I mean, I didn't mean to push you up against a wall. I'm sorry I lost my temper. I'm sorry that you were trying to leave me multiple times. But no, Malaya. Of course, no. You push pull bullshit. But anyways, it's so weird to watch this case with these really ridiculous dynamics to it like that. Like you got Pop a lot there that fucking would come in and out of channels and say his bullshit and stuff like that, and watching him like a little Pop-a-lot weasel there going in and out, right? I always call it like the whack-a-mole because that's what it reminds me of. It's like, doing, get out of here. And he'd always come back for more. But it's strange watching Daniel just talk about his innocence versus Jack and Lily, right? He's not really perpetuating about what we can do to help, what people can all do, Like typically in situations like this, a lot of times, especially once the search is over, the family tries to keep going, bring searches alive and Well, Daniel, of course, is telling us about that he just got a stapler and is going to, like months after that, he just finally got a stapler so he can go put posters up. It's ridiculous to watch these stupid games, but it's like, oh, I'm gonna poke at you. Oh no, I'm gonna poke at you, but we can't tell on each other, but I swear it's just fucking twisted, man. It's just twisted. Yeah. What is a friend with a friend? All right, so I'm going to scroll down to the bottom because I got caught behind there. He came home from searching and went right to bed, Dad. That was on the 3rd. Did not comfort one another as a couple because their children were missing. They talk about the 3rd because Daniel clearly says he gave Malaya a hug and then fell asleep at 9:09. 9:09. But yet he can't remember, acting like they all fucking have amnesia. No, Malaya left Saturday, the next day. Yeah. The 3rd. Yeah, but the average household income in Nova Scotia is under 60K. Really? The majority of people here cannot afford rents if they are forced to move, only surviving because of laws for increase. Well, that's a joke here. There's like, yeah. She seemed to be a better mom when I think so too, Sharon. I think that the Malaya that met Daniel and the Malaya that was with Cody, even though it wasn't a great relationship, I think that that Malaya was a different person. And then who knows? I mean, every person that she picks, does drugs and stuff like that, right? Like I said, she's not showed signs of someone that's missing her children. She was with somebody not that long after, within the first couple months of Jack and Lily missing. Like, this is where that, like I said, when you take everything and mash it together, these are all clear signs that they don't know how to act when truly children, when you have your own knowledge and you don't know how to act. I keep hitting my stupid mic there, right? And if it was genuine, the actions would be totally different. But when you don't know how to act because your act is a lie, and then you have to try to portray this because they don't know how to portray it properly, right? That's why they're like, yeah, you know what? 1 month after my kids go missing, yeah, you know what? I'm just gonna go fuck someone. Yeah, fuck the children. Don't worry about the posters. Posters can find themselves up on poles by those random strangers that care more, or the community and stuff like that. I mean, it's twisted. It's just fucking twisted. And that's because, again, to me, it's all about guilty knowledge. That when you don't know how to act because you have your own guilty knowledge, that's when you see this weird shit going on like we're watching. Now, in saying that, I think it's time to go make nachos. So
I want to agree with Marianne before we do that. She said, Malaya ticks me off beyond what I can say here, that she's fighting for Meadow but hasn't done a damn thing for Jack and Lily. Amen. Say that louder for the people in the back who didn't hear you.
Yeah, innocent people don't care about what others think. Daniel sure fucking cares what people think about him and Malaya. She's too bad of a liar. She got to stay away from it. Okay, all right. I think it was Brad that sent me this, but I'm pretty sure it was Brad. And he's like, this song, right? Like Janie's Got a Gun or whatever, or what is it? Jamie's Got a Gun. Is it Jamie and that song? Janie's got a gun. What would your that song? Come on now, you know what song I'm talking about?
Yeah, I do.
Hello?
I'm over here dancing to it in my head.
Oh, okay. But so I think it was Brad that sent me this video. I think was it AB that created it? Somebody, and it's like Jamie's
Yeah,
got
AB created a
right.
couple of them.
Yeah, and that's what I always say. I always make fun of that. Reiki, Janie. Where the fuck is that pool? Yeah, no. Well, then Janie's like, well, what would we need a pool for? I mean, the kids aren't coming back anyway, so no need to put up a pool. Yeah. Janie, just think of it as your second bath, your hot tub. I never seen a rake on that property, only cheap snow shovels. Now you guys gotta get, I don't need that song in my head. Even though whenever I think of Janie, I'm always like, Reiki, Janie, Reiki. One hug, and then it's bedtime.
I just now remembered the gift thingy you sent me. I'm dying laughing again.
The way?
the gift you sent me.
Oh, are you talking about the one with the wheelchair going over?
Uh-huh.
Oh,
yeah. That just popped in my head out of nowhere, and I'm over here just laughing.
Said he was, because AB said he was gonna take Kent and roll him down. Oh, my camera went blurry. It's going blurry. 1 second, because he said he was gonna take him and roll him down a hill, and type of thing, right? And when I saw that, I couldn't help but think of AB freaking tossing Kent over freaking the railing there into the snow. Because of that comment. Like, who says shit like that? Well, AB does. 1 second, my camera's kind of blurring me out. But anyways, what all do you want to say before we head off here? Like, is there anything you want to bring up or anything?
No, at this point, I don't know. I just don't understand how 3 people on the property, and you expect us to believe, all 3 of you expect us to believe that it was a normal, ordinary day, and that 2 children vanished in the span of 20 minutes. We're not on drugs. You people are. So try telling the truth.
Yeah. Try living on disability. It sucks. And without having that stupid tax credit, thing from the government. I am not eligible for the new payment. Oh, is there a new thing? I pay what you talking about there? I pay 1,000 for rent and portions. Uh, which area do you live in, Terry? What area? Are you in Nova Scotia? What area? Daniel is a snake. He's a slimy snake. Steve Tyler's lips bug me. I know. He has big ass lips, eh? And star for the month, 100 for groceries. Yeah.
I always budget 130 for groceries.
Well, I never told anybody this, but or publicly anyway. I only told a couple people. My husband, he ended up losing his job a few weeks ago, about 3 weeks ago, because basically the son, the owner of the business that he'd worked for 6 years, ran it to the ground, his dad's business to the ground. So anyways, it pretty much is shut down, right? So now my husband typically would bring home, like take home would be about 5,000. Well, EI will be like 2,000 at best. Huge difference, but thankfully, like I literally just paid $1,725 for our last payment from a loan from 5 years ago. But anyway, so kind of worked out that way, but it sucks just before Christmas and stuff like that. So yeah, I feel like because our rent is it's okay, it's all good, is what it is, eh? But thank you. But anyways, but it kind of sucks just before Christmas, like right when you finish paying off your last payment, from a loan from like 5 years ago, COVID days. And all of a sudden it's just like, whatever. But you know what, to be honest with you, at the end of the day, my husband, he was in construction, and I'd rather have him home here with me than honestly working at that freaking place, working at the construction company, and stuff like that. My husband's a hard worker, and I really hated to see him in pain a lot because of the heavy door lifting, right? Because he was installed like lots of industrial doors and stuff like that. But anyways, construction stuff. But anyways, just for a 1-bedroom apartment, right? And this is only because our landlord never raised the rent for up until like 2 years ago. And in BC, you have a cap. But we pay $1,600, and it was $1,500 from when we moved in, like 6 years ago, over 6 years ago. And if we were to move out and they were to rent it, they would easily charge $2,200 for a 1-bedroom fucking apartment, right? Groceries are ridiculously high. And yeah, it's, I mean, most people in the Vancouver area usually have their basement suite and rent it out and stuff like that. It's hard, right? So, you got all these credits, like you said, and stuff like that. But it's not, everything's so expensive nowadays. So, my heart goes out to everybody that does struggle, with, living by disability or assistance and stuff like that, because it's just sad. Yeah. Roots. Think of all the money I'm making off of YouTube, though. Yeah, you guys, I think people think, like, for this size channel, I think people think that we're like that I'm raking it in and stuff like that. If I even like, and not that I'm gonna sit there and tell you, because I really don't think it's anyone's business, but if you think I'm raking it in off of YouTube because people donate, don't forget YouTube takes 30%, and don't forget and the ads. And of course, I appreciate the donations. Of course, when people do them, it does help out. Obviously, it helps to pay for these programs and all these different things, helps to pay a couple bills. But if you're thinking I'm raking in the thousands of dollars and stuff like that on this channel, then you got another thing coming, because that's not the case. But I don't really like to talk about that stuff, because I think that people in general, I don't like talking about money things. to be honest with you, when it comes to stuff like that, because it's yeah. I wish I was raking it in off of YouTube, to be honest. Maybe one day. My thing is about, say, subs, right? Like channels that have like 50K subs, and higher. They're making a nice, pretty income off of YouTube and stuff like that. I'm not nowhere near that. Sure, maybe the first month of Jack and Lily and stuff like that, there was a lot more donations, but appreciate, but it's not like I'm raking in the money off of YouTube. I'm not here for that purpose. Now, I appreciate the fact that people like watching the channel, or people appreciate and stuff like that. I like the fact that YouTube pays for ads. I personally, I pay the extra so I don't have to watch stupid YouTube ads myself. A lot of people don't. Because I think that's like looking a gift horse in the mouth if you don't. Why wouldn't anyone have a channel and not take advantage of YouTube paying for ads so that they could give you money for work that you do and stuff like that, But anyways, so maybe one day I'll be raking it in off of YouTube. My goal is never money motivated for anything. I mean, sure, money makes the world go round, but at the end of the day, I have to do everything that I do because my heart is in something. If it's not, I would never be doing it. If it's not, I struggle with true crime because it's such a hard space to be in and stuff like that. And again, for anyone that ever wants to act like, well, actually, I'm not even going to get into those nobodies that don't fucking matter. I don't beg for money. Right. It's one of, again, if money was my main motivator, I'd be fucking doing a live every single day, trying to take advantage of everyone's kindness and, playing a poor me syndrome thing and, or just whatever. It's not me. I would feel so awkward, being that type of content creator. But my goal is that, in time, that the more awareness you can bring, the more cases you cover, the more subscribers you have, the more viewers you get, the more that you get YouTube ads because of the people that view it and stuff like that. That's how that part runs. Okay. So I never sit there ever and go, ooh, you know what? I have a goal of $500 off the YouTube subscribers. I don't think of it that way. And I think it's very ignorant whenever people say that, oh, you're making money off the missing and the murder. Have a cup of go fuck yourself. I have a right, if I want, to work in true crime or work making cupcakes or whatever I want to do. And it's nobody's business. Nobody is told, let me just hold your hand and make you hit that donate button. My goal was always to sit there and try to get enough, like, over time, get subscribers to make the channel bring awareness. And I figure that by being just a good, decent human being in life, and you just do things for right reasons, that you don't have to do shitty and shady shit in order to do it. So yeah, it might take me longer to grow for those said reasons, but I refuse to stoop to the level of trying to use people for the advantage of myself and stuff like that. But yes, but
Who
bottom
was
line
that?
is me.
I don't remember who that channel was. Actually, I do remember who that channel was. I'm not gonna lie. I remember who the channel was. Anyway, we're not like the channel when Delphi was going on, and that specific creator would go, if you want to know what I know, you've got to donate $100 or I'm getting off here right now.
Oh, you're talking
Donate
about
$500 and I'll be on for another hour. Yeah, Sonny
you're
doesn't
talking
do
about
that
Great
bullshit because
Hughes.
it ain't about money. Yeah, I just wasn't
Whatever.
gonna say the name.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, not now, Jack and Lily, only because I have more subscribers. Like, I grew about 5 or 6K subscribers with Jack and Lily. But before Jack and Lily, and I had maybe 12,000 subscribers. And again, just doing it when I could. I was lucky if I brought home $200 to $500 a month. And that pretty much covers my like I'd say about 300 covers my programs altogether that I use to create stuff. So yeah, but that was typical. Jack and Lily's case, I'm not going to go there, but I'll say you could probably double that. Okay. And that's because of about 5-6K extra subscribers and a lot of generous people throughout that thing, right? When that was near the start more so. But yeah, well, no, the first month probably a couple thousand, to be honest, between YouTube ads and donations. Yeah. But anyways, I'm not gonna sit there and like give it, well, I made $561.51. I just think that it's not my thing. I don't sit there and try to be this beggar and pleader of donations and shit like that. I couldn't. Hey, if others can, so be it. People want to donate, they can, right? Nobody twists anybody's arm. People don't want to watch a channel, don't watch it. If they do, whatever. A lot of people have YouTube as their jobs. For me, it's just something that I can contribute, and it's my family. For 5 years, it's like building a family of people. Some people come, some people go, and stuff like that. So for me, it's like I'm a people person by nature, heaven forbid, or why for the fact of being in customer service and hospitality for 40 years and stuff like that. If I didn't care about people, I wouldn't be here. I could never do anything unless I'm guided by my heart. So it has to be authentic and real, because I just can't fake it if I tried. I'm just not built that way. So that's where I'll leave that part at. We found Daniel. Geocache box is probably a favorite spot. I think another, search should have been done around there. I don't know. There's just so much freaking land space. And I'm waiting for my bucket of KFC dinner when I prove you wrong. You're so right, Sunny. I felt MB that Belinda knew was not the one. That's Rhonda.
You're awesome. Thank you. I love your heart, Sunny with face emoji.
Love you, Rhonda. You didn't have to do that. Now you're just going to make me turn a shade of red. I love your heart. I was going to say something earlier. Rhonda all the time messages me on Messenger. All the time saying, you're such a wonderful person. Thank you for all the hard work you're doing for Jack and Lily and, et cetera, et cetera. Honestly, it makes me blush because it's kind of like, it's like someone putting you in a sense on a pedestal, and yet you're just being true to yourself. But Rhonda's always sending me these beautiful pickup messages all the time. So I will say to Rhonda, because you don't have to do it all the time, but she has such a beautiful heart. Rhonda does. I see that. And I love getting those little messages all the time. Not because it's saying, Sunny, you're great and you're awesome and you're whatever. What I love seeing is beautiful hearts. People that are just behind a computer, and yet their heart shines through the computer to who they are as a person. And that's what always means the most to me, is the authenticness and genuineness of someone. And so, Rhonda, like I said, it's kind of like you're the one that all the time is always sending me these messages. So thank you so much. You didn't need to send that one because you already did one at the start on there. But just know I truly do appreciate those messages, and you are a very awesome lady. And thank you for showing me your lights today. Wait, what is this about drinking? Well, for fuck's sakes, I just spit my drink out, for fuck's sakes. You know what? I might go, you know what I might do? I think I might have an eggnog and some Captain Morgan. I think I'm going to have one of those tonight. I think I will. Y'all making me hungry. I'm going to go eat a bologna. Okay, gross. Okay, freaking bologna. Gross. Okay, whoops. Hit my mic. Gross. Good night, Lucid. I want chicken tonight. Yeah, if you want some chicken, keep on licking. I just had deep fried wings, made them from our restaurant recipe for my hubby, who had a few swallows tonight and got the munchies. Isn't that a bird? Isn't some swallows a bird?
You went to a bird. I went to something totally different.
I know. You were going freaking south and I was trying to keep it north. Yeah. Who had a few swallows tonight? Oh, wait, no, drink. I think a swallow. She's talking about drink. Who had a few swallows tonight? Yeah. You know.
Still not where I went.
I know, right? Freaking northeast, southwest on this shit. Trust me when I say this. I remember walking by someone at work and all I heard was, I'm going to come there. And I walked by and that's what I heard. I'm going to come there. And I started laughing. And I'm just like, nope, at work, inappropriate to, because the person was saying like, well, why are you laughing for? And I'm like, no, never mind. Just no. And they're like, okay. And I'm like, yeah, no, at work. If I was in a different situation, I would have said exactly what I thought that meant when I come around. It just sounded so funny when I heard I'm going to come there. And I'm just like, totally south. Whenever I hear things like that, my mind naturally goes south, to be honest with you. But here, for some reason, I seen deep fried wings. Then I had bird in my head from a swallow. Then you're, of course, thinking about swallowing down there. And then all of a sudden, I'm thinking, yeah, no, this is a drink. So I was wrong. You were wrong. And it was a drink. So.
Mine sounds like.
Yeah. Yeah, yours is perverted. Sonny, do it. I will. Must have screwed up my punctuation. Oh, are you trying to post a link again? Did Streamlabs catch you? I'm cooking salmon, baked potatoes, and I'm going to be making nachos. Yeah, with my husband. Gonna make some nachos.
Where do you live again, Shannon? Or Sharon? Where do you live again? I'm coming to your house.
What's she having? Is that the one I just read?
Yeah.
Crime shame at gmail.com. Sheila, that's the email for this channel. You guys don't get my personal one. Unless you're special. Actually, no. That one gets enough junk mail as it is. I drank more than usual. Drippy. That's why the name Drippy is in front of your name. She's pouring herself with all these little drinks. I drank more than usual last night. It was a reminder why. You know what? I haven't had one of those days in a very long time, but I remember those days. I'm all about having a good drink here and there for sure. I just sometimes see my husband doesn't really drink at all. Because if he did, I'd be more inclined. You know what? Next thing you know, freaking psycho lady there, Joe, what the fuck her name is? Freaking one that said I was writing a book, whatever, fucking Enjoy. Yeah. So watch this. So I was talking about that me and my husband went to a casino. For I think it was our anniversary or whatever it was. Probably since COVID have been maybe to the casino 6 times, 5. Anyways, so she hears this and she's like, I knew she was a gambling addict. I knew it. She brought up about the fact that she went to a casino. Yeah. Was it wrong of me to go with my husband on our anniversary to the casino? I guess it was. Or even if it wasn't, who the fuck cares? Right? Do I sit there and talk about it? Oh my God, I won about $500 when I went. But it's not so funny that, you say one thing and next thing you know, you're a fucking, gambling alcoholic and all that stuff. So enjoy. Just so you know, I'm probably going to go have a drink tonight. It's going to consist of alcohol in it. So you might as well just start calling me a lush right now because I got a video that actually proves it, obviously, right? Remember my video, the one that I make fun of people. But anyway, so enjoy. Don't forget to make a video talking about me and how I said I was going to have a drink tonight because you have nothing better to do and you fucking obviously don't have a life outside of your fucking YouTube channel, you angry bird like Janie, just do me a favor. Just create a video talking about me, about how much I'm an alcoholic, and I'm going to go have that one drink tonight. You know, I dare you. Go ahead, enjoy. Do it. Do it. Do it. Yeah, so I put that down there.
Okay,
I mean,
Sunny
eggnog, that's
Justice.
what? What?
That's what she calls you, Sunny
Sunny
Justice.
Well, because my name is, though.
She can't even get your fucking name right.
No, but it is. My name is Sunny Justice on here. You're the one that
Yeah,
came
but
after and made
still,
American Justice. If
I
you
I
look
know,
up
right?
Sunny
But no,
Justice,
she calls you Sunny Justice, but
thank you,
it's the way she words it. It's like,
oh,
huh?
I mean, I used to say it more so, but usually I'll just say Sunny Austin now. But yeah, Sunny Justice, because it was all about justice, right? And so if you look, Sunny Justice is what most people know
And
the channel.
Charmaine is Charlemagne.
Charlemagne. Charlemagne's a
Charlemagne
charlatan.
or
Don't
Charlemagne.
forget Janie's toys. You're great. Keep up the good work. Thank you guys again for being here. Sunny, I just emailed you. I don't even have my email open. I barely look at my email. Keep forgetting about it, to be honest with you.
I'll be right back.
Oh, wait, that's the wrong email. Okay. Just quickly, I'll take a look, Sheila. Don't see it, Sheila. Not yet. I don't see it, Sheila. She got it right. @crimingshame@gmail.com. Is that what I put? Oh. Wait. Someone said Cascades. You went to the Cascades, didn't you? Yeah, I went to the Cascades. Wait, was it the Cascades? Yeah, the Cascades. Yep, that's where I went. Cascades over in Langley over there. When did me and my husband go? I know we went on our anniversary, and then we went a time after. Probably what? Was that a month or so ago? About a month or so ago? I just remember I was taking a video because I was making shorts out of the drive. About a month and a half ago, I think it was. And actually, we both won. We were playing this little construction game. This little piggy construction game, and we actually both won. So walked out of it. No, we really, what was it? We had I honestly, my husband, the only thing I can think about when I go to that casino is fish and chips. That's my thing, the fish and chips. Wish I could send you some fresh peppers. I had a bumper crop. Ooh. Oh, also we say swirlies, but kind of figured that one would fly right over. Our restaurant and pub, we are known. Oh, okay. Yeah. I don't know why at the Hustler 89. Why is it you're giving me creep vibes? Why is that? Telling me I went to the Cascades Casino, then you're putting my name out there. Sunny Austin. I don't know. You're giving me the creep vibes, dude. Like the troll vibes. Why am I picking that up with you on this one? It's like
Keep
having that.
reading.
Hey?
Keep reading. Keep reading. I don't think so, because they said you gotta go try the Mexican place.
I don't know why. It's just that I just, the last couple of messages are kind of like, you actually remembered that I went to the Cascades Casino? Creepy. Maybe not. Okay, hold on. Talk to me. Talk to me on this one. Let's see. Oh, I don't see anywhere. It's like, you know, when you feel like you've seen the name, but yet those last couple comments are just strange.
Well, he said he or she. I don't know. I'm saying he.
Oh,
but
okay, wait. Oh, I'm
I
not
have
a
only
troll.
ever lost there.
Oh. Okay, we're good. We're good. Hey, Jess.
See, I told you.
I was like, how does somebody remember I like literally went to the Cascades? And then they're putting my name like, yeah, Sunny Austin. Make sure you spell that. Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, Surrey's like across the way. Okay, let's see here. Okay, you guys. Yes. Okay, yeah. All of a sudden, I was getting those freaking weird vibes, and I'm like, but in my head, I was like, but I've seen this person in here. You know, it's when people fucking change their name, right, and stuff like that on me. Tiptoe through the tulips. Good night on a summer's day. Tiptoe through the tulips with me. Good night, Sunny. Good night, DEA. Have a good one, you guys. Yeah, I was just like, I don't usually get whatever, but I was like, why is this person like putting my name out there like that? Which is fine, but usually no one types it out there. Yeah. Hustler says she's just not a troll. Yeah. I texted a lot of peeps, Wolfie. Oh, wait. Oh, which reminds me just quickly, Sheila. Oh, wait. There it is. Oh, okay. Thank you, Sheila. You guys, okay, I will bring this up. 1 second here. Just give me a second here. What's this thing? Oh, here it is. Finally, I found it. Okay. So I just was sent an email by Sheila there. And I know that I've seen a couple of posts now for Zach. I don't know a lot about his life and the fact that he was talking about that basically, hey, Melissa, because Zach's from the United States, but I don't know if you would know the answer to this. He said that Trump cut off all the freaking funding and stuff, like all the disability and shit like that.
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay.
And I think I would know since I have disability.
Well, oh, okay. Well, because he's in the United States, but he said something like that they're.
Now they did pass a thing. I don't know, like if you want food stamps or whatever, you gotta work. I don't know, so many hours or volunteer for so many hours or something. I don't know. I don't get food stamps, so. But they're changing some stuff, but we got a cost of living increase, so no, it's not cut off disability, is it?
Yeah. It is okay. So either or, you guys know who Zach is or whatever. I'm just gonna, you guys, Zach, I I don't know. I don't know him well enough. Besides he's of course been in here and stuff like that. And I know before he posted it, he had told me uh about whatever I don't know, US stuff, Trump stuff and cutting off certain things and he basically said he doesn't have a pot to piss in basically with their food and stuff like that. And anyway, so I've seen him lately asking if people can help out, and stuff like that, and that he'll give free reading as well. The SNAP benefits, is that what it is? I don't know. Honestly.
Okay, so the SNAP benefits are food stamps, and they weren't fully cut off during our government shutdown, which was 41 days. They got a portion of anybody on food stamps got like a portion. Some people got the full amount. I think it depended on the state, but I think all that's cleared up now. And I mean, the shutdown's over. I get my disability. I got it just fine on the 1st. So I mean, I don't know what state he's from and what their thing is, but to my knowledge, and take that for what it is, if you get food stamps, they're supposed to be coming back. And like I know, like I think was it New York? Maybe there was a bigger city that you got like half of what you were supposed to get. Like instead of $500, you got like 200 or 250. So, but whatever, that's all over with now. So I don't know his situation, but disability and food stamps are still there. It's just for a while, food stamps weren't as much as they were.
I mean, I know Christmas time is hard, but like I live in Canada, and so I don't really know all the stuff that goes on out there. He had told me privately before he had ever posted about this, a few weeks ago or whatever, that he was going through some hardship and basically he said I think he had apples and carrots in his fridge and stuff like that. Not much. He lives with his mom, and but anyway, so. And I'll just put it this way, if anyone, like I know we don't have Cash App in Canada, and stuff like that, but you guys know Zach Jackson's channel. You guys can reach out to him, but that's his Cash App. Okay, so for anyone that I've had Zach on the channel, just always struck me as just a really good person, right? Anyways, if anyone does want to help him out, for Christmas or just before Christmas here, then Zachary Jackson or $. It's just, we don't have Cash App in Canada, right? So we use PayPal for the most part in Canada. I think he does have a coffee app as well. Yeah, Wolfie.
So
yeah,
Cash App, Marie's asking, how does Cash App work? It's similar to PayPal. Like, you go on there and you send it through like your credit card or whatever, and you send it to the person and then they can draw it out into their bank account, essentially.
Tinker, he did. Yeah. I mean, I know what Sheila said there, and I get I don't like speaking upon stuff that I don't really know the full details of. I just saw a posting where he said, basically, what, if anyone can help out, you can tell that he's kind of like, like he was never asking for money or nothing before, but then he was talking about your guys' government over there and what they've cut back on and stuff like that. And then I saw him tell his kind of story about it. And then I've seen him because so some people might not like that, but it's one of those things is that, not everybody's lying, right, about stuff. And if anyone's seen Zach on the channel and you watch Zach and stuff like that, and if you can help, him out $5 or something like that, whatever, help get some groceries, stuff before Christmas, and stuff like that. I don't know the entire situation, say, going on, by what I just saw in the email. Yes, plus he had 50 extra, said was for his trip to Canada, right? But it's one of those things. I'll put it out there. Obviously, if Zach's in need, I don't like doing these things too much. Only unless because I've helped out quite a few people with this channel, in having fundraisers, a few people for sure, to try to help them out. And for this one guy, him, his daughter had actually emailed me with this whole thing for her dad. We ended up raising over $1,000 and something for, what was it for? Fridge, something like, what was it? Computer? I can't remember shit, man. But anyways, I'm just gonna put that out there though, you guys, and if you guys can help Zach, just a little bit goes a long way sometimes, and very much appreciated to you, especially around Christmas. It's a hard time. Absolutely, right, for a lot of families and stuff like that. Yeah. But anyway, so hugs and prayers to everyone, that struggles and finds it hard through the holidays and stuff like that, for sure. But anyways, yeah. I don't know why we don't have Cash App, okay? Like, it's so stupid. Why don't we have Cash App or Venmo? Yeah. But, that was very nice because he said, like, if anyone that donated wants a reading, right, then to message him and he'll, right? It's kind of like, giving and giving back, for what he has the ability to do. Anyways, all right. Thank you, Sheila. I didn't know about that part that you sent in the email and stuff like that. Well, apparently I'm supposed to win $300K, according to Julie's dream from where I work. What do you think of them apples? Are you jealous?
You better be sharing it.
Well, yeah, once Santa, of course, delivers it, then sure, no problem. Yeah, that's nice. Someone had sent him a light as well, like one of these white lights or whatever you call them.
Ring light.
Ring light. Thank you. Yeah, sometimes if people don't feel comfortable with money, then absolutely great option, especially in the States. Walmart. Someone also sent him a box. I was always trying to do that with that one person that I said a narcissist. I was always trying to make his birthday special and do all these things. And Walmart was a peach for just ordering shit and sending him a bunch of munchies. And, it was easy peasy and stuff like that. Oh, really? And he's getting Thanksgiving dinner from Dolly. Oh, that's nice. Oh, now Ben admits to it. Now you're going to admit that you are my husband on the line? Ben? I don't know, Ben. We'll have to talk. I don't feel like a 50-50 rule applies here. That's very wonderful. Mm-hmm. One day I'm gonna have a big YouTube, a big channel, and just Nate and stuff like that, where the channel is about that you get money from the viewers and stuff, and then you go make people's days special, and do stuff like that, and then your channel kind of grows off of your kindness, about how people help out, right? Other people. I always love stuff like that. So that's great. That's great to hear. You get 30, Ben. 30 cents. Shannon, thank you. It's been really bothering me. Yeah, you were thinking 70-30. Were you the 70 portion, Ben? Just asking. But that's nice. I didn't know that Dolly, knew him or whatever. So that's sweet. Okay. It's time to go. I got to go make nachos, man. It's 10:12 now. It's, 4 hours in Nova Scotia, but it's 3 hours in United States, Indiana over there. But I'll drop it one more time for Zach on there. I'm sure he's very grateful. No, Melissa, the 70. See, you're so funny, Ben. You're just so funny, honey. Nah. Yeah. You guys are probably all wondering, where's Ben? How did Ben become my online husband? Well, Ben was always dropping links, right? And then I would make him a mod, and then you're welcome, Sheila. And then I would unmod him, because he didn't want to be a mod. But yet Ben was always like, boom, Sonny, here you go. Here's a link. Here's a link. Here's a link. Yeah. Yeah. He really needs to have a PayPal or something to make it universal for sure. But anyways, so Ben, yeah, he was trying to play it hard there and be like, I don't want to be a mod, Sonny. I just, I just want to go. Then one day, because Sonny doesn't put up with that shit. Some man telling her what to do, first of all, not going to happen. So this one day I was like, Ben, you're keeping the wrench. And he's just like, no, Sonny, I don't want it. And I'm like, no, too bad. What are you going to do about it, bud? Like, seriously, you can't fix it. I can if I want to. But anyways, so it's always been a tease for me and Ben, because obviously he fell in love at first sight, and I couldn't blame him. Right, Ben? Right? You fell in love with the wrench. I mean, really, truly. And you were trying to deny that you didn't like it, but come on now. Come on, Ben. But anyways, so me and Ben have this relationship that he doesn't really know much about it. Neither do I, as a matter of fact. It sucks to be, but this running joke of that he's my online husband. My husband says he's okay with it. My real husband, he's like, yeah. You know what? Talk to you ever want. Make as many husbands as you want. As long as you're here with me. For how long though? No, but I'm telling you. Oh, and Ben. Hold on, let me put that picture back up. Ben kind of looks like JFK a little bit. Do you think so? A little bit? A little bit? Melissa, what the fuck? Are you awake or what?
Yeah.
Yeah? You sure?
I told you I'm doing 5 million different things.
Oh, do you think Ben looks like JFK a little bit? I don't know why, but Ben is the best mod. Right behind you, Sharon. No, Ben and Sharon. Really great mods. Yes, Sonny's husband is Stone Cold Steve Austin. I know. Can't really overtake that, can you? But Ben, you don't have the Aussie accent. Now, if you had the Aussie accent, I'd probably sit here with a bib and be drooling if I could hear that Aussie voice, right? But you don't. But my husband has a British accent, so I'll take second best. Yeah. Were there issues with payments of some kind being late in the state? I don't know. I'm not exactly sure, man. In Canada, we don't have a person like Trump out there trying to screw people over. Sharon is the best. Listen to you. Fuck, you guys should get married. What the hell am I doing in the middle here? Apparently. Anyways, Sharon and Ben. There you go. Shannon says it. Sharon and Ben, you are both beautiful and amazing. Absolutely. Love great people, great mods. They've been following the channel for quite some time now, for sure. And Don't worry, Sharon, I was lying. Okay, just so you know. I was just saying it to make you feel better. Oh yeah, we have Carney. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, I don't even like politics, to be honest with you. Politics is more like it. Um, but anyways, you guys have a great night. And was there anything before? Okay, I don't know why I keep staying on this live like longer than I've meant to. I think I must have missed you guys a little bit because I hadn't had done the live in a few days. So obviously it was that. Now I'm just rambling. I'm
I
a
don't
looping
know.
with
At this
Sharon
point,
and
I
you'll
think
have
you
no
just want to
mods.
make 6 hours.
I know, right? 6-hour live, people are going to look at it and go, fuck that. Like, was there anything even important said throughout this live, really? They're going to be saying, right? The fucking scan through the thing, you know? People come in there for like, let me just watch, scroll through. But anyways, so Ben's basically saying that you don't matter because he's saying that once him and Sharon elope and marry and run away, that they're not going to be, that I won't have any mods anymore. But that's not true because Melissa, she's got a wrench herself over here. So
what, me and Charmaine are just chopped liver?
Charmaine definitely chopped liver. Absolutely. You know, probably better than chopped liver though, actually, for Charmaine. Yeah. Okay, you guys have a great night. We're going to head out of here. Thank you guys. If you guys haven't hit that like and the share button. And thank you to Rhonda for her $20 super chat. And there was a $10 one, right? Why did I not see that one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There was a 20 at the start and 10 not too long ago.
Rhonda, did you take it back? Because I don't see it. Or maybe I'm... Oh, there it is, Rhonda. I see it. So thank you, Rhonda, so much for that. Mick Mac, always a pleasure. I know how much you want answers for Jack and Lily, you guys. Steffers has been a member for 4 months. If you're not a member, you know, it's $1.99 if you want to be one. If not, then it's cost $0. Hi, Cheryl. Cheryl, thank you for the $9.99 super chat. And then there's Rhonda again. Rhonda opened and she closed. But anyways, thank you guys so much for that. And appreciate. I'm going to go make some nachos now with the husband. Don't get jealous, bud. Don't get jealous. All right. But anyways, good night. My hubby bet. Oh, wow. Wow. You see this? You see this bullshit? Sharon?
They done eloped on your ass.
Pretty much. You know what? I'm good. Ben can cheat on me all once. We have a very open relationship like that, right? He's allowed to, and that means that I'm allowed to. It's too. And my husband approves of it all. So I donate to charity every Christmas and feed the homeless. That's a very beautiful thing. I love watching those type of movies as well. Pay it forward, right? When that movie came out, I always felt that everyone should have been that way anyway. I liked it when that movie came out, right? So don't forget, if you're at a Starbucks or a Timmy's, perhaps considering buying that coffee for the person behind you or something like that. You know, the gift of giving is done in many different ways. But anyways, you guys have a blessed night. Absolutely great to hear he was blessed getting his rent paid. Oh, okay, Jackie. Did someone pay his rent for him? If so, that's very kind of whoever did that. Someone pay my rent. Just one dang Christmas. Okay. YouTube goes for bills and whatever, but this time I have to I'm like, husband, I hope your EI comes in because my husband made a lot more than I do. But anyways, one day I would just like someone to say, Sonny, like my sister who sold her house for $1.4 million. I'm going to pay your rent for Christmas. Ever since I can remember when I was younger, you know, when you're poor ass, as always, like when I was like 16, 17, 18. And then you're just like, you just wanted the landlords to have a heart and be like, you know what? Don't worry about it. Yeah. One of these days, right? My sister would never say that. Shh. Even though she got $1.4 million for her home, she still wouldn't say that. I'd probably be more likely to have a stranger say that to me, to be honest with you. Anyways, you guys are sweet. Did Zank get it right? Yeah. I don't know I haven't had time to really watch his lives or anything like that. I've seen just a couple posts. Doesn't have a bank account. Well, how do you not have a bank account? How do you not have a bank account?
He'd not have to if he's got Cash App to get the money, unless he's got like Tap to Pay through it or something. But that would be most places don't do that with Cash App, so.
Shannon. Selling Shannon. Anyone cheap? Anyone want a Shannon? Ben, I'm willing to negotiate here. Shannon's an Aussie. You're an Aussie. Yeah. I'm willing to negotiate on this. Anyways, you guys. Jack and Lily. I should have had that up. Why didn't I have them up the entire time? I had some stupid post on there up. Instead, let's talk. Yeah, we can talk. I'll talk with thunder or lightning. Which one? But Shannon, it's okay. I'm willing. You can have his leg. You can have one leg, right? Other than that, it's going to cost you.
She just wants the middle one.
The middle leg. Okay, guys. Hey, guys, we're out of here. Jack and Lily, if you haven't hit the like and share, do so. Probably not going to do a live tomorrow. I really feel like I just want to bed down and hunker down and barely get vertical tomorrow and just watch freaking Christmas movies tomorrow. That's what I feel like I want to do. Unless some breaking ass news comes out, that's what I feel like I want. It's not written in stone, but I just feel like I do. Because I have to work at 6 a.m. On Sunday, right? Which means I have to get up at like 5:30, 5:45. Yeah. I hate it. I hate thinking. I like the early shift, but I hate getting up so early. I'm a night owl by trade. You can go ahead and say, Sunny, shut the fuck up. Just end the damn live.
Sunny, shut the fuck up and end the damn live.
Oh my God, that's so freaking rude. I'd never say that to you. Oh, Sharon. No. I really, truly don't want to.
In the woods where shadows lay.
It's a beautiful song.
Jack and Lily went to play.
Oh, I didn't go playing.
On a rainy May afternoon. Now we whisper hope's soft tune. Echoes of laughter fill the air. But where are they? We stand in prayer. Oh, Jack and Lily,
Silver matters.
where have you gone? We'll hold on tight through this endless dawn. In our hearts forever you'll stay. With every prayer we send your way. Hundreds gathered, hearts so strong, searching deep where they've been wrong. Through the trees and storms they roam, wishing every child came home. Fatigued but fierce they won't give in. For every soul we search within. Oh, Jack and Lily, where have you gone? We'll hold on tight through this endless dawn. In our hearts forever you'll stay. With every prayer we send away.
You guys have a great night. Jack and Lily.
We'll
Thanks,
keep
Melissa.
the hope
Thanks, Maud. Thanks, everyone.
alive today.
Good night, all.
In the silence, love will lead the way.
Please help bring us home.